Chapter 1625. Walpurgis Wang Liji Academy, the gate. Inside this extremely sturdy gate, there was a reception room. This reception room was generally used to receive guests who needed to find a certain student or professor in the academy. Because they didn't come to visit the academy or for the academy's matters, these guests who came for personal reasons would not be received inside the academy and given a place to stay. Therefore, these guests, after arriving at the academy, would only be received by the academy's guards in the reception room inside the gate. If they wanted to find a student, professor, or the academy's higher-ups, they must first inform the guards, and the guards will be responsible for notifying them. To put it bluntly, these guests were like visiting a prison. Their movements would be restricted, and they could do nothing but sit in the reception room and explain the situation to the guards. This was a very apt metaphor. After all, the walls of the academy were too similar to the walls of a prison, and the rules and regulations were very restrictive to the students. The students, automaton, could even be directly treated as a prisoner, and they couldn't freely enter and leave the academy. At this time in this reception room there was a person sitting. It was a person wearing a plush coat. His clothes were quite gorgeous and he had a slender body, but his physique was very sturdy, and he looked like a gentle researcher, very elegant, about 30 or 40 years old gentleman. This dignified gentleman was sitting on a rather luxurious chair, holding a cup of black tea in his hand, but he didn't even take a sip. He just held it in his hand, and his eyes were looking through the window of the reception room, looking at the night sky outside. No. To be more precise, the gentleman was not looking at the night sky, but at the night view of Walpurgis Wang Liji Academy, under the night sky. In his eyes, there was actually a little nostalgia. Nothing has changed, saying such a sentence. The nostalgia in the gentleman's eyes. It suddenly turned into disgust. There is no improvement no matter where it is really annoying. Fortunately, there were no academy guards in the reception room. Otherwise, with this sentence alone, the gentleman would definitely arouse the hostility of the guards. Knock, knock. At this moment, a series of knocks sounded from the door of the reception room, attracting the attention of the gentleman who had been looking at the night view of the academy through the window. At the same time, a guard pushed open the door, and brought in a young girl with pearl-colored hair tied into a ponytail on the right side of her head, and a wolfhound-type automaton. The instant the gentleman saw this young girl, he didn't conceal his surprise. Flay? Oh. Flay lowered her head and looked at her feet, and spoke in a timid manner. What? Lord Father, it's really you? The gentleman seemed to be very surprised by Flay's arrival. What are you doing here? Sir Bronson. The guard at the side said sternly. It's Miss Flay's request, Flay? I see me? The gentleman called Bronson, who was addressed as Lord Father by Flay, looked at Flay with astonishment. You took the initiative to ask to see me. This seems to be the first time since you became my adopted daughter, right? Oh. Flay's delicate body trembled slightly. She lowered her head more and more. She nearly buried her head into her bosom. Evidently, to Flay, this adoptive father called Bronson seemed to be able to stimulate the cowardice in her heart more easily than ordinary people. I am very happy, Flay. Bronson placed down the teacup in his hand. An amiable smile appeared on his face. In that case, let me hear why you've come to find me, great father. Flay carefully observed Bronson's expression. When she saw the warm smile on the other party's face, she finally gathered a thread of courage and used a voice that was about to disappear to say these words. There is one thing that I wish to obtain Lord Father's permission for. Bronson did not say anything. Instead, he continued to maintain his gentlemanly smile and silently urged Flay to continue. Flay glanced at Bronson with a somewhat uneasy expression. She was very hesitant, or perhaps it could be said that she was afraid. After a long time she spoke. Tomorrow. I'll wish to leave the academy. Leave the academy? This time around, Bronson was not only shocked, he was also stunned. Even though Flay was only his adoptive daughter, Bronson was very familiar with this adoptive daughter of his. To put it simply, Flay was a timid young girl who would always display a cowardly side to her regardless of whether it was facing someone or something. Bronson still remembered the day he first met Flay when he adopted her. This daughter of his was afraid of even the food he prepared for her. She sat at the dining table for a long time and only dared to pick up the utensils and carefully take a bite when she was so hungry that she could not take it anymore. Such a cowardly person actually wanted to leave the academy? Flay had been studying in the academy for 3 entire years. However, she had never once made such a request before. Furthermore, even though the academy allowed students to freely enter and leave the academy, it did not allow students to bring their automaton out. In other words, if Flay wanted to leave the academy, she must leave behind Raby, who had always accompanied her like a family member. Without Raby's company, this timid girl's legs would probably tremble when she walked, right? Thus, Bronson was stunned for a long time when Flay took the initiative to ask him to leave the academy. Immediately after, he started to frown. The reason? Seeing that the smile on Bronson's face had disappeared, Flay shrunk back in fear and replied with a mosquito's voice. Someone invited me to go on a date. A date? Bronson looked at Flay with a completely unfamiliar gaze. He felt that all the astonishment he had accumulated in his entire life had been seduced by this daughter of his. Today all of it was displayed. Then Bronson smiled. His smile was warm and gentle. It was like the smile of a father who was gratified to see his daughter grow up. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that, instead, a chilliness that could penetrate one's heart was present in Bronson's eyes. Flay. Bronson shook his head and sighed. You should know. You do not have the right to go on a date. You also do not have the time to go on a date. Could it be that you've forgotten your mission? Flay lowered her head. No one could see her expression clearly. However, her hands were moving non-stop. It showed how nervous and perturbed Flay was in her heart. It's rare for you to take the initiative to look for me. Yet, it's actually for such a boring matter. Bronson seemed to have lost interest in Flay. He picked up his teacup again. Then, let me hear who exactly is the person you're planning to go on a date with. Flay's red eyes were immediately filled with hesitation. After a while, she opened her mouth. Scarlet Eyes. Bronson's hand that was holding the teacup suddenly stopped. A glint flashed through his eyes. You're talking about the Scarlet Eyes who defeated the eldest son of the Kingsford family and suppressed the marshal who was the closest to the Devil King in this night gathering this year? Yes. Yes. After obtaining Flay's confirmation, Bronson smiled. Furthermore, this time around, his smile was filled with delight. I'll grant your request. Bronson, who was clearly against Flay's request a moment ago, agreed to it without hesitation. This caused Flay to be stunned on the spot. However, Flay, there's something I need you to do. Bronson stood up and walked over to Flay. He gently placed his hand on Flay's shoulder. For tomorrow's date, I need you to find out what kind of magic circuit each of the 5 automaton around Scarlet Eyes has. Flay looked at Bronson, who had a smile on his face with astonishment. Find out about magic circuit? That's right. A cordial smile once again appeared on Bronson's face. If it's you, you should be able to do it, right? But. Flay hesitated with an uneasy expression. What? As the president of the mechanical workshop that develops automaton magic circuits, it's impossible for me, the president of the mechanical workshop, to not be interested in the magic circuit that can suppress the automaton who is the closest to the Demon King, right? Bronson said without trying to avoid arousing suspicion. Fortunately, he found you. As for you, you possess a good face and a good body. If necessary, it's not impossible for you to use some special methods. Flay immediately trembled when she heard the meaning behind Bronson's words. What did he mean? Was he telling her to seduce others and even sell her body? Bronson narrowed his eyes as he looked at the stunned Flay. He extended his hand into his bosom and took out a photograph. On the photograph, there were over a dozen hounds and small hounds of various sizes. Some parts of their bodies were covered in armor. When Flay saw the photograph, she was stunned for a moment. Her expression turned gloomy. You can go and complete your mission at ease. Bronson smiled eerily. As long as you obtain information that satisfies me, you will be able to live together with everyone again. Flay no longer had any hesitation in her red eyes. Yes, Lord Father. Chapter 1626. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy toward his house. Early in the morning, Wu Yin got up from his bed. He stood in front of a mirror that could reflect his entire body and adjusted his uniform. Today is a rare day off. The professors and students of the academy are all on leave. They canceled all classes. Other than the students who need to be tutored, no one else has to go to class today. Coupled with the cool and clear weather outside, it was indeed a very good day. Just perfect for a date. Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria sat side by side on the bed in their pajamas. They watched Wu Yin straighten out his uniform in front of the full-body mirror. Other than Kanon, Nagisa and Astria had a hint of anger on their faces. He looks like he's having a good time. Nagisa crossed her arms and squeezed out a grumpy voice. Oni-chan, Are you looking forward to your date with Miss Flay? A date? Canon looked at Wu Yen with a longing look. Her cheeks blushed a little. I also want to go on a date with Oni-chan. You. Astria looked listless. The color of her white wings seemed to have dimmed a little. I really want to go out with Master. Your Oni-chan and Master aren't really going out to play. Natsuki was the only one who remained expressionless. She looked at Nagisa, Canon, and Astria. Do you want to cause trouble for him? You. Woo. Nagisa, Canon, and Astria lowered their heads at the same time. They looked listless. Master. Ikaros took out a wallet from beside Wu Yen and handed it to Wu Yen. The money is ready. Thanks, Ikaros. Wu Yen took the wallet and rubbed Ikaros' head. He looked at the listless Nagisa, Canon, and Astria and shrugged. Then I will be going out. You. Nagisa, Canon, and Astria groaned weakly. Be careful on the road, don't forget to bring tea leaves. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen. There's more. Remember to take precautions. Don't make her pregnant. Wu Yen almost fell to the ground. What do you think I went there for? Master. Ikaros's indigo pupils rippled with worry and unease. Really? You don't need me to follow you? Didn't you say that you would leave everything to me? Wu Yen stroked Ikaros' head. She comforted him gently. Don't worry. Although my level was reset to 0. However, with my immortal body, there is no one in this world who can kill me. Hearing this, the worry and uneasiness in Ikaros's eyes lessened a little as she nodded. Then, Wu Yen waved his hand and opened the door. I will be going out first. If anything happens, don't worry about anything else, just call for me in your heart. Natsuki, Nagisa, Canon, and Astria nodded. Wu Yen grinned and he left the dorm room. Master. Ikaros looked at the door, she clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest. Be careful. Alone, Wu Yen walked out the door and entered the courtyard under the scrutinizing gazes of the other boys in the tortoise dormitory. You're pretty happy. Just as he entered the courtyard in front of the dormitory, a voice filled with displeasure entered his ears. He stopped in his tracks and a funny expression appeared on his face as he looked towards the source of the voice. Under a tree in the corner of the courtyard, Charlotte, who seemed to be in a very bad mood, was standing there with a displeased expression on her pretty face. Her beautiful golden hair was bathed in the sunlight. Even though it was a holiday, she was still wearing her uniform. Sigmund was sitting on top of her beret as usual. They both looked at Wu Yen, who walked out of the tortoise dormitory. You're going to look for Flay, right? Charlotte crossed her arms in front of her chest and said sarcastically. Should I call you an idiot? Or should I say you're a good person? A person like that isn't worth getting to know, you know? It's still early in the morning and you're already talking bad. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at Charlotte. He ignored her and walked out of the courtyard. He walked towards the entrance of the tortoise dormitory. If you were a little gentler, you wouldn't be called a T-Rex. I'm not joking with you. Charlotte hurriedly chased after him, shouting as she chased after him. If you knew about Flay's so-called hidden troubles, you'd surely be very disappointed. Wu Yen looked at Charlotte, who was walking beside him. Did you find out something? That's the information that Seal obtained after spending a whole day asking around. Sigmund said coldly. It seems like Seal doesn't want to see you dating Flay. Shut up, Sigmund. Charlotte's face turned red. Be careful or I'll replace all your chicken with lettuce. You're still so dishonest. Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. Then, my Miss Charlotte, can you tell me the things you've heard about? Who is your Miss Charlotte? Charlotte glared at Wu Yen fiercely. I only found out about Flay's backup. Backup? Wu Yen scratched his face. You're talking about the sponsor who paid for Flay's school fees, right? He's also Loki's sponsor. Charlotte became serious. Have you heard of the Divine Works? Divine Works? Wu Yen raised his eyebrows slightly. You're quite arrogant. You actually call yourself a god. Indeed, you're quite arrogant. However, it's a new ingenious workshop that rose to fame in the past 10 years. They're even nominated for the next generation of ingenious main force in the British Army. Charlotte frowned. Have you heard of sound pressure manipulation? Magic circuit? Wu Yen shrugged. That's the magic circuit that Flace Robbie is using, right? Divine Works has the exclusive right to use this magic circuit. Charlotte nodded. Robbie might be created by Divine Works. They're planning to test it in the night meeting. It's a test machine for the next generation of ingenious main force in the British Army. The night meeting was a competition to select the best puppeteer in a certain period of time. The participants of the night meeting were all geniuses from all over the world. Therefore, the battlefield of the night meeting would be filled with all kinds of outstanding ingenious puppets from all over the world, old and new. Under such circumstances, if an automaton could display superior performance in the night meeting, it would also prove that this automaton was the best in the world. The night meeting was no doubt the best stage to show the military the performance of the experimental machine that Divine Works had developed. If Robbie could surpass all difficulties in the night meeting and display his outstanding combat ability, the British Army would definitely be tempted. The magic circuit in Robbie's body would become the main magic trick of the automaton, deployed by the military's ingenious corps. That's why Flay wanted to assassinate this second to last. Charlot smiled mockingly. After all, this second to last is not weak. With Flay's strength, it is impossible for her to win against him. If she is defeated in the first battle, the military's impression of her will be the worst. That's why you said Flay isn't worth my time? Wu Yen could not help but laugh. Because Flay wanted to let the ingenious puppets developed by Divine Works be selected to become the next generation main force of the ingenious corps. She also wanted the British Army to become the biggest customer of Divine Works. That's why she wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen. Am I right? That's right. That's right. Charlotte nodded while staring into Wu Yan's eyes. So this is what she's talking about. You're disappointed, aren't you? Are you disappointed? However, Wu Yan didn't seem disappointed. Instead, he looked at Charlotte with a meaningful look. Do you really think that's what Flay is talking about? Yes. Chapter 1627. Charlotte frowned when she saw the undeniable look in the pair of wine-red eyes. Don't tell me that you don't think that Flay planned to assassinate the second to last so that the Divine Works would be selected to become the main supplier of the automaton for the next generation of the British Ingenious Machine Army's members? The magic circuit in Flay's automaton, Rabi's magic circuit, was the exclusive right of God's Works, the sound pressure operation. Then God's Works planned to have Flay assassinate Lei Zhen so that the British Nimble Machine Army would take a fancy to the sound pressure operation. Wasn't that very possible? After all, even though Lei Zhen was ranked 100th, he had challenged many gauntlets in order to obtain the qualification to participate in the night gathering. Furthermore, he had won every single battle. With Flay's strength that was ranked 99th, it was simply impossible for her to be a match for Lei Zhen. However, the first battle of the night meeting was between the 99th and 100th ranker. If Flay was defeated in the first battle, the sound pressure operation would undoubtedly be seen as useless. The British Nimble Machine Army would not allow such a useless magic circuit to become the magic circuit in the automaton for the members of the British Nimble Machine Army. At that time, the Divine Works would also be eliminated by the military. They would lose a big customer like the military. However, if they could get rid of Lei Zhen, this dark horse, and prevent Flay from encountering a strong opponent in a short period of time, then the sound pressure operation would be able to fully display its ability. Through the process and result of the battle, God's Works could improve the sound pressure operation. They could make repeated adjustments to Flay's automaton and come up with a way to use it to strengthen Rabi. The chances of the military taking a fancy to Rabi would be much higher. Divine Works was Flay's sponsor, and Flay's sponsor was Divine Works. They wanted Flay to serve them. This was a very normal thing to do. In other words, Charlotte believed that Divine Works had instructed Flay to assassinate Lei Zhen. This was the way for God's Works to obtain the greatest benefit. But, Charlotte. Wu Yen patted Charlotte's shoulder. Have you forgotten Loki's Angel of Wisdom? Charlotte was stunned. I think so. The magic circuit installed in Loki's cherub wasn't a sound pressure operation. It's another magic circuit developed by the Divine Works. Wu Yan's tone was full of confidence when he said this. If the purpose of Divine Works is to let the British government take a fancy to the magic circuit or even the automaton that they have developed and sell it to the military, then Loki's cherub was completely qualified, wasn't it? This? Charlotte was speechless. This was indeed the case. Loki was one of the members of the 13, so his automaton definitely wouldn't be weak. In the entire night meeting, Loki was one of the top people. Just the title of 13 was enough for Loki's automaton to be taken seriously by the British government. If the purpose of Divine Works is to let the British government take a fancy to the magic circuit or automaton that they have developed and sell it to the military, then as Wu Yen said, there was no need for Flay. Loki alone could complete this mission. And the magic circuit that Loki's automaton was equipped with wasn't a sound pressure operation. In other words, the sound pressure operation was eliminated by Divine Works long ago, right? Wu Yin sighed. The real trump card that Divine Works used to tempt the British government was Cherub, not Robbie. What do you mean? A thought flashed through Charlotte's mind. Why would Flay want to assassinate this second to last? Is there a reason why this sound pressure operation must be taken seriously by the military? That's right. That's right. Wu Yin stared straight into Charlotte's eyes. For example, if the sound pressure operation can't be taken seriously by the military, Divine Works will stop the development of the sound pressure operation and completely eliminate the sound pressure operation. Rabi will be abandoned. Abandoned? Charlotte cried out in shock. In other words, Flay assassinated Raisin so that the sound pressure operation can be taken seriously by the military so that Divine Works can continue to develop the sound pressure operation, so that Rabi will not be abandoned and Rabi will be protected? That's right. At least I think that's the right reason. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. Otherwise, it's hard for me to believe that a girl who would fall down when she walks and is afraid of strangers would agree to someone's invitation just to assassinate someone. No matter what, it's my first time meeting Senior Flay. I can't bring my automaton out of the academy. If I wanted to do something to her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even so, she still agreed. Wu Yin rubbed his glabella and glanced at Charlotte. Doesn't this prove that Senior Flay has a reason to sacrifice her own safety to achieve her goal? Do you think that reason is to get a big client for Divine Works? Is that possible? Of course not. If that's the case. Charlotte bit her lips and said in annoyance. Then she's an idiot who's even more stupid than me. In order to save the life of his automaton, he had to kill a person. For those humans who treated automatons as objects and props, how many of them could do it? Even if she did, she would be treated as a complete idiot, right? It was a pity that Charlotte agreed to it. If someone told Charlotte that if she didn't kill someone, Sigmund would die, then Charlotte would definitely do it. Amidst this sudden silence, Wu Yin and Charlotte arrived at the academy's entrance and saw that figure. The resplendent sunlight of the morning slowly shrouded the academy, illuminating the entrance of the academy, dyeing the thick and heavy academy entrance golden yellow. Right below the golden door, there was a young girl with pearl-white hair. Her expression was a little flustered as she stood there absent-mindedly. Beside the girl was a large black wolfhound kneeling and rubbing against its master's feet. The guards on the gate raised their shotguns and aimed at the dog-shaped automaton. They were probably planning to snipe it the moment it exited the school gate. However, the man and the dog did not pay any attention to them at all. All they did was to stare at the front without blinking. Needless to say, they were Fry and Robbie. Seeing Wu Yan's arrival, the flustered expression on Frey's face became even more obvious. "Senior Fry, I've made you wait for a long time." Wu Yan took a deep breath and smiled as he approached Fry. "I'm sorry for the slight delay. It's fine." Fry shrunk her head back and spoke in a weak voice. I didn't wait for long. In that case, let's hurry up and set off." After saying that, Wu Yan extended his hand and held Frey's hand. When the soft feeling entered Wu Yan's senses from that slender hand that was so smooth that it seemed to be oiled, an enormous tremble came from that slender hand. Following that, a cry of surprise sounded. Of course, the one who cried out was not Fry. Frey's eyes were wide open as she looked at the hand that was holding Wu Yan's hand. She was so confused that her mind went blank and she didn't react. The one who really screamed was Charlotte. The two girls had completely different reactions. Wu Yan pulled Fry and ran toward the entrance. Chapter 1628. That student over there. Come and have a look. Come and have a look. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'll give you a discount. Come and have a look. Under the sunlight, the city of Liverpool, known as the Ingenious City, was filled with enthusiastic and lively shouts. The entire commercial street was full of vitality. The people passing by were like streams of water. They gathered in twos and threes and walked in two different directions of the commercial street. The surrounding shops and restaurants were crowded with customers. Ordinary shops like shoe shops, clothing shops, and decoration shops were mixed with the expensive gem shops, showing their products to the passers-by. In the shops on both sides of the commercial street, some of them were also selling some mechanical parts and magic items. There were even some cheap and weak magic circuits and some automaton with lower performance for sale. This was a scene that could not be seen in ordinary cities. However, in the ingenious city of Liverpool, people could easily see shops selling automaton products. Walking on such streets, people could see glass cabinets filled with various parts every once in a while. There were also some rare shops with spheres on display. Those parts were all used to assemble the automaton. As for those spheres, they were stored away. They had not been activated, nor were they equipped with magic circuits. Of course, the parts and magic circuits that could be sold in the shops on the street were the ones that could only be used to build the lowest level automaton products. In the eyes of the truly powerful puppeteers, these things were valuable. Not a single one was valuable. However, it was still much better than those cities that did not even sell the parts and magic circuits of automaton. Listening to the shouts coming from the shops on both sides of the street and the enthusiastic greetings from the shop owners, Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim as he walked along the commercial street. The people in the ingenious city are really enthusiastic. That's because you're wearing the student uniform of the Walpurgis King Li Tactical Academy. By the side, Charlot, who had a straight face, spat out his words with a sarcastic tone. The students who are able to study in the Walpurgis Royal Ingenious Academy do not come from wealthy families. They must have sponsors behind them. They must be very rich. That's why these shop owners are so enthusiastic. Ugh. When Flay, who was walking on the other side of Wu Yan, heard Charlot's words, she immediately sobbed. Other than my living expenses, I don't have any money. I am talking about ordinary circumstances. Under normal circumstances. Charlotte began to stammer. I am not in a good financial situation recently. How would these shop owners know about it? That's because you used all your money to buy the hearts of your family members? Wu Yan replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, with the scholarship the academy gave you, you must be very rich as well. Charlot snorted and turned his head away. Flay, on the other hand, looked at Charlot with a slightly surprised expression. Families? Hearts? Those are the hearts of the automaton that used to live with Charlot. Wu Yan explained. Due to certain reasons, those automaton that used to live with Charlot were disintegrated. Right now, Charlot is slowly retrieving those hearts. To Charlot, those automaton that used to live with her are like her family. Having her secret exposed, Charlot's face turned red as he angrily shouted at Wu Yan, You, what are you talking about by yourself? Don't act as if you know me very well. I still haven't asked you how you know about this matter. Those automaton that used to live with you, are your family? Flay couldn't help but turn her gaze to Charlot. A trace of joy could be seen in her red eyes as she saw her own kind. I also consider Rabi as my family. You. Charlot looked at Flay with a complicated expression. She recalled the reason Wu Yan gave Flay to assassinate Leijin back at the academy. Now, after hearing what Flay said and seeing the heartfelt joy in Flay's eyes, Charlot couldn't help but trust that reason a bit more. Speaking of which. At the moment when Charlot had a complicated expression and Flay was overjoyed, Wu Yan turned his gaze to Charlot. The corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Why did you not only come with us, you even blended in so naturally? I just happened to be free. Charlot had a panicked expression. She glared at Wu Yan as if she was trying to cover it up. Who knows what a pervert like you might do to Flay? I don't mind you finding an excuse to come with us. After all, I don't plan to drive you away. Wu Yan held his head as if he had a headache. Can't you find another reason? Am I that untrustworthy in your heart? Isn't there a saying that one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature? Charlotte sneered. Besides, you're a person who can even lay your hands on your own automaton. What else can't you lay your hands on? All right. Wu Yan took a deep breath. I'll tolerate you. Suddenly, Charlot and Flay, who were walking on either side of Wu Yan, revealed a panicked expression. They shrunk their necks and quietly hid behind Wu Yan. It was not because of anything else, but because opposite them, a group of delinquent youths with dyed hair and faces full of ruffian look, who could tell at a glance that they were not good people, were arrogantly chatting and laughing while walking over proudly like clowns. Men? Wu Yan continued to walk forward while questioning the two girls hiding behind him. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Charlot and Flay said so. However, as the group of delinquents gradually approached them, an expression of fear gradually appeared on their faces. It was only when the group of delinquents brushed past them that the two girls finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was one thing for a timid person like Flay to have such a reaction. However, he did not expect the fierce T-Rex to have such a girly side. This surprised Wu Yan. However, after giving it some thought, Wu Yan more or less understood what was going on. Although the puppeteers possessed battle prowess that far surpassed ordinary people and magicians due to the fact that they were skilled in magic and automaton, it was also because of this that there were some side effects that only puppeteers would have. For example, once a puppeteer got used to the feeling of having power and did not have an automaton by his side, the puppeteer would lose his sense of security. His courage would also decrease by a lot. After all, it was only at this time that the puppeteer, who was a cut above others, would be at his weakest. It was natural for him to feel fear subconsciously. This was a common problem that many puppeteers had. Flay was a timid person to begin with. Wu Yan could not determine whether she had such a common problem. However, Charlot should have such a problem. No matter what, the famous T-Rex was just an ordinary girl without her automaton, wasn't she? When he thought of this, Wu Yan no longer had the intention to make fun of them. He bought 3 bottles of drinks from a nearby shop and gave one to Charlot and Flay. A comforting smile blossomed on his face. "It's all right. I'm here." Even though it was only a simple sentence, the uneasiness in Charlot and Flay's hearts had more or less subsided. Even though Wu Yan did not bring an automaton with him and was currently in a situation where he did not even have the strength to truss up a chicken, Charlot and Flay were surprised to discover that their hearts had calmed down slightly after hearing Wu Yan's words. It must be said that this was extremely inconceivable. "All right." Wu Yan opened the bottle cap and began to drink his drink. "Where should we go next?" "Flay, you decide." Charlot also opened the bottle cap and began to drink her drink. After all, she is today's main character. Flay opened her mouth slightly and carefully took a glance at Wu Yan. Then she pointed in a direction. "I want to go there." Chapter 1629. I want to go there. After spending a lot of effort, Wu Yan and Charlotte, who were drinking their drinks, finally heard Flay's voice that was even softer than a mosquito's. They looked toward the direction Flay was pointing at. However, when the direction Flay was pointing at entered the eyes of the man and woman who were drinking their drinks, the two of them opened their eyes wide. BFFF. Without any hesitation or concern for their image, Wu Yan and Charlotte, under the strange gazes of all the pedestrians on the commercial street, sprayed the drinks in their mouths onto each other's faces. The drinks streaked through the air and flickered with a sparkling luster under the sunlight. Soon after, not a single drop of the drink was spilled onto each other's faces. Whoa! Charlot was stunned for a moment before his cheeks exploded with a bang and turned fiery red. He let out a strange cry. What are you doing? Don't blame me." Wu Yan's face also received the drink full of Charlotte's saliva. There's an indescribable aroma on his wet face. His heart couldn't help but waver as he stuttered out a reply. Didn't you also spit on my face? Don't use those strange words on me. Who spat on your face?" Charlotte's face was so red that it seemed as if someone had smeared fuel on it. Her eyes were also filled with wavering. There was also shame and indignation. "Wu, smell? There's a smell, a man's smell. Furthermore, it's that guy's smell." Charlotte quickly took out a handkerchief and began to wipe her face. It was unknown if she was sobbing because she was humiliated or if she was sobbing out of shyness. Unknown if it was Wu Yan's misconception, but before she wiped her face, a trace of reluctance and disappointment seemed to have flashed through her eyes. It should be a misconception, right? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan began to wipe away the fragrant drink that contained Charlotte's saliva with a heartfelt reluctance and disappointment. After wiping the liquid off their faces, Wu Yan and Charlotte tacitly looked at Flay. Without saying a word, he stood up. In that state of relative silence, Flay seemed to be a little scared. She curled her body into a ball. He looked at Flay, who had curled her delicate body into a ball. Her face was filled with fear, and she appeared exceptionally pitiful. This time, Wu Yan and Charlotte didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy. He silently turned his head and looked in the direction that Flay had pointed at. It was a hotel. Of course, it was not a normal hotel. The sign of the hotel was pink. The surroundings were decorated with pink paint. Pink hearts were faintly embellished on the signboard, and right above the signboard was a carving of a man and a woman. A man and a woman were hugging each other passionately. Although such a hotel didn't seem to fit in with the surroundings, Wu Yan and Charlotte had heard of its existence. It was said that this hotel was specially built for those who planned to do shameful things between men and women. To put it simply, this was an erotic hotel. Although I don't think it's very likely, I might as well ask. Charlotte forced out a smile. Flay, you couldn't have pointed at the wrong place, right? Woo. Flay shook her head and let out an unclear cry. Although I also don't think it's very likely, I might as well ask. The corners of Wu Yan's eyes twitched. With an extremely uncertain tone he asked. Could it be that you want us to go in and play? What exactly did she mean by play? Presumably, smart people would know. Even those who weren't smart would be able to understand what she meant by play. His choice of words caused Charlotte and Flay, the two girls, to blush deeply. Then, in this sort of situation, Flay weakly raised her hand. Of course not. Hearing those words, Wu Yan and Charlotte both heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could finish heaving a sigh of relief, Flay's following words caused the two of them to choke on their breaths. I only need to go in with scarlet eyes. As for Tyrant Rex, there's no need for us to go in, cough 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 cough. Wu Yan and Charlotte immediately started coughing violently. What did she mean by that? Was she saying that Flay did not have the intention to play with everyone? Instead, she only wanted to play with Wu Yan by herself? You. Charlotte was so emotional that she was unable to complete her sentence. Do you know what you're saying? As if she didn't dare to believe her eyes and ears, Charlotte took a glance at Wu Yan and then at Flay. Then she pointed at Wu Yan and shouted. You're saying that you want to go in and play with this pervert? Ugh. Faced with the emotional Charlotte, who was even emitting a vicious aura, Flay looked as if she was about to cry. After a long time she squeezed out those words. Tyrant Rex, do you also want to come in? Who wants to go with you? Charlotte ignored the surrounding pedestrians who were pointing at her and giving her strange expressions. She turned her head around with all her might and glared at Wu Yan. Her eyes were moist. Then she began to vent her anger. Pervert. Terrible. Shameless. You bastard who only knows how to think with your lower body. You're the one who doesn't use your head to think. Wu Yan shouted in exasperation. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm not the one who suggested it. It's one thing for you to attack your own automaton, but you actually tricked us into coming out. Do you really want to play with us that much? Let's not talk about whether or not you've attacked your automaton. What do you mean by tricking you out? You clearly followed us here on your own accord, didn't you? What? Are you trying to divert my attention to do something to Flay? You pervert. You're the one who's perverted. What are you imagining by yourself? As expected, you're captivated by that pair of big breasts. What do you mean you want to listen to her unspeakable troubles? You just want to play with her. Please stop imagining things by yourself. Listen to my explanation for a bit. Don't quarrel. Looking at Wu Yan and Charlotte, who are standing in the middle of the shopping street, surrounded by the surrounding pedestrians, Flay hurriedly went up to them. She cried out loud like she was about to cry. Let's go together. It's fine. I don't mind. I mind using the last bit of strength in their bodies. Wu Yan and Charlotte roared at Flay at the same time. Flay's eyes rolled in circles from being roared at. She glared at each other and panted heavily. Only at this moment did the two of them realize what kind of situation they were in. There was an empty space around Wu Yan, Charlotte, and Flay. The pedestrians had formed a circle and surrounded the three of them. They were pointing at the three of them and whispering among themselves. Those three people seemed to be students from the Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy, right? That can't be right? Would the outstanding puppeteers of the magic world's highest academy talk about three people going to a hotel to play together on the street? Aren't puppeteers human? As long as they're human, they'll more or less have some thoughts, right? I've also heard that some powerful and influential students from the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy would sometimes bring students from the same academy to play here. The youngsters these days are truly outrageous. Shoo, lower your voice. Perhaps they're people from some powerful and influential family. If you're accidentally heard, you'll be screwed. After those words were spoken, the whispers and whispers in the surroundings immediately weakened by a lot. However, Wu Yan, Charlotte, and Flay heard everything that was said earlier. Wu Yan immediately covered his face. He could not bear to continue watching. Flay hid behind Wu Yan. She seemed to be very afraid of the surrounding people pointing at them. As for Charlotte, her delicate body was shivering and her pretty face was completely red. However, this time around, her face was not red from shyness. Instead, it was red from anger. I am Count Bilo's Charlotte. Charlotte's face was completely red. She roared at the surrounding people. As a noble person, who would do such a shameless thing? Hearing that roar, the surrounding pedestrians were all terrified. They all ran away scared witless. Should it be said that as expected of the valiant person with the nickname T-Rex? Chapter 1630. Today was a very colorful day. However, for Wu Yan, this colorful day left him with nothing but hard work. Because when he passed by a bookstore to buy a book for canon, a girl would disappear from his side. Then, a book with a living person inside would mysteriously appear at a corner of the store. The title of the book was, "Buy this book and you can do whatever you want with it." Whenever he passed by a tea shop and wanted to buy some black tea for Natsuki, a young girl would suddenly disappear. Then all the tea leaves in the shop would be accompanied by a note saying, "Buy the tea and get a free young girl who can do anything you want." Because when he passed by a food shop to buy ice cream and cakes for Nagisa and Astria, a girl would disappear from his side. Then all the ice cream and cakes in the store would be smeared on the body of the girl who reappeared with a note saying, "Please eat me." Because when he passed by a clothing shop to see if he could buy something for Ikaros, a girl would disappear from his side. Then that girl would appear naked in the fitting room of the shop. Every time that happened, another girl would look at Wu Yan as if he was a filthy insect. She would slap Wu Yan with tears in her eyes in front of all the shop owners and customers. Wu Yan's body was tired just by dodging Charlotte's continuous slaps. In order to endure Flei's inexplicable actions from time to time, Wu Yan's mind was also starting to feel tired. His body and mind were starting to feel tired. Could it be that today wasn't tiring enough? Thus, when the sun was about to set, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back anymore. "I say, Senior Flei." Sitting on an outdoor table on the second floor of a restaurant, Wu Yan had a sour expression as if he just ate a durian. He looked at Fu Lei who was sitting across from him with a pitiful and teary face. He started pleading with her. "If you want to make fun of me, I'll admit it. But at least tell me the reason." "Reason?" Charlot, who was sitting beside Flei, coldly snorted and spoke with disdain. "Isn't it just an indecent woman who keeps seducing a weak pervert? You didn't do so many shocking things just for fun, did you?" Wu Yan ignored the mocking Charlotte and continued to look at Flei. "If possible, I want to know the reason." "Whoa." Tears immediately appeared at the corners of Flei's eyes. "Sorry, you made her cry?" Charlotte glared at Wu Yan. "He is indeed the worst kind of pervert. You're not talking. No one will treat you as a mute." Wu Yan clutched his head as if he had a headache. "Don't cry. I just want to know the reason." "I'm not angry," Flei sniffed. She raised her head carefully and looked at Wu Yan. Then with tears in her eyes she said this. "She's angry." "I'm not angry." You paused for 2 seconds before answering. "As expected, you're angry. Why are you so shrewd when it comes to this kind of thing? Aren't you usually clumsy and clumsy?" Hearing this, Flei appeared to have received a blow. She was like a deflated balloon and became listless. "Clumsy and clumsy. Don't mind these words, okay?" Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Your actions are simply too strange. There must be a reason for them, right? Can you tell me the reason?" Flei remained silent and didn't say anything. Seeing Flei like this, Charlotte, who had been looking at her with the corners of her eyes, understood that there was indeed a reason behind Flei's actions. "Tell me frankly." Wu Yan sighed. "Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. I will not blame you for these things. Besides, there are people in my family who are very concerned about you." Hearing this, Flei was startled. "Someone is concerned about me?" "She's the pink-winged girl who saved Rabi from Cherub when Loki attacked him." Wu Yan reminded him. "Do you still remember?" "You're saying?" Flei tilted her head and spoke in confusion. "Is it Ikaros?" Hearing Flei say the name Ikaros, Wu Yan looked at Flei with a profound gaze. "Sure enough, the two of you know each other." Flei lowered her head. She seemed to be pondering about something. Soon, her red eyes filled with cowardice met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. "Ikaros, is she your automaton?" Ikaros asked with a smile. "Well, I guess you can say that." Wu Yan shrugged and gave an ambiguous answer. This caused Charlotte to roll her eyes. "I have no idea." Flei spoke with a downcast expression. "And here I thought Ikaros was a human." In other words, Flei had no idea that Ikaros was an automaton from the moment she met Ikaros all the way until yesterday when Ikaros saved Rabi. From a certain aspect, what Flei said was correct. After all, Ikaros was not an automaton, to begin with. She was merely restricted by the wristband to act like an automaton. But to Ikaros, there was no difference whether or not Ikaros was an automaton. In Ikaros' heart, regardless of whether she was an automaton or an angel, she was most definitely a weapon. That's why Ikaros was at a loss because of that question that night. Could a weapon become a human's family? Thinking up to this point, a thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Could it be that Ikaros was at a loss because she got to know Flay? Could it be that she saw Flay treating Robbie, a weapon of hers, as her family? The reason why Ikaros decided to save Robbie without Wu Yan's permission, is it because the relationship between Free and Robbie touched Ikaros' heart? She's also a weapon, isn't that the reason why Ikaros decided to save Robbie? Ikaros most definitely did not wish for others to view her as a weapon, right? That was the reason why Ikaros did not wish to see Rabi, who was also a weapon and was treasured by his master, to be harmed. She also did not wish to see Flay, who viewed her weapon as her family, to be harmed. That was the reason why Ikaros gave such an answer when Wu Yan asked her if she wanted to help Flay and Rabi. She did not wish to see Flay and Rabi injured. That was indeed Ikaros' most honest and direct thought. Ikaros told me that she wants to help you too. Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked straight into Flay's red eyes. This is the first time Ikaros expressed her intentions to me. Flay was stunned. Even Charlotte had an astonished expression on her face. Ikaros' intentions are my intentions. A gentle smile gradually appeared on Wu Yan's face. It was a smile that caused Charlotte and Flay's hearts to palpitate with eagerness. That is why I also wish to help you too. Flay's vermilion lips were slightly opened. She looked at Wu Yan in a daze. She was unable to say anything. Even Charlotte was shocked by Wu Yan's resolute words. Seeing that Flay was completely unresponsive, Wu Yan closed his eyes and said something that shocked Flay. The reason why you wanted to assassinate Raisin was because if you didn't do that, Rabi's performance would not be fully displayed in the night gathering. If you didn't do that, Rabi would be eliminated from the divine works and be discarded, right? You? Flay was speechless. You knew about it? Immediately, Wu Yan and Charlotte revealed an expression of as expected. Seeing this, Flay realized that she had been tricked. She lowered her head and a sad expression filled her eyes. Perhaps because of this, Flay lowered her head and sparkling tears rolled down her face. My family is not only Rabi, there are others. Others? Charlotte was confused for a moment. Then she came to a realization. The same type of craftiness as Rabi? If we don't succeed. Flay squeezed out a painful voice. Everyone will be discarded. In other words, Rabi was not the only one who was equipped with the sound pressure manipulation magic circuit. There were other existences. As for those existences, they were also Flay's family. Once the sound pressure manipulation was not used, all of Flay's family members would be discarded. Wu Yan and Charlotte glanced at each other. They looked at Flay, who had her head lowered and tears rolling down her face. Chapter 1631. In the evening, a man and two women returned to the entrance of Walpurgis Wangli Tech Academy. However, the atmosphere was different from the joyous atmosphere when they left the academy. The returning man and two women were surrounded by an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Wu Yan and Charlotte, who were walking behind them, looked at Flay's back as she walked in front of them. Both of them had a thoughtful expression on their faces. According to Flay, all of them, including Rabi, were equipped with a magic circuit of sound pressure operation in their bodies. Their appearance was reflected as a dog-shaped automaton, and they were collectively known as the Garm series. They were the bandoliers, developed by God's works. The sonic manipulation magic circuit was an excellent magic circuit. It could control sound. The automaton that was equipped with this sonic manipulation magic circuit could use the control of sound to perform detection functions similar to ultrasonic waves. It could also perform a concealment function that could eliminate sound. It could even transform sound into invisible sharp blades to attack. Regardless of whether it was detection, concealment, or attack, the sonic manipulation could take care of all of them. Therefore, it had a wide range of uses. It could be said to be an excellent and useful magic circuit. It was because the sonic manipulation magic circuit was so excellent that God's Works was able to use the sonic manipulation magic circuit to obtain the right to use the sonic manipulation magic circuit. It was noticed by the British government. However, it was also because the sonic manipulation magic circuit was so excellent that it had a wide range of uses. If it was used, the burden would be too heavy. It was not something that an ordinary puppet user could bear. Therefore the bandoliers of the Garm series were born. Divine Works used real live dogs as materials and added parts of living humans into the modified dogs to develop the Bandol, which was the automaton of the Garm series. The birth of the Garm series of automaton puppets. It made this sonic manipulation possible. After all, the bandoliers had parts of living humans in their bodies. They could generate magic power on their own to a certain extent. If the automaton had a certain amount of magic power, it could activate this sonic manipulation on its own. The sonic manipulation magic circuit would be used. Not only would it be much more convenient, it would also reduce the burden on the puppet user. This way the burden would be reduced and it would be very convenient to use. Who wouldn't want to mass-produce an automaton that had an excellent magic circuit and sell it to the military to make a huge profit? Unfortunately, Lei Zhen's appearance caused the Garm series production plan to hit a bottleneck. If Flay lost to Lei Zhen in the first battle of the Night Gathering, the military would definitely be disappointed in the Garm series automaton. God's Works wishful thinking would come to naught. By then, the mass production plan of the Garm series would undoubtedly be frozen, and the automaton of the Garm series, including Rabi, would be abandoned. However, how could Flay just watch as the Garm series automaton, including Rabi that she treated as her family, were mercilessly destroyed? However, Flay also understood that she would not be able to win against Lei Zhen by herself. That was why Flay wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen. If that was the case, Flay would not encounter an opponent that was too strong for a short period of time. The Garm series automaton would also have a good chance to perform. The chances of it being chosen by the military would be much higher. However, the mass production plan of the Garm series was still very likely to be frozen. Because of this, God's Works had also developed another series of automaton, the Angel series. It was the Angel of Wisdom that Loki possessed and the automaton that was of the same model as the Angel of Wisdom. In terms of individual combat ability, the Angel series far surpassed the Garm series. However, the Angel series automaton was constructed using purely inorganic materials. The cost was very high and the intelligence was not mature yet. Just like mechanical puppets, if one wanted to perform complicated actions, the automaton must possess extremely fine control. In other words, the Angel series automaton was very difficult to use. If the puppeteer was not skilled in controlling the Angel series automaton, they would not be able to control the Angel series automaton at all. In terms of this, the Garm series was something that even rookie puppeteers could use as they wished. It was much more practical than the Angel series. After all, no matter how outstanding the Garm series was, they were just a group of dogs. They were like ordinary dogs. With a little bit of training they could be used as they wished. The two series of automaton had their own advantages and disadvantages. However, there was no doubt that they were all outstanding. However, for Flay this was not a fortunate thing. Because if the Angel series was chosen by the military in the end, the Garm series would also be eliminated. Flay's family would also be abandoned. Unfortunately, the controller of the Angel series was Loki. Loki was even stronger than Lei Zhen. In front of her was Lei Zhen, obstructing her. Behind her was Loki, a tall wall that was difficult to surmount. Now, Flay was standing in a position that bordered on despair. However, Flay still chose to fight. She was clearly a timid young girl. However, in order to protect her family, she had no choice but to fight. When Charlotte realized this, she had a whole new level of respect for Flay. Perhaps Flay's strength was nothing in Charlotte's eyes. However, Charlotte could not help but admire Flay's determination. Only Wu Yan knew that Flay's actions were futile. Without saying a single word, a man and two women passed through the prison-like gate of the Walpurgis Wangli Tactical Academy and walked into the academy. Whoosh! At the same time the three of them entered the academy, a sharp sound pierced through the air. It reverberated in the surroundings and drilled into their ears. Wu Yan's footsteps immediately stopped. He raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon after, a sharp blade-like spike connected to a black wire pierced through the air. It sliced through the air and shot toward them with a sharp piercing sound. This scene was imprinted into Wu Yan's eyes. The target of the sharp blade-like spike connected to a black wire was actually Wu Yan, who was standing behind Flay and beside Charlotte. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted into a mocking arc. He extended his hand toward the sharp blade-like spike that was shooting toward him. Buzz! In the next instant, a surge of majestic magic energy turned into a substantial energy that wrapped around the spike that was shooting toward him. Immediately, the surface of the spike that was shooting toward Wu Yan was covered with a layer of faint light. As though it was being squeezed by space, it stopped in midair without any warning. It no longer showed any signs of moving. It was only at this moment that Charlotte and Flay discovered the situation. Looking at the spike that stopped in midair, their eyes widened. Disbelief filled their faces. That is. Charlotte covered her mouth with one hand and cried out in shock. Telekinesis? That's right. What caused the spike that was shooting toward him to stop in midair was Wu Yan's telekinesis. At the same time that Charlotte and Flay were astonished, disordered breathing could be heard from the nearby forest. Chapter 1632. Telekinesis was a high-level magic skill. However, this high-level magic skill was of little value to many puppeteers and magicians. This was because the so-called telekinesis was actually magic power that had been compressed to a high degree. Not only did it have to be compressed to a high degree, but it also had to be solidified. The process of using telekinesis consumed too much magic power. Thus, even if many puppeteers and magicians were able to use telekinesis, due to the small amount of magic power they possessed, the telekinesis they used was either too weak or could only be maintained for a short period of time. Only those powerful puppeteers and magicians who had developed their magic power to a certain degree could use telekinesis. At the very least, they could use telekinesis to control the joints of wooden puppets and make them move. Even so, the effect of telekinesis was still very small. Even controlling the joints of wooden puppets and making them move was very difficult. How could one use telekinesis in a real battle? For example, telekinesis was a thread used to sew clothes. Even if one could use the thread to lift a rock when the rock was thrown at the user, could the user use the thread to tie the rock and control it? The answer was of course no. And when the stone turned into a sharp blade-like spike, it looked like a sharp blade. Even if the string managed to bind the sharp spikes, wouldn't it be severed by the sharp blades in an instant? However, at this very moment, Wu Yan managed to do it. In the end, telekinesis was magic power compressed to a high degree. If the user of telekinesis had powerful magic power, then they could use the high output of magic power to strengthen telekinesis to the extreme. Right now, Wu Yan was using the output of magic power that an ordinary puppeteer would use up in 1 second to create telekinesis. He had strengthened the thread of telekinesis to a degree that even steel threads couldn't compare to. Not only did he successfully bind the sharp blade-like spike, he even controlled it. This was the reason why Charlot and Flay were so shocked. A normal puppet user would run out of mana in less than a second. Wu Yan took control of the sharp spikes. About 10 seconds had passed, right? Until now. Wu Yan controlled the spikes that were shooting towards him. He even looked like he was handling it with ease. Just how strong was his magic? He completely ignored Charlot and Flay's shocked expressions. Wu Yan did not even look at the spikes that were controlled by his telekinesis. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the forest where the sound of chaotic breathing could be heard. He sighed. I didn't expect that one of the members of the 13 people, our burning flame sword, His Excellency Sword Emperor, would actually be hiding in the dark to shoot arrows. His voice slowly reverberated and spread through the surroundings. Before Charlot and Flay could react, a figure walked out from the forest to the side. He had short pearl-colored hair, red pupils, a terrifyingly sharp face, and a short cloak wrapped around his body like a scarf. Behind him was a humanoid robot called Automaton. Who else could it be other than Loki? Sword Emperor Loki? Charlot looked at Loki with great astonishment. The burning flame sword, that was reputed to be able to fight against a marshal, would actually do something like a sneak attack. This caused Charlot to be extremely astonished. Oh, Loki. Flay was also stunned as she looked at Loki, who walked out from the forest. She seemed to be slightly flustered. Loki first glanced at Flay. When he saw that she was fine, his expression couldn't help but relax a little. However, his expression immediately tensed up again. He looked at the sharp spikes that were controlled by his telekinesis in midair. The other end of the black wire connected to the tail end of the blade-like spike was connected to the automaton behind Loki. In other words, the person who attacked Wu Yan earlier was, without a doubt, Loki. Angel Ji. As Loki called out in a deep voice, a red light flashed through Angel Ji's eyes. Traces of magic power surged out from her body. Then, an extremely unnatural wind blew from the sharp blade-like spike that was controlled in midair. That was a hot wind that contained an extremely high temperature. Under the burning of this hot wind, the air around the sharp spikes started to distort abnormally. The spikes also seemed to have an ejector installed on them. They trembled violently and burst apart the telekinesis. Hu! The scorching hot wind blew through the air and caused the spikes to spin in midair. They drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, the black wire connected to the end of the spikes returned to Angel Ji's body. They returned to the wings that were pierced with spikes. Sensing the faintly visible hot wind erupting from Angel Ji's body, Wu Yan spread out his hands. This is the magic circuit installed on the Angel series automaton developed by Divine Works, the hot wind control. It can freely create hot wind that contains an extremely high temperature and control it like wind. Not only can it be used to enhance the spikes and shoot, it can also be used to concentrate the high temperature and use it to enhance the blades like melting steel. It can be used to cut through everything. Wu Yan curled his lips. That's a pretty good magic circuit. No wonder our Lord Sword Overlord has a login code name like Burning Flame Sword. Loki ignored Wu Yan's sarcastic words. He stared at him and spat out a sentence. Where did you bring Flay to? What? Wu Yan looked at Loki with a chuckle. As her younger brother, you can't bear to see your beautiful older sister go out with another man? Answer me. Loki's body erupted with a dense amount of magic. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Don't forget that you don't have an automaton by your side. If I want to deal with you, it'll be as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? Wu Yan sneered. If by as easy as flipping your hand you're referring to the attack just now, then I'm really disappointed. Don't worry. Loki took a deep breath. The magic on his body flowed into Angel Ji's body. I won't disappoint you. After saying that, Angel Ji's spiked wings spread open. Numerous sharp spikes connected to black wires shot out. Like arrows leaving a bow, the spikes pierced through the air and mercilessly pierced toward Wu Yan. There were a total of 8 sharp spikes. Every single one of the spikes had a super high temperature hot wind that could burn a person's skin to ashes. Using the hot wind that caused the air to distort as a driving force, the sharp spikes violently cut through the atmosphere. Withstanding the heavy pressure, the spikes flashed past and shot toward Wu Yan. Facing this merciless attack, Charlot and Flay turned pale with fright. However, Wu Yan's expression remained unchanged. As he looked at the incoming spikes, a surge of chaotic magic surged out from his body. Under the gazes of Charlot, Flay, and Loki, a terrifying magic storm erupted from Wu Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into pitch-black mist. Like a protective barrier, the mist frantically swirled around Wu Yan's body. If Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Ilya, Mayu, and the others were here, they would definitely be astonished to the point of being unable to recover from their shock. This was because the pitch-black mist frantically swirling around Wu Yan was exactly the same as the magic mist of the saber, swordsman, archer, and archer, swordsman, archer, who borrowed the power of the class cards in the mirror world to materialize and transform into dark heroic spirits. It was a high-density magic mist that could reflect all magic power and magic spells. It could also materialize into a physical form and launch an attack. The spikes carrying super high-temperature hot wind suddenly descended and fiercely pierced the pitch-black magic mist that protected Wu Yan within. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the sky. The spikes carrying super high-temperature hot wind collided with the pitch-black magic mist, sending up a violent shockwave that spread in all directions. Chapter 1633. Clang! It was clearly a collision between steel and mist. Logically speaking, the mist should have been dispersed in an instant. However, the collision between steel and mist here violated the entire laws of physics and produced a crisp sound of collision. The pitch-black mist of magic power and the spikes carrying super-hot winds collided fiercely, stirring up a layer of airwaves and scattering the pitch-black mist like sparks. But not long after, Loki, who was controlling Cherub to attack, was stunned. He could clearly feel that when he collided with the black mist and stirred up a shockwave, the ultra-high temperature blast that he cast on the Cherub spikes with hot wind control was shaken off by the strange black mist and dispersed. And after losing the support of the super-hot winds, the sharp spikes were immediately covered by a layer of faint light and stopped at the point of collision with the pitch-black mist of magic power. It was telekinesis. The moment he realized this, Loki swung his arm fiercely. Cherub. I'm ready. Amidst a mechanical response, Cherub Archangel turned around and formed a steel body that looked like it was made of sharp blades. With a leap, he stood in front of Loki. Shing. At the same time, Cherub's spikes, which had been dispersed by the pitch-black mist of magic power and was controlled by telekinesis, turned around and shot across the air without warning. Like flashes of light, they struck Cherub's body by a hair's breadth. Clang! Amidst a clear clashing sound, the 8 sharp spikes mercilessly pierced into Archangel Cherub's body made of steel, and were sent flying. If Cherub hadn't stood in front of Loki in time then, Loki would have been riddled with holes by now. You bastard! Loki glared at Wu Yen. He stared at the pitch-black mist of magic power that protected Wu Yen and kept fluctuating. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. What is that black mist? Something insignificant. Wu Yen pulled a sinister smile on his face as dense pitch-black mist rolled on his body. But I'll use it against you. It's definitely enough. It was more than enough to be described with words. That was a high-density mist of magic power that could reflect all magical powers and spells. Even among the heroic spirits that used class cards to materialize, only Saber, Swordsman, and Archer, were able to use this powerful defensive means. In order to recreate this move, Wu Yen ran into a lot of obstacles. In the end, with the support of his almost endless magical powers and Natsuki's guidance, he succeeded. With this, at least before his magical powers were exhausted, Wu Yen didn't have to worry about being threatened by magical attacks and spells containing magical powers. It was precisely because of the high-density mist of magic power that Wu Yen was able to use the super-high-temperature hot air on Cherub's spikes, which was the hot air manipulation magic power, to reflect off the spikes. Otherwise, there was no way to control the spikes that were enchanted with magic power alone. And Loki seemed to have seen through this point. Although I don't know what it is, it can nullify magic and even magical attacks, right? Loki calmed down. Then, as long as it doesn't contain magical powers and doesn't use magic, you can't do anything, right? After saying that, Loki waved his hand. Cherub's eyes flashed red as if he received an invisible command. He grabbed the 2 giant blades equipped on his arms and stomped on the ground. Bam! The violent movement caused the ground to crack like a spider web. Cherub bounced up and charged forward like a bullet. Before he reached Wu Yen, the giant blades in his hands were already slashing down. At this speed, Cherub should be able to appear in front of Wu Yen and slash his giant blades accurately at the enemy's head. The Angel series was clearly an automaton that was very difficult to control. Puppeteers who were not skilled could not even make it move, but Loki could easily make the Cherub make such agile movements and attack as if he had predicted it. Loki's strength was evident. In the face of Cherub's attack, Wu Yen helplessly realized that he couldn't ignore it anymore. With all of his means and levels restricted, Wu Yen could only rely on magical powers. Although he could rely on the high-density magical mist to be immune to magical and magical attacks and could also rely on telekinesis to resist the enemy to a certain extent, that was all he could do. That huge blade, which was as tall as a person, was a pure physical attack that did not contain any magic power. Looking at how it was slicing through the air, the strength was enough to split open a fake mountain. If he were to use his telekinesis to cover it, wouldn't it collapse in an instant? This attack can't be blocked. With that in mind, Wu Yen tapped the ground and instead of retreating he charged forward. With charge on both sides, he arrived in front of Archangel in a second. Loki's expression showed that he had miscalculated. Because with Wu Yan's charge, the giant blade that was supposed to slash down on Wu Yan's body couldn't fall in time. The corner of Wu Yan's lips curled into a small arc. He ignored the giant blade that was halfway through its slash and turned his body to Cherub's side. With his back facing Cherub's side, Wu Yen extended his arm and grabbed Cherub's body as though he was carrying her on his back. He lowered his body and lifted Cherub off the ground, spun her around and threw her out with all his might. Originally, with Wu Yan's physical strength restricted to that of an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to throw Cherub, who weighed close to 300 kilograms. It was a pity that Cherub happened to be in the midst of charging in the air. Using the momentum of Cherub's charge, Ro didn't have a foothold, couldn't stabilize his body, and exerted force when he twisted his body. Cherub, who weighed close to 300 kilograms, was thrown high into the air like a large piece of trash. And it was in Loki's direction. What? Loki's pupils shrunk, but he didn't have time to express his emotions. Looking at the gradually expanding shadow above his head, he quickly pounced to the ground beside him. Bam! At the next moment, Cherub smashed heavily into Loki's previous position, stirring up a cloud of dust. Loki rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Then he flipped over and knelt on one knee. He lifted his head with an ashen expression. As for Charlot and Flay, they were already stunned by this scene. The two young ladies didn't know why Loki ambushed them and why he attacked Wu Yan. They also didn't know what that pitch-black mist of magic that Wu Yan used was. However, the two young ladies had eyes and they saw it clearly. As one of the 13, the Burning Flame Sword, who was known to be the closest to the Demon King, and the #1 marshal, Magnus, couldn't even defeat a person who didn't even bring an automaton. How could they not be dumbfounded by this? Only Wu Yan knew. That was all there was to it. With the high-density mist of magic, Wu Yan wasn't afraid of any magic or magic attacks. With telekinesis, Wu Yan could also resist to a certain extent. With infinite martial arts, even if his physical abilities were restricted to the level of an ordinary person and he couldn't clash head-on with an automaton, he could still contend with it. However, Wu Yan's abilities were restricted, and his level was suppressed to 0. This was also a fact. Wu Yan was confident that he wouldn't lose against Loki. But he wouldn't lose. If he wanted to win, it would be impossible if he didn't have any means to attack. Unless he exhausted Loki's magic power or found an opportunity to take down Loki, the automaton user, first. Otherwise, he could only rely on the connection between him and his familiars and have Natsuki use a spatial control magic to teleport over. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping reverberated in the silent air. He didn't even use an automaton, and he was able to suppress Loki to this extent. As expected of the man who once suppressed Marshall. Chapter 1634. He didn't even use the automaton and was able to suppress Loki to such an extent. As expected of the man who once suppressed the Marshal. When a voice that was unknown, whether it was an exclamation of admiration or praise, echoed in the air, Loki and Flay's expressions changed. Loki's expression became somewhat unsightly while Flay's face was filled with fear. Who is it? Charlotte was shocked. She raised her head and looked at the sky. At the same time, Wu Yan, Loki and Flay also raised their heads and looked toward the source of the voice. Soon after, the four of them saw an inconceivable scene. A person was standing in the air where the voice came from. That's right. Someone was standing in the air. It was a gentleman in his 30s or 40s. He wore gorgeous clothes and had a handsome appearance. He looked like a researcher who had immersed himself in the sea of knowledge for many years. The gentleman's body floated in the air. He lowered his head and looked down at Wu Yan with a gentle smile on his face. While clapping, he released an extremely strong sense of existence. He was telling others that he was not an ordinary person. Around the gentleman's body was a layer of light that was exactly the same as the layer of light that covered the cherub's spikes. It enveloped the gentleman's entire body. Without a doubt. That was telekinesis. This gentleman who was floating in midair was using his telekinesis to hold his body up, allowing him to float in midair. Without a doubt, that was the same level of inconceivability that Wu Yan had used telekinesis to control the automaton's hidden weapon. The magical power of the gentleman who floated in the air was at least 10 times higher than that of an ordinary automaton user. It might even be higher. Looking at the figure of the gentleman who was looking down at the ground, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have understood something. He smiled. So that's how it is. It's no wonder that the guards inside the gate didn't do anything when the students were fighting in front of the gate. What he meant was that this person was the one who had secretly tampered with it. It's nothing. He only told the guards that the Divine Works was testing the mech. I was just watching from the side. Nothing will happen. Those fellows who are afraid of trouble will naturally not care too much about it. Since something has happened, it will happen. They can just push the blame to me. The gentleman smiled. His body slowly descended to the ground and he stood upright. Loki clenched his fist and then exhaled deeply. He withdrew his magical power and bowed to the gentleman with cherub. Lord Father, Lord Father. Compared to the straightforward Loki, Flay was much more uneasy. It would be better to say that she was afraid. She bowed to the gentleman. Lord Father? Charlotte looked at the smiling gentleman in surprise. He is the president of the Divine Works to be. Lord Father? Wu Yan to look to the others assessed. You're Bronson? It is my honor to be remembered by the scarlet eyes. Bronson did not even bother to look at Loki and Flay. He merely looked to Wu Yan and smiled. Ever since I came to this academy, I have been hearing rumors about your distinguished self. Today I finally got to meet you. Furthermore, you even managed to suppress my most complacent son with your bare hands. You did not even use your automaton. It would appear that this year's Demon King's throne will be yours. Hearing those words, Charlotte smiled wryly. Flay took a glance at Wu Yan. Loki clenched his fist even tighter. He stared at Wu Yan. It was as if he wanted to use his gaze to cut off a layer of flesh from Wu Yan's body. Although there was no hatred in his gaze, it was filled with hostility. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Only Wu Yan smiled mockingly as he looked at Bronson, who was praising him. In that case, the president of the renowned divine works, the Sword Archangel, who once won the Night Gathering and almost obtained the Demon King's throne. Your Excellency Bronson, may I ask, why did you ask Loki to attack me? He once won the Night Gathering and almost obtained the Demon King's throne. Charlotte stared at Bronson in a daze. Oh. Bronson raised his eyebrows slightly. Your distinguished self seems to understand me quite well. However, there is one thing that you have misunderstood. I did not ask Loki to attack you. That was purely Loki's own intention. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Didn't I say that we will stop with the pleasantries? Wu Yan curled his lips. Your Excellency Bronson, you are not an idiot and neither am I. Your Excellency Bronson, this is equivalent to tacitly agreeing and aiding the evildoer. If you can do it, then don't do it half-heartedly. Not only will it be meaningless, it will also cause others to look down on you. His impolite words caused Charlotte, Flay and even Rocky's hearts to rise to their throats. Bronson still had a smile on his face. Unfortunately, there was no smile in his eyes. That is truly rude of me. I merely wanted to experience your distinguished self-strength. If I have offended you, before he could finish his sentence, Bronson was met with Wu Yan's sarcastic gaze. He stopped talking and his smile disappeared. His expression turned apathetic. Since your distinguished self has already said so much, I will no longer embarrass myself. However, it is true that I wanted to experience your distinguished self's strength. Unfortunately, I did not get to see your distinguished self's automaton. To put it simply, compared to me, you wanted to see the strength of my automaton more. Or perhaps, to be more direct, you wanted to see the performance of my automaton, right? Wu Yan sneered. As expected of the president of the mechanic workshop. You are only interested in mechanics? No, no, no. I am also very interested in your distinguished self. Bronson nodded sincerely. Even now, I still find it hard to believe that your distinguished self is able to suppress Loki, who has an automaton with his own strength. Furthermore, I am also very interested in that pitch-black mist formed by magic power. May I know if there is any room for discussion between us? The silent Charlotte, Flay, and Loki were at a loss for a moment. It took them a while before they understood what Bronson meant. Bronson wanted to discuss or perhaps trade with Wu Yan. He wanted to obtain the method to use that pitch-black mist of magic power. No, it wasn't just that pitch-black mist of magic power. Bronson also said that he was very interested in Wu Yan's automaton. He was also interested in Wu Yan himself. Come to think of it, he wants to get his hands on Wu Yan's automaton. He might even want to recruit Wu Yan into his divine works. It wasn't strange at all. Let's not talk about the fact that he's a magician. He's bound to think of unknown magic and powerful means to use magic. Let's not talk about the fact that he's the president of a mechanical workshop. It's normal for him to be interested in an excellent automaton. Wu Yan himself is also very valuable. After all, Wu Yan was very strong. He was so strong that Bronson had given him the title of Demon King. If Bronson could rope in such a person, and if such a person won the Night Gathering and obtained the title of Demon King, he would have the right to come into contact with forbidden knowledge. In that case, the divine works that he was loyal to would be able to use this opportunity to conduct research on forbidden knowledge. For example, forbidden bandoliers. Bronson must have noticed this, that's why he said something that piqued Wu Yan's interest. In just a few short sentences, Charlotte, who didn't know much about Bronson, had a clear feeling about him. This seemingly polite gentleman was definitely in existence similar to Felix. In other words, Bronson was a hypocrite. He was a mercenary. To be more precise, he was an unusually cold and emotionless person. Charlotte instinctively felt disgusted by Bronson. Wu Yan, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Before that, can I make a request? A request. A request? Yes. That's right. Wu Yan stared at Bronson. Can you hand over the Garm series? Yes. Chapter 1635. Can you hand over the Garm series? The moment those words were spoken, the air in the room froze slightly. Like a swamp, even the wind became viscous. Charlotte and Loki were silent. They didn't want to say another word. That was because the two of them knew who Wu Yan was asking for. Flay blanked out for a bit. It took her quite some time to comprehend what happened. She looked at Wu Yan and then at Bronson. Her face carried a bit of panic, a bit of nervousness and a bit of hope. Bronson looked at Wu Yan, who was looking at him in surprise. Soon after, he seemed to have understood something. He glanced at the panicked, nervous and hopeful Flay and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. Looks like you're very fond of my daughter. For her, you're even willing to use yourself as a condition. How surprising. Use myself as a condition. Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and he sighed. I think you've made a mistake somewhere. Mistake? Bronson couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Sir, didn't you intend to join my divine works in exchange for the freedom of the Garm series of automaton? That's why I said you've made a mistake. With a calm expression, Wu Yan said something that shocked everyone present. I only want you to hand over the Garm series automaton. I don't have any intention of paying you anything. What do you mean? Bronson narrowed his eyes. You don't want to pay me anything? You want me to hand over the Garm series automaton to you? If Wu Yan really had such an idea, everyone who knew about it would definitely laugh out loud. He didn't want to pay anything and only wanted to obtain a group of automaton with decent performance that would not burden the puppeteer and could be controlled by a rookie puppeteer? What was the difference between this and not wanting to pay for a house? However, in the face of this question that would make everyone laugh, Wu Yan gave a calm answer. That's right. This time around it was not only Charlotte, Flay and Rocky that were stunned. Even Bronson was stunned. He started to frown. He frowned and said in a displeased manner. What do you think, sir? If it was someone else, would they agree to such a request? You will agree to it? Wu Yan smiled confidently before he continued. This caused everyone who was still in shock to be greatly shocked. In any case, you didn't intend to let the Garm series of automaton continue to survive in the first place, did you? Charlotte and Loki were shocked. Flay's beautiful face changed drastically and she became dumbstruck. Bronson's gaze toward Wu Yan was no longer filled with emotions. There was only coldness and a hint of sharpness. Sir, what do you mean by this? Do you need me to make it clearer? Wu Yan acted as if he didn't care about this powerful enemy who had once seized the throne of the Demon King. He didn't even bother to be polite when he spoke. Comparing the performance of the automaton of the Garm series and the automaton of the Angel series at the night meeting, choosing the one with superior performance and selling it to the military? As if he was amused by his own words, Wu Yan chuckled and shook his head. You don't have such thoughts at all. You've decided from the very beginning that the automaton to be used as the main force of the British Army would be the Angel series, and the Garm series of automaton would be discarded, right? What do you mean by this? Charlotte couldn't help but take a step forward and question Wu Yan. You're saying that he deceived Flay? Contrary to Charlotte, Flay took a step back and looked at Bronson. She shook her head repeatedly. It seemed like she hoped that her adoptive father would give a negative answer. However, Bronson didn't even look at Flay. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Yan. I've been expressing my goodwill all this time. Yet you slandered me like this. Do you think that I, Bronson, am easy to bully? While speaking, a wave of magic power gradually emerged from Bronson's body. It spread out like a ripple. Although the wave of magic power was very obscure, it seemed to have added weight to the entire space. It created an abnormally heavy pressure. Charlotte and Loki felt their shoulders sink. Their hearts also sank. Flay, who was weak, felt even more exaggerated. It was as if she was hit by an invisible force. She was forced to take a few steps back. What a heavy magic power. Charlotte's expression was a little uncertain. If this Bronson were to participate in the night gathering now, apart from Wu Yan and Magnus, no one in the academy would be a match for him. Charlotte had such a feeling when she sensed Bronson's magic power. Even though Bronson was eliminated in the night gathering in his year and hasn't made any progress in the past 10 to 20 years, his strength still couldn't be underestimated. However, to use magic power to compete with Wu Yan? Wouldn't that be showing off before an expert? Didn't I tell you not to do it half-heartedly? That would make others look down on you. Even Charlotte and Loki felt that the wave of magic power was heavy. Wu Yan's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and looked at Bronson. Actually, if you think about it for a bit, you'll understand. Even if you almost obtained the position of Demon King, you're still not a Demon King. The Magician Association has a rule that only Demon Kings have the right to come into contact with taboos. Apart from Demon Kings, anyone who comes into contact with taboos will be wanted. Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face. Sir Bronson, the automaton of the Garm series is a bandol, isn't it? No matter how dumb Charlotte, Flay and Rocky are, they understood Wu Yan's intention when they heard him. The automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll. In other words, the materials used to create the automaton of the Hellhound series will definitely include a part of a living person's body. Using a human body is a taboo among taboos. If the fact that the automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll is exposed, then the creator of the automaton will definitely be arrested. In serious cases, they might even be sentenced to death. In other words, no matter how good the automaton of the Hellhound series is, it is impossible to sell them in large quantities, let alone to the military. If the Magician Association finds out, Bronson will definitely suffer. Under such circumstances, would Bronson really allow his workshop to mass-produce the Hellhound series? The answer is, of course, no. In fact, it is more likely that Bronson will abandon the Hellhound series to cover up his crimes. Charlotte was right. Bronson has been deceiving Flay from the very beginning. Father. Lord. Flay's pretty face started to turn pale. Lord Father, is deceiving me? Bronson did not answer. Instead, he coldly glanced at Flay. You were the one who exposed the fact that the automaton of the Hellhound series is a forbidden doll, right? I see. Bronson shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect that. Not only did you not do anything, you even went to another direction. Bronson raised his head and he looked at Wu Yan, who was standing in front of him. If you want the Hellhound series automaton, I can give it to you. Chapter 1636. In an instant, Frey's originally deathly pale face regained its rosy color. Her red eyes revealed a joyous expression. But Wu Yan, who sensed the tension in the air, Rocky, who knew Bronson's character very well, and Charlotte, who had a bad premonition, did not feel happy because of this. That was because this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Sure enough, in the next second, Bronson spoke with a tone as if he was talking about business. Divine Works is willing to give you all of the Garm series of automatons. However, my condition is that you must give me one of your automaton in exchange. Boom. Right after Bronson said those words, a berserk magic whirlwind suddenly erupted. Like a typhoon, it exploded in all directions. The shockwaves surged through the entire area. The magic whirlwind whistled through the air. Everyone present felt as if their hearts had been struck by a heavy hammer. Before they could even react in shock, the magic whirlwind that had transformed into a magic whirlwind assaulted their bodies. Immediately, regardless of whether it was Bronson, Rocky, Charlotte, or Fry, all of them were struck by this apocalyptic apocalypse. They were all hit by this sudden apocalyptic disaster. Their hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. Their bodies were also pushed back a few steps by the impact. Their chests felt stuffy as if they were about to vomit blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. Like leaves in a storm, everyone present ignited the magic power in their bodies with all their might to resist the incoming magic whirlwind. At the same time, they raised their hands to block their bodies. At the same time, they raised their heads. Looking forward, there was only a single emotion in their eyes and faces. Astonishment. Impossible. Being in the midst of the magic whirlwind, Rocky was astonished. With great difficulty, he spat out those words. How could a human possess this level of magic power? That guy. Charlotte raised her hand. She raised her hand to block her eyes. However, she did not close her eyes. She stared at the figure in the center of the magic whirlwind with a complicated expression on her face. So he's actually this powerful. Who is he? Even Bronson was gritting his teeth. He was unable to conceal the astonishment in his eyes. Is he really just a student? Even a real demon king wouldn't have this level of magic power, right? Could it be an individual with a special bloodline? Questions filled the minds of everyone present, but no one could answer them. At this moment, the only thing that entered their ears was a heart-chilling laugh. You want me to trade with the people around me? As if his body was on fire, Wu Yan's entire body was emitting a dense flame. His magic power was like boiling water that had been released from the dam, gushing to every corner of the scene. Wu Yan, who was in the center of the magic storm, stared at Bronson with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. Do you think that the whole world is filled with filthy things like you who treat life as trash and think that they value life highly? You. Bronson's handsome face was twisted with anger. If Wu Yan's tone was aggressive when he spoke to Bronson, then now he was looking down on Bronson. He didn't even try to hide it. "I'm not negotiating with you." Wu Yan retracted some of his magic power and shot a piercing glare at Bronson. "You have to understand that I'm threatening you." "Threatening?" Bronson's eyes widened. "You still don't understand?" Wu Yan spat. "Anyway, the rabbi is in the academy. As long as one of the puppeteers inspects this GARM series automaton, the fact that the rabbi is a bandolier will be exposed. Do you think that the divine works can stay out of this matter? Do you really think that the divine works can stay out of this matter? Are you trying to threaten me with a snitch?" Bronson tried his best to maintain his composure, but under the suppression of the overwhelming magic power, the elegant smile on his face was as ugly as it could get. "Do you think that divine works didn't infiltrate the judicial department? Do you think that divine works will be punished in the end? I told you that you're not an idiot, but if you think that divine works is safe after infiltrating the judicial department, then I'll have to change my assessment." Wu Yan sneered. "Could it be that you, a new mechanic workshop, have the ability to infiltrate the judicial department and the Magicians Association that manages all magicians?" Bronson's face turned pale. "Don't think that you're the only smart person in the world. The members of the Magicians Association have a better sense of smell than dogs. Do you think no one knows what you're doing in the dark?" Wu Yan looked at Bronson with pity in his eyes. "Don't tell me you think there's no one from the Magicians Association in the academy? Do you need me to introduce you to them?" Bronson finally understood what Wu Yan meant by threat. If Wu Yan really did know someone from the Magicians Association, then the divine works would be targeted by the Magicians Association. And if he was targeted by the Magicians Association, Bronson's secret activities in the divine works would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, Bronson would be in deep trouble just by touching the taboo and using his naked body to create a forbidden doll. Not to mention, the things he did were far more than that. For the first time, hesitation appeared on Bronson's face. The Magicians Association was a bystander. They never interfered with national politics and were only responsible for managing the taboo and code of conduct of magicians. If the divine works wanted to assassinate a government official, the Magicians Association wouldn't pay any attention to them. Even if they found out, the most they would do was inform the country's judiciary and let them deal with it. However, if the divine works created bandoliers and violated the taboo of magicians, the Magicians Association would sniff them out like a dog and stick to the divine works like a bug. Once it was confirmed that divine works had violated the taboo, there would be no mercy left. That was why the Magicians Association was Bronson's most feared enemy. If Wu Yan really knows someone from the Magicians Association, and if he exposed the fact that the GARM series automaton is a bandolier, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Bronson didn't want to imagine the consequences. Wu Yan was right. This wasn't a negotiation or a deal. It was a threat. Bronson was silent. Following Bronson's silence, the storm of magic gradually calmed down. Charlotte, Flay, and Rocky looked at Wu Yan with complicated expressions before looking at Bronson. They were waiting for his decision. "I understand." After a long time, Bronson looked at Wu Yan coldly. "I hope you can keep your mouth shut as well." Flay was finally unable to conceal the joy in her eyes. Charlotte and Rocky's expressions also relaxed. Wu Yan seemed to have known this would happen. He didn't show any expression and only glanced at Bronson. "Let me give you another piece of advice. Don't do things you shouldn't do. One should know when to stop, sir." Bronson's tone became unfriendly. "Are you planning to use this to threaten me for the rest of my life?" "No, as long as you keep your word, I won't bring this matter up again." Wu Yan turned around and left everyone with a view of his back. "However, if you do something you shouldn't do, I will give you a big surprise." After saying that, Wu Yan left without looking back. Seeing that, Charlotte hurriedly chased after Bronson. As for Rocky and Flay, they were speechless as they saw Bronson's gloomy appearance. Chapter 1637. Walpurgis King Mechanical Engineering Academy. The main entrance. Bronson was standing by the window of the reception room and looking into the distance. His hands were placed behind his back as he maintained his posture. He remained silent. Rocky and Flay were standing at the entrance of the reception room. They were looking at Bronson's back. One of them had an expressionless face and could even be said to be a little cold. The other had a slightly pale face and her head was lowered. She looked as if she wanted to leave the scene. Compared to Wu Yan's situation, a heavy feeling that made one's heart beat was slowly spreading in the air. It made Bronson's back look very daring. As Rocky and Flay looked at his back that was filled with boldness, they both understood one thing. Their adoptive father was very angry right now. It was only natural that he would be angry. After all, just a moment ago the adoptive father of the night gathering, the man who almost became the Devil King and was still the new leader of the mechanic workshop, was threatened by a brat who was still studying in the academy. Moreover, it was a threat that forced him to compromise. Even though Bronson usually behaved like an aloof gentleman and did not show any obvious emotions towards anything, Rocky and Flay knew that their adoptive father was much colder and crueler than he appeared to be. Bronson had clearly planned to scrap the GARM series of automaton, but now the GARM series was about to be scrapped. However, he lied to Flay and gave her hope so that she could fight. It could be seen from this. Moreover, with Rocky and Flay's understanding of what Bronson had done and what he and his sister had done, lying to him was just a small matter. Bronson had done a lot of truly cruel things. Naturally, such a cold and cruel person would have a strong sense of self-esteem. He was threatened by a brat who was still studying in the academy. For Bronson, it should be an indescribable humiliation. Bronson did not show the anger in his heart on his face. However, his body was faintly fluctuating. An obscure magic power that was difficult to control appeared clearly in Rocky and Flay's senses. Therefore, Rocky and Flay knew very well. Bronson was very angry right now. However, Bronson was not the only one who was angry. Rocky and Flay were also very angry. Of course, the reason why the siblings were angry was definitely not because Bronson was threatened. At least Flay was not angry. Now Flay was certain of it. Bronson was indeed deceiving her. He had no intention of letting Flay's family return the GARM series automaton to her. How could Flay not be angry? Unfortunately, no matter how angry she was, she could not show it. Flay knew very well that if she disobeyed Bronson, her ending would not be any better than the GARM series automaton that was originally going to be abandoned. If the GARM series automaton was destined to be abandoned, then it might be possible for Flay to disobey Bronson after learning that he had deceived her. However, Bronson had already promised to give the GARM series automaton to Wu Yen. Wu Yen had also promised to return Flay's family to her. Everything was progressing in a good direction. As for her anger, she decided to hide it in her heart. Driven by this thought, Flay continued to act as if she wanted to leave this place. As for Rocky, his red eyes were flickering non-stop. He was clenching his fists tightly. No one knew what he was thinking. After maintaining this incomparably heavy silence, Bronson finally spoke after the sun had set. Flay. Flay's delicate body trembled. An expression of fear appeared on her face. However, that expression of fear soon disappeared. She continued to lower her head and remained silent. However, she took a step forward. Bronson seemed to have sensed Flay's movement. With an emotionless voice he said those words. "Are you the one who betrayed me?" Bronson should be asking about the leaking of the secret that the GARM series automaton was a forbidden doll, right? After all, the difference between a forbidden doll and an ordinary automaton was that a forbidden doll was capable of generating its own magic power to a certain extent, whereas an automaton was unable to do so. If no one leaked the secret that the GARM series automaton was a forbidden doll, then as long as Raby did not lose control of himself, no one would be able to discover this matter. However, Wu Yen knew about this matter. Because of that, it was normal for Bronson to suspect Flay. However, Bronson's words nearly caused Flay to lose control of herself. Betrayal? Speaking of which, Bronson, who had deceived Flay, was the one who had truly betrayed Flay. However, it would appear that Bronson did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for his actions. In fact, he even felt that it was only natural for him to do so. How shameless and shameless was he? Flay bit her lips without leaving a trace. She lowered her voice and spoke. No, that was indeed not the case. Flay did not mention the fact that the GARM series automaton was a forbidden doll. It was Wu Yen who suddenly exposed it when he was talking to Flay. Flay did not know why Wu Yen would know about this matter. However, it was precisely because Wu Yen had seen through her that Flay revealed all of her difficulties. Thus, from the very beginning, Flay had only revealed her difficulties to Wu Yen. She did not mention anything else. It was unknown whether Bronson trusted her or not. However, he nodded his head lightly. Since you've said it like that, I'll believe you. After saying that, Bronson turned around and expressionlessly looked at Flay, who had her head lowered. In that case, did you manage to find out about that brat's automaton? Hearing those words, Flay started biting her lips again. Not only did he deceive her, after the matter was exposed, he actually acted as if nothing had happened and wanted her to work for him? Flay once again realized how ruthless and cruel her adoptive father was. She could not help but raise her voice. No! Right after she said that, Flay felt the scene before her eyes turn dark. Unknowingly, Bronson had arrived before Flay. He looked at her coldly and raised his hand. A slap was ruthlessly sent toward Flay's face. Slap. A sharp and clear sound echoed through the reception room. That was, without a doubt, the sound of a slap. However, the person who was slapped was not Flay. Flay raised her head in shock and looked before her. In front of Flay and Bronson, a person was standing there. Surprisingly, that person was Loki. It was Loki who stood before Flay and used his own face to receive Bronson's slap. Loki? At that moment, Flay spoke in a confused manner. Bronson's gaze grew colder and colder. He looked at Loki who stood before Flay. My complacent son, are you planning to disobey me? Lord Father? Loki did not even bother to pay attention to his swollen face. He raised his head and fearlessly met Bronson's ice-cold gaze. He opened his mouth and said those words. I will seek out Scarlet Eyes for a duel. Hearing those words, Flay was startled. Bronson also frowned. Soon after, he understood Loki's intention. Do you want to use the duel to investigate the information of those automaton? No. Loki spoke coldly. If there's a chance, I'll sabotage the automaton and bring their magic circuits back in person. Loki. This time, Flay became anxious. Bronson's eyes flickered. Then he smiled lightly. Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes. Loki turned around and walked out. A drop of dark red blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The reason for that was because he had bitten his lips. Chapter 1639. Go. Angel Ji. Mand. Under the limited light, the automaton named Cherub raised its steel head and reflected the light into flickering arcs. One of Loki's hands had already reached out to Cherub. Rays of magic power shot out from his hand like a gun and connected to Cherub's body, causing Cherub's body to surge with magic power. He then converted this magic power into power and activated the magic circuit in his body. Buzz! The space around Cherub Archangel trembled. A hot wind of at least a few thousand degrees rose from Cherub Archangel's body and enveloped her. At the same time, Angel Cherub lowered his body and got into a charging position. The super-hot wind on his body exploded. Boom! Like a jet, Cherub's lower body blasted out a scorching hot gas, pushing him forward with a sharp air-breaking screech. Like a jet, he shot towards Wu Yen with the giant blade in hand. Big brother. Nagisa and Kanon looked at Wu Yen nervously. Master. Ikaros and Astria stared at Wu Yen with their crimson eyes that rippled with illusory square frames. Only Natsuki remained silent. Her gem-like eyes stared at Wu Yen as she waited for Wu Yan's orders. Wu Yen had said that he didn't want the girls to treat him as their master. But now the girls were playing the role of automaton. Therefore, at the very least, he had to act like an automaton in front of others. What's more, this was a battle. It was natural for the leader to make the decision. Wu Yen didn't raise his hand when he saw Archangel leaving a trail of scorched earth in her wake. Archangel is like a flamethrower. She left a trail of scorched earth in her wake, but Wu Yen didn't raise his hand. A ball of magic power burst out from his shoulder. It poured into Astria's body. Astria, it's your turn? Yes, sir. Astria replied. She held the laser lightsaber in her hand and held it behind her back. A pair of pure white wings spread out. He slammed the door. He pushed Astria out of the room. Whoosh. Amidst the piercing sound that reverberated in the air in unison, the humanoid robot, automaton, riding on the super-hot wind and the angel-like beautiful sword-wielding girl collided head-on. They collided with each other. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing against metal, the giant blade that was covered in ultra-high temperature hot wind also clashed against the light sword that was formed from light. It stirred up a strong gust of wind that blew in all directions. When the swords clashed, Astria's crimson eyes flashed. She flapped her wings and charged forward with explosive power. Screech. Sparks flew as the lightsaber and giant blade clashed against each other. Astria raised her sword with an ear-piercing screech. Clang. Archangel was bigger than Astria in terms of size, but Astria was able to deflect Archangel's blade with incredible strength. Astria shouted and spun in the air like a top. She turned the laser lightsaber into a spinning blade and slashed towards Archangel's neck like a tornado. In the face of such a fierce spinning slash, Angel Cherub dodged to the side, easily allowing the spinning slash of the lightsaber to graze by less than 5 centimeters, evading the attack. When Archangel dodged, everyone in the room felt an unnatural air current erupting in front of her. Archangel's speed was pushed to the limit. Archangel. Loki extended his palm towards Archangel. An even more ferocious magic power materialized into a circle of light that rippled outwards. Archangel's eyes glowed red. The hot air in front of her disappeared in an instant. Instead, an even more intense hot air burst out from behind her. Archangel's retreating figure stopped abruptly due to the hot air behind her. In less than 1,000th of a second, she charged forward again. Archangel's laser lightsaber brushed past Archangel's body and slashed at Astria, who was still spinning. Archangel raised her giant blade without hesitation. The blade glowed with a fiery red luster. She slashed at Astria's waist like a fish on a chopping board. Unfortunately for her, Archangel with wings was no match for Archangel, who relied on hot air to propel herself. Not to mention, Astria had the most mobility among all Archangels. Clang! Astria froze in midair as if she was embedded into space. She maintained her horizontal position. She raised her laser lightsaber to block the slash. Umph! Seeing this situation, the corner of Loki's mouth rose slightly. The magic in his hand surged even more intensely. In an instant, the wings on Angel Cherub's back that were interspersed with sharp spikes spread out. With a bang that was no different from a gunshot, 8 sharp spikes that were like sharp blades with black wires at their ends shot out. They circled in the air, stirring up gusts of air as they descended from the sky. Astria wielded her laser lightsaber and was in a stalemate with Archangel's greatsword. She was in a stalemate with Archangel's greatsword. If Astria was pierced by the hot air, her alluring body would be pierced by the spikes. Wu Yen couldn't help but snicker under such circumstances. You sure know how to play tricks. Wu Yen extended his hand and with a hum, his mana turned into ripples of light that rippled outwards. Return the favor. Astria's gaze sharpened. A whirlwind of mana erupted from her body. Her strength increased by several folds. The laser lightsaber in her hand vibrated violently. Even the giant sword that was locked in a stalemate with the laser lightsaber started vibrating. Screech! An uncomfortable, ear-piercing sound reverberated through the air. Sparks flew in all directions. Under the effect of the laser lightsaber, Angel Cherub felt an unparalleled force spreading from the giant blade in his hand, causing the giant blade to tremble. Clang! Archangel's giant blade was deflected away as if it had slashed a spinning fan that was as hard as steel. Clang 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 clang. Astria performed a dazzling sword dance. Her sword left afterimages in the air as she deflected the 8 spikes that came down from the sky. Dissit. Rocky smacked his lips and waved his hand fiercely. Spin. Angel Ji. I'm ready. Amidst the cold mechanical response, Cherub's body stirred up an extremely hot blast, causing the surrounding air to distort and emit a burnt stench. Riding on the hot wind, Angel Wisdom leaped into the sky and flew into the air. Her figure, which made people think of an angel made of steel, emitted a creaking sound like the sound of gears sliding. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Angel Ji was like a transformed robot. His body had completely changed shape. His shoulders, arms and greatsword merged together and became a single piece of metal. All the parts on his body combined together in an orderly manner. Not long after, Angel Wisdom transformed into a greatsword. It was a gigantic sword that was taller than a person, more than 2 meters in length. Angel Cherub's face was etched on the hilt of the sword and the blade of the sword. Rocky raised his right hand and grabbed the hilt of Angel Wisdom's greatsword from afar. He swung it down with all his might. The moment Rocky swung his arm, Angel Wisdom's greatsword spun and sliced through the air as if it was thrown by an invisible giant. It whistled through the air and went straight for Astria. Astria was surprised. She didn't expect Cherub to be able to transform. However, she still managed to dodge the attack by flapping her wings and retreating like a flash of light. Tch. When Astria dodged, the spinning greatsword scraped against the ground, creating a crack in the ground. Whether it was scraped by the greatsword or the crack, scorch marks appeared on the surface. Chapter 1640. Many of the people present were speechless when they saw the huge sword that Cherub had transformed into cut open. It was as if it had been burned by the huge sword that Cherub had transformed into. Archangel's greatsword was a terrifying weapon to begin with. It wouldn't be surprising if a part of one's body was missing after being sliced by such a weapon. Unfortunately, the magic circuit that Cherub was equipped with was the hot wind manipulation, which allowed her to freely use the magic of ultra-hot wind. With the addition of the super high temperature of several thousand degrees and the 2-meter-tall sword, what else could the Cherub not cut open? Perhaps even a meter-thick steel would be sliced in half in just a second. Even if Astrea wasn't under the level restriction, her soft body would be sliced in half by Archangel's slash, let alone Astrea, who was currently under the level restriction. Of course, that was when Astrea was hit by the sword. With Astrea's extreme speed, close-range combat ability, and outstanding reflexes, Archangel wouldn't be able to land a hit on Astrea unless Archangel could force Astrea to reveal an opening. Yao Wang spun in the air, creating waves of heat as it whistled through the air. The blade of the greatsword glowed with a fiery red glow. Archangel drew a fiery red arc in the air. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes at the sight of Archangel, who looked like she was covered in flames. So that's how it is. This is the origin of the landing code name, Burning Flame Sword. Indeed. Waves of heat rolled out, and the entire blade of the greatsword was covered in a fiery red glow. It drew a circular fiery red arc in the air, as if it was burning with flames. The constantly rotating greatsword indeed looked like a rotating flaming sword. The login codename Burning Flame Sword was very concise. It fully showcased Loki's most impressive trait. There was no doubt about it. This flaming sword spinning in the sky was definitely the most impressive part of Loki's automaton. Burning Blazing Sword. It was worthy of its name. Archangel faced the burning flame sword with several thousand degrees of heat that could melt steel and cut through anything. Astrea looked at Wu Yan. She was asking for Wu Yan's opinion. Because Archangel faced the burning flame sword. Astrea wasn't afraid, but she was in danger of getting hit. If she got hit, she would be out of the game. She wanted to block the burning flame sword effortlessly. Even Ikaros' Aegis might not be able to withstand it. However, Astrea's Aegis is much stronger than Ikaros' Aegis. Aegis is much stronger than Ikaros' Aegis. If she uses Aegis equals 1, Astrea is confident she can block the flame sword that can cut through anything. That's why Astrea is asking Wu Yan if she can use her Aegis equals L, area of effect shield. If she uses Aegis equals L, Astrea won't have to worry about defense anymore. She can attack with all her might. At that time, the outcome of the battle would be decided in less than 10 seconds. Wu Yan thought of the same thing as Astrea. After some slight hesitation, he agreed to it. After all, the burning flame sword was already a threat to Astrea. It's fine if he couldn't hit her, but if he did, Wu Yan would raise the entire academy to the ground. Even if he didn't care about the outcome, he had to consider Astrea's safety. What's more, trump cards and whatnot were meant to be used in times of need. That's why there was no reason to hesitate. Just as Wu Yan was about to nod his head in agreement, something strange happened. Boom. Suddenly, a violent surge of magic power rose from a certain direction outside the arena like a whirlwind, enveloping the entire arena in waves of magic power and causing loud rustling sounds to ring out. This violent magic power did not emerge from Loki's body. Loki didn't have this level of magical power either. Only Wu Yan could turn magical power into waves of magical power. Perhaps in the entire academy only he could do it. However, the magical power also didn't come from Wu Yan. Instead, it came from Flay, who was standing not far away from Rocky with a confused expression on her face. Loki, who was closest to Flay, widened his eyes. Wu Yan and the other young ladies were also surprised. Magical power that could blow trees away gushed out of Flay's petite body like it was free of charge. On the other hand, Flay's face was filled with panic and bewilderment. It was apparent that Flay didn't know there was such a level of magical power in her body. She didn't even know why the magical power burst out of her body. That was because it wasn't Flay's intention. Flay's magical power went out of control. What's wrong? Nagisa was startled. What's going on? This magical power. Wu Yan looked at Flay in astonishment. That's not a level of magical power that Flay can possess. Or rather, I don't even know if magicians and puppet users can release magical power of this level. This magical power is already comparable to a vampire's. Natsuki's delicate face turned serious. Be careful. I don't think things are that simple. As soon as Natsuki finished her sentence, the magical power on Flay's body erupted once again, setting off violent waves. Loki, who was the closest to Flay, was caught unprepared. The waves of mana hit his body and blew him away. Loki. Flay was startled. Then, her face turned pale and revealed a pained expression. Oh! Right at this moment, Raby, who was standing beside Flay, suddenly let out a roar filled with madness. The little bit of intelligence in his eyes immediately disappeared and was replaced by complete madness. The astonishing magical power surging out from Flay's body entered Raby's body. It caused Raby to appear as if his body was covered in golden steam. As he roared, he began to absorb Flay's magical power. Soon after, Raby's body trembled. His appearance also began to change. His thin and weak shoulders began to swell. His claws began to elongate. His black hair began to stand on end like a hedgehog. Even his teeth became sinister and sharp. His body doubled in size. He no longer resembled a dog. Instead, he resembled a tiger. In a short instant, Raby's appearance changed completely. His aura also became much stronger. His eyes were filled with madness and saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. He resembled a wild beast. Raby? Raby? Flay had an expression of pain on her face as she released her enormous magical power. She looked on helplessly as Raby underwent an unprecedented transformation. Oh! Raby raised his head and roared. His roar caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Enormous magical power filled his entire body. Oh! At the same time, Flay started to whimper inaudibly. Her knees grew weak and she fell to the ground. Due to her slender yet voluptuous body releasing more magical power than her body could handle, her muscles began to emit popping noises. Her muscles were damaged all over and blood was seeping out from them. Seeing this scene, Loki, who had just climbed up from the ground, narrowed his eyes fiercely. The group of girls cried out in alarm. Even Natsuki had an astonished expression on her face. As for Ikaros, her eyes trembled. She immediately wanted to rush over to Flay. However, Wu Yen grabbed Ikaros' hand and looked to Flay, who was lying on the ground with an ugly expression on his face. He already knew what was going on. Before the attentive gazes of all the people present, Flay appeared to be unable to endure the pain from her body. She screamed miserably and began to struggle on the ground with a painful expression on her face. However, the more Flay struggled, the more her skin ruptured. Her blood also began to seep out even more violently. Soon, the ground where Flay was lying on turned into a small pool of blood. Guji. In the past, Raby would definitely rush over to his master's miserable state. But now, he did not even bother to take a glance at his master. He bared his teeth and glared at Wu Yen with his blood-red eyes. Bang! Raby stomped on the ground with his powerful hind legs. Without any warning, he charged toward Wu Yen, who was looking at him with an ugly expression on his face. Chapter 1641. Roar? Full of madness, a beast-like roar shook the space, mixed with a majestic and chaotic magic power. It was as if a typhoon was blowing to every corner of the scene. Read the latest novellas. The beast-like roar sounded. The owner of the roar, Raby, opened his mouth that was dripping saliva and filled with razor-sharp teeth. He gathered his mana. At the next moment, like an invisible mortar, an invisible shell with a violent impact shot out from Raby's mouth. It dug up the soil on the ground, sliced through the atmosphere and tore through space, shooting straight ahead. It was an impact shell composed of sound controlled by the sound pressure manipulation magic. The target of the impact shell composed of sound pressure was Wu Yen, who was still fighting with Loki and the angel a moment ago. Flay's automaton suddenly barged into the battlefield and attacked Wu Yen. Master. Ikaros flapped her pink wings and arrived before Wu Yen. She extended her arm and propped up the Aegis barrier, protecting Wu Yen, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon. Boom! Almost at the same time as the Aegis barrier was propped up, the sound pressure shell shot out from the front. It landed heavily on the Aegis absolute defense circle, causing a cloud of dust and a muffled sound to be heard. Roar? Robbie, who had transformed into a tiger, did not care if his attack was effective or not. He roared as he dashed forward madly. He blasted out cannonballs made of sound pressure and bombarded the enemy continuously. Boom, 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 boom. But Raby still ignored them. It was certain that Raby had completely lost his mind. No. It was a wild beast that only knew how to attack. However, this beast did not attack others. Instead, he only locked onto one target. He kept releasing the sound pressure manipulation magic, releasing sound pressure cannons that were comparable to real cannonballs. As Raby continued to use magic without restraint, more and more magic power surged out from Flay's body, replenished the Ruby's body and supported in releasing magic. Immediately, Flay's skin ruptured again. Even more blood gushed out from her body. Robbie? Robbie? Even though Flay's injuries were clearly painful to see, even though she was in so much pain that she was unable to even stand and could only lie on the ground, she completely ignored her injuries and pain. She only cared about struggling and extending her hand toward the crazy Robbie. It was obvious that Flay wanted to control her automaton. However, Raby did not have the slightest intention of responding to Flay. He continued to release sound pressure artillery shells into the center of the increasingly dense smoke and dust. Flay's control was completely ineffective. In this sort of situation, Flay wanted to directly use force domination to control Raby. However, force domination required a high degree of concentration. At this moment, Flay's entire body was howling in pain. How was she supposed to concentrate? Beside him, Rocky looked at Flay, who was lying on the ground with blood dripping from her body. However, she was still persistently extending her hand toward Robbie in an attempt to control him. Seeing this, Rocky clenched his teeth hatefully and turned his head around to look at Robbie. Angel G. I'm ready. Angel Cherub lowered his body, and the wings with spikes on his back spread open. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp spikes shot out from his wings like bullets. Poochie. The spike flashed through the air and sliced through Robbie's body, leaving a hideous wound on his abdomen. Roar? Robbie let out a howl of pain. Immediately after, the crazed expression in his eyes became even more intense. The magical fluctuations on his body also became more and more intense. Amidst the intense magical fluctuations, the wound on Robbie's abdomen suddenly started bubbling like sarcoma-like bubbles. With a rise and fall, the wound on Robbie's abdomen seemed to have been filled with new flesh and blood. It was completely healed. Rocky was startled. Although the wound from earlier was not fatal, it was enough to make an automaton lose its ability to move. Such an injury was actually healed in an instant? Rocky never knew that the Garm series of automaton possessed such a powerful regenerative ability. However, in the next second, Rocky understood the origin of that powerful regenerative ability. There was a price to pay for that. The instant Robbie's wound healed, the enormous magical power enveloping his body also weakened by more than 80%. At this moment, even more blood flowed out from Flay's body. The blood turned into torrents in the air and shot out like arrows into Raby's body. This caused Raby's weakened magic power to instantly recover to its peak state. Looking at this scene, Rocky also understood. Flay's blood has been converted into magical power. That's right. It was impossible for Flay to possess such an enormous amount of magical power. The magical power that caused Robbie to lose control, enlarge and gain powerful battle strength and powerful regenerative ability were all converted from the blood that was forced out of Flay's body. A human's vitality was a raw material that could be converted into enormous magical power. And the most important factor in a human's body to display vitality was fresh blood. In this world, the fresh blood of a living human was a high-purity magical power conversion agent. In the world of blood frenzy, the amalgamation of magical power, familiars, were also lodged in the blood of vampires. All of this proved that a human's blood was the best raw material that could be converted into magical power. Otherwise, why would vampires, one of the races with the strongest vitality, treat blood as their foundation, and even treat the blood in their bodies as more important than their brains and hearts? This was all because blood was the best raw material that could display vitality and was the most suitable raw material to be converted into magical power. Currently, for some unknown reason, Flay was forcing out the blood in her body and converting it into enormous magical power to replenish Robbie's body. Because this magical power was simply too enormous, Robbie was unable to bear it and thus lost control. Thus, the one who truly lost control was not Robbie but Flay, who was uncontrollably converting her blood into magical power for some unknown reason. Needless to say, the amount of blood in a human's body was naturally limited. If Flay were to continue converting her blood into magical power, she would die sooner or later. This also meant that she absolutely could not attack Robbie. Once she attacked Robbie, Robbie would automatically convert the magical power into vitality to increase his regenerative ability and heal his injuries. As for the magical power that he lost, he would use Flay's blood as the price to replenish it. That would only hasten Flay's death. Tisk. Loki smacked his lips loudly. Stop. Angel G. Yes. Upon receiving Loki's order, Cherub stopped attacking and retracted the other 7 spikes that were about to land on Rabi's body. Roar! At this moment, Rabi roared and leaped forward. With a fierce dash, he pounced on Rocky with a piercing sound. He extended his sharp fangs and tried to bite Rocky's throat. If he was bitten, Rocky would definitely die. No, Rabi. Fry, who was bleeding, shouted with a pale face. However, Rabi still ignored his closest master. Just like that, under the gaze of Loki's narrowed needle-like pupils, he stretched out his sharp canine teeth and bit Loki's throat. Ding! At this moment of imminent peril, a shackle flickering with purple light pierced through the air and coiled around Rabi's body, tying him up in midair. Soon after, a figure appeared behind Fry. That figure extended a hand and pressed it on Frey's head. A weak magical power flowed out from that hand and pierced into Frey's head. Frey's head tilted to the side and she fainted. Rabi let out a whimper. His body was coiled with shackles and he fell to the ground. His body returned to its original size. However, with a bang, a portion of his flesh exploded. Chapter 1642. There is a building not far from the central lecture hall in the Walpurgis Royal Mech Academy. This building is the medical department of the Walpurgis Royal Mech Academy. The Academy's infirmary is located in the medical department. Even though the Walpurgis Royal Magic Academy was the best academy in the world of magic, there were only a little over 1,000 students studying here. That is why the Walpurgis Royal Mech Academy doesn't have any advanced medical equipment and facilities. The infirmary is located in the same building as a normal school's infirmary. The scale of the infirmary isn't much bigger than a clinic. There is only one infirmary in the entire academy. Midnight is approaching. Logically speaking, both the medical department and the infirmary should only be left with the staff on duty. It shouldn't be lively. However, at this very moment in the medical department school building, there was an extremely noisy noise coming from a corridor near the infirmary. This was because the door at the end of the corridor was being forcefully opened by 2 beautiful girls with angelic wings, one on each side. This woke up the medical staff on duty who was sitting on the counter and was about to fall asleep. After Ikaros and Astria opened the door, Wu Yin ran in with Flay in his arms. Her clothes were dyed red with blood and her face was pale as a sheet of paper. Natsuki, Nagisa and Kanon jogged behind Wu Yin. Loki also ran into the corridor with Cherub who was making clanking noises. The previously silent corridor was filled with noise. The staff on duty wanted to complain. However, when he saw that Flay's clothes were dyed with blood and her pretty face was deathly pale, his expression immediately changed. What happened? She's injured. Wu Yin didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. She lost a lot of blood. Please prepare a blood transfusion for her. How can she be cured with a blood transfusion at this level? The staff on duty pushed a medical stretcher with a small wheel and hurried over. Prepare the treatment immediately. Don't worry, I have more suitable healers here. Please prepare a blood transfusion for her. Wu Yin said. He placed Flay on the stretcher and looked at Kanon. Kanon, I'll leave Flay in your hands. I will provide mana. And Rabi. Nagisa and Astria yelled as they shielded Rabi who was brutally slung over Archangel's shoulder. Rabi's body was covered in blood. Kanon-chan, I'll leave Rabi in your hands as well. I will do my best. Kanon said nervously. Her tone was filled with nervousness. It's only natural. Even though she has better healing abilities than anyone else. This is the first time Kanon treated herself in such a formal manner. Like a doctor, she was preparing to treat the injured in the infirmary. Originally, Kanon was just an ordinary student. It would be abnormal if she wasn't nervous. However, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, even with her extraordinary healing abilities, Kanon can't produce blood out of thin air. She can't replenish Flay's blood loss. That's why Wu Yin brought Flay and Rabi to the medical department's dormitory and asked them to give Flay a blood transfusion. With Kanon's ability, she can heal Flay's injuries in a matter of minutes. Of course, the medical department didn't know about this. Just as they were about to object, a voice came from the front. Just do as he says. A beautiful woman with bright red hair tied behind her head and a pair of spectacles on her face walked over from the other side of the corridor. She wore a professor's uniform and gave off a cold aura. She's Kimberly. Since he said so, he must have his own way. Kimberly looked at Flay who was lying on the stretcher and said without turning her head. So, just do as he says. The medical department's members looked at each other. However, since the academy's professor said so, they had no choice but to do as she said. Pushing the stretcher, the medical department staff pushed Free and Robbie into the infirmary. Cannon followed them into the infirmary. Flay's problem is her excessive blood loss. After giving Flay a blood transfusion and receiving Cannon's treatment, Flay should be fine soon. Robbie is an automaton. He shouldn't be treated by the infirmary. Instead, he should be sent to the mechanical technology department and engineering department for repair. However, Robbie is an automaton, made from a living dog. Most of his body is made from real flesh. That's why the mechanical technology department and engineering department can't do anything about Robbie. It's better for Cannon to treat him. That's why she was sent here as well. Natsuki, Nagisa, and Astria remained silent as they watched Cannon and the medical department's members push the stretcher into the infirmary. Loki also remained silent. Only Ikaros looked at Wu Yen with a rare worried expression. "Master, don't worry." Wu Yen held Ikaros' hand and comforted her. Cannon's healing ability is outstanding. Flay and Robbie should be fine, Ikaros nodded, but her expression was still gloomy. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. Ikaros isn't familiar with Flay and Robbie at all. However, the way Flay treated Robbie, a weapon and prop, as her family touched Ikaros' heart. Because of that, Ikaros began to pay attention to Flay and Robbie. Ikaros' method of paying attention to them is simple. She doesn't want Flay and Robbie to be harmed. It was a pity that this small wish was mercilessly shattered because of this sudden change in circumstances. Wu Yan's heart felt heavy. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He suppressed his emotions and looked at Kimberly. "Kimberly-sensei, why are you here?" "My students are fighting in front of their dorm. Do you think no one will know about this?" Kimberly glanced at Wu Yan. "I will ask about the details later. For now, let's wait for the master and servant pair to finish their treatment." Wu Yan nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Why did this happen?" Nagisa stared at the closed door of the infirmary with a depressed expression. Why did Flay suddenly bleed all over her body? Why did her automaton suddenly go berserk? What I can be sure of is that it wasn't the little girl's own will. She seemed to be very confused about what was happening to her body. Clearly, that was the first time she had encountered such a situation in her life. Natsuki frowned. Someone must have done something to that little girl's body, causing the blood in her body to be forcefully forced out and automatically transformed into magic power. Someone did something to her body? Astria tilted her head to the side in confusion. There are many ways to force the blood out of her body. Natsuki looked at Rocky, who was standing at the back of the room with a pale face. "I'm afraid someone planted a spell that can forcefully generate mana into the little girl's body." Other than Wu Yen, who had his head lowered, and Rocky, who had a terrible expression, everyone else's expression changed. Someone planted a spell that can forcefully generate mana into her body? Thus, earlier, it was that magic method that forcibly produced magic power that transformed Flay's blood into magic power that caused Flay to lose control? "I see," Kimberly sneered. A part of Flay's body was made into a magic circuit that forcefully generates mana. Part of the child's body has been mechanized. Kimberly looked at Loki. Since the blood was converted into mana, this part should be the core that drives the blood flow, right? Heart. Nayu calmly spat out these words. That little girl's heart has been replaced by a mechanism composed of magic circuits. Natsuki's words struck Nagisa, Ikaros, and Astria's hearts like a hammer. Had the heart been replaced by a mechanism composed of magic circuits? Didn't that mean that someone had replaced Flay's heart with the magic circuits mechanism? Modifying a human body. This is taboo. Who could have done such a thing? There was no one present who couldn't guess the answer. Who else could it be other than Bronson? Chapter 1643. Not only did Bronson violate the taboo, but he also used a woman's body to conduct experiments and develop the GARM series of automaton. He even modified Flay's body and modified her heart. This was what Bronson had done to his own daughter. Not only did he deceive Flay and make her go to the battlefield of the Night Gathering in order to ensure that the GARM series automaton could survive, forcing her to have no choice but to kill Lei Zhen. He even modified Flay's body. Was this something a father could do? Divine Works has long since decided to abandon the GARM automaton. However, they're still using the comparison of performance as a reason to send Flay to the battlefield. Wu Yin slowly raised his head. His emotionless voice echoed in the surroundings. Divine Works didn't ask you to join the night meeting to compare the performance of the GARM series automaton and the Angel series automaton, right? These words were obviously directed at Rocky, who was standing at the back with an ugly expression on his face. Perhaps Bronson really did want you to seize the throne of the Demon King. He wanted Divine Works to obtain the right to research the taboo, but Flay was doing an experiment. At that instant, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kimberly and the others almost didn't understand what Wu Yen meant by experiment. They only understood after a while. It was an experiment to see if Flay's heart could operate normally and produce results. Kimberly raised her head abruptly and enunciated each word clearly. Pro-lust D children. Loki's shoulders trembled strongly. They're born with powerful magic power. Their bodies also possess extremely high magic power affinity. No matter if they're puppeteers or magicians, they're all excellent species. The probability of them being born is 1 in a million. Kimberly's sharp gaze landed on Loki. You and Flay are both pro-confused children created by the people of the Divine Works. Am I right? Nagisa looked like she was punched in the face. Her petite body swayed. Astria's face turned a little pale. Ikaro's eyes fluctuated. Even Natsuki furrowed her brows. Artificial pro-camouflage children. Because there was no way to be born with powerful magic power. That's why the heart was installed with a magic circuit that forcibly produced magic power. It was modified into a mechanical heart. It was used to replace the deficiency in this part. Due to the mechanical heart's operation, the body took on too much of the burden and the pigment was destroyed. That's why the hair turned pearl white, the pupils turned red and the skin turned white. This was the origin of the artificial, pro-camouflage children. This was also the origin of Flay and Loki. Liar. Nagisa covered her mouth as if she would vomit if she didn't do so. Her eyes filled with tears. Is it really possible to modify human beings? Why can't? Kimberly said calmly. Wouldn't it be a tempting idea to mass-produce the pro-camouflage children, who are born with magic power and destined to become extraordinary puppeteers and magicians? Mechanically modify the hearts of ordinary people to create pro-camouflage children. If it succeeds, we'll have an item that's destined to have a certain power in the future. If it fails, we can still use the organs that haven't completely died to make an automaton. Natsuki's voice slowly turned cold as well. That's how the automaton of the Garm series was born, isn't it? If the modification succeeds, everything will be fine. Even if the modification fails, we can still use it to create a forbidden doll. It's a good deal without any waste. It's a good plan for a new mechanic workshop, isn't it? Everyone fell silent. Without a doubt, an emotion similar to anger quietly spread in the hearts of these people, including Loki. If that's the case, why did Miss Flay's heart activate during the battle between Big Bro and Miss Flay's brother? Nagisa bit her lips. Based on Big Bro's words, isn't that damned Bronson trying to test Miss Flay's heart's function during the night meeting? No one answered Nagisa's question. However, Natsuki, Kimberly, and Loki seemed to have guessed the answer. They turned to look at Wu Yen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yen opened his wine-red eyes. Bronson did something to Flay's body and made her heart activate when I was fighting with Loki. He also did something to Ruby's body and made the berserk Robbie lock onto me and kill me. What? Nagisa sucked in a cold breath of air. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astria had a cold glint in their eyes. Only Kimberly looked at Wu Yen with surprise. Why did he want to kill you? I have something on him. Wu Yen smiled as if he was talking about someone else. But he can't touch me, a student of the academy. Otherwise, the Autonomous Academy has the right to execute him. So, he made that little girl's heart go out of control and her automaton went berserk to kill you. Natsuki pouted. In this way, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the blame can be pushed to the automaton, and even that little girl, right? Hearing this before anyone could react, Loki turned around and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor with Cherub in tow. Where are you going? Kimberly spoke in an extremely calm tone as if she had seen through Loki's thoughts. Let me remind you, if you plan to bring your automaton out of the academy, not only will your automaton be confiscated and disassembled, you will also be expelled. By then, you will no longer be qualified to participate in the night meeting. Loki's footsteps stopped abruptly. Just as Kimberly had said, Loki was planning to bring his automaton out of the academy. It's good to fight for your sister, but if you're just going to be beaten up, nothing will change, Kimberly sighed and warned Loki. What's more, you're no match for Bronson. As his adopted son and a puppet user personally trained by him, you should know this very well, shouldn't you? Loki didn't say anything. It was a while before he replied. Although I am humble and forgiving, there are three kinds of people I can never forgive. Those who order me around, those who resist me, and Loki turned around and revealed a cold smile. Bastards who schemed against my sister and tried to push her into the abyss. This time, not only were the other girls surprised, but even Natsuki was surprised. Didn't Loki hate Flay so much that he killed Robbie just to make her give up on the night meeting? However, judging from the unconcealable rage in Loki's eyes when he said those words, it was obvious he wasn't lying. What was going on? You're quite smart. Kimberly hugged her arms. But, as a professor of the school, do you think I'll just watch you break the rules? Before Loki could reply, Wu Yen suddenly spoke. In that case, I can go out without the automaton, right? Kimberly and Loki were both stunned when they heard this. Chapter 1644. Liverpool Mechanized City. In the outskirts of Liverpool, some distance away from the mechanized city of Liverpool, there were several buildings that looked like rich farmers' mansions standing in the middle of an empty field. It was surrounded by a wall. It was completely made of thick and unadorned stone bricks. There were a few stone buildings that looked like ancient stone castles. It was very imposing, but it was simple and unadorned like a farmer's house. Inside the wall there was a silo that looked like a clock tower, a stone building that looked like a house, a tall tower that looked like a castle, and a livestock house made of stone. At first glance, such a place looked like a farm that specialized in raising livestock and breeding meat. However, on the signboard at the entrance of the wall, the words orphanage were clearly written. However, if this was an orphanage, the situation inside was too out of place. Inside the building, there were men with hunting rifles in their hands and uniform patrolling the area vigilantly. The security was extremely tight, and some of them even brought along automatons that were obviously made up of machines. They didn't let their guard down for even a second as they kept their vigilance on the surroundings. Did an orphanage have to be so heavily guarded? Even if it was the army that protected the military provisions and transported the provisions, it would be more or less guarded. Therefore, if one were to carefully observe this farm-like orphanage, one would be surprised. Everything here was so out of place with the word orphanage. It was very suspicious. In one of these suspicious buildings, Bronson was standing there with his hands behind his back. Behind him were people in white coats who looked like doctors and experts. The building was pitch black and there was no light at all. The surrounding doors and windows. Except for the entrance. The rest of the building was surrounded by iron fences. Other than the iron fences on the doors and windows, there was no furniture or utensils. There were only 2 rows of iron cages. Inside the iron cages, the cages were of different sizes, shapes, and breeds. There were all kinds of Great Danes, Golden Retrievers, Shepherd dogs, Doberman dogs, Collies, and even mixed breed hunting dogs, police dogs, and military dogs. They were all mercilessly locked up. They were lying listlessly in the iron cages. Their fur was slightly dull, as if they had not been carefully taken care of for some time. Their spirits were also extremely low. Their eyes were tightly shut, and only their ears and noses were moving, proving that they were alive. Apart from that, the limbs and shoulders of these various breeds of dogs were equipped with steel-like armor. Automaton. Although they were of different breeds, these automatons were all modified from real dogs and implanted with breasts. They were the same model as Rabi, the Garm series of automatons. In other words, these automatons, lying listlessly in the iron cages, were all Flay's family members whom she had risked her life to save. At this moment, Bronson was standing in the middle of the Garm series automaton, which was locked in an iron cage like a prisoner. His eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at these canines. The Garm series of automaton was once the proud work of Bronson's Divine Works. It was because of these proud works that Divine Works was able to obtain the exclusive right to operate the sonic manipulation. It was also the reason why Divine Works was able to enter the eyes of the British government and become a strong candidate for the next generation's main mechanical force. But now, these automaton were just a bunch of eyesore dogs in Bronson's eyes. Not only did they require a certain amount of funds to maintain, but their performance was also slowly falling out of Bronson's sight. They were also very unstable. Once the secret of their creation was discovered, Bronson would be arrested. How could Bronson find these dog-shaped automatons pleasing to the eye? Not to mention, all of them were now being used by others to threaten him. If it was not for the fact that he had not confirmed Wu Yan's death, Bronson would have declared these eyesore automaton useless. He would have cut them into pieces and thrown them into the sewers. That's right. The reason why Flay's mechanical heart suddenly went out of control was indeed because of Bronson. If Flay lost control during the duel with Loki and Rabi suddenly barged into the battlefield to attack Wu Yen, there was a high chance that Wu Yen would die under Rabi's sharp teeth. After all, Wu Yen was willing to threaten Bronson just to help Flay. Even if he reacted in time, he would not be able to do anything to Rabi. On top of that, Flay's heart went out of control again. She was in danger of dying at any moment. Wu Yen would be even more cautious because of this and would be restricted in every way. It was not impossible for him to die under Rabi's sharp teeth. Of course, Bronson felt that Wu Yen would not die so easily. Therefore, if Wu Yen did not die, then these automaton would be a means for Bronson to protect himself. With these automaton, even if Wu Yen knew that it was Bronson who did something to Flay and held a grudge against him, he would not directly report Bronson to the Magicians Association. If that was the case, Wu Yen would not be able to guarantee that Bronson would not destroy these automaton. Therefore, even if Wu Yen did not die, Bronson would bring these automaton to him tomorrow and negotiate with him. Based on how much Wu Yen cares about Flay, using these automatons can be considered as a write-off. Otherwise, if they were to break up, the chances of success would be 100%. Bronson was very confident in this kind of negotiation. After all, grasping a person's weakness was one of Bronson's specialties. Of course, Bronson was not the kind of person who would obediently hand over a hostage. Who knows if Wu Yen would go back on his words. Therefore, Bronson had come here to plant a safety net in the automaton's body. Bronson did not turn around. He used a cold voice to issue an order. Drag all these automaton into the workshop and add a component that disrupts the flow of magic power to the magic circuit. Hearing this, the staff standing behind Bronson were secretly shocked. One must know that the magic circuit of an automaton was directly connected to Eve's heart. Once a component that disrupted the flow of magic power was added to the magic circuit, and the component worked and disrupted the flow of the magic circuit of the automaton would be crushed, and Eve's heart would be damaged too. The automaton could be repaired no matter how damaged it was. Only Eve's heart, if it was damaged, it would be beyond saving. Bronson, this is equivalent to burying a bomb in the body of an automaton. Just hit it directly into the magic circuit. You don't have to worry about whether it will affect the body. Moreover, once the settings are touched, the magic power will be disrupted. Bronson waved his hand after finishing his sentence in an indifferent tone. By tomorrow, all the components must be completed. Yes. The workers did not resist and answered respectfully. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside and a series of gunshots reverberated in the air. Then there was a series of screams. What's going on? The workers turned pale with fright. What happened? Bronson frowned. He had an ominous feeling in his heart, telling him that he had miscalculated something. Driven by this ominous premonition, Bronson rushed out of the building without saying a word and looked in the direction of the entrance. At the next moment, Bronson's pupils shrunk and he knitted his brows deeply. Chapter 1645. Alim under the dusky night sky that looked like it was about to rain, the chaotic sounds of gunshots, rioting and screams all disappeared the second before Bronson rushed out. When Bronson rushed out of the building and arrived outside, the scene he saw could be described as hell to some extent. The guards who were in charge of patrolling the area were all lying on the ground with smoking shotguns in their hands. On their bodies, blood flowed out from various damaged parts like a pool of blood, dyeing the ground red. Around these guards who were lying in a pool of blood, there were also automaton, with wires and engine oil scattered all over the ground like corpses that had been dismembered. The smell of blood spread in the air. The smell of gunpowder and magic power shuttled back and forth in the air. With the guards and automatons lying on the ground, it was hard to tell if they were dead or alive. Together with the bloody scene, those who were not brave enough would have fainted. What was wrong with calling such a scene hell? But in the center of such a hellish scene, at the entrance of the gate, a figure stood there. Wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis King Mechanic Academy and a knee-length black coat that looked like a knight's robe, the figure had his back to Bronson. He stood in the middle of the bloody ground, the guards lying on the ground, and the dismembered automatons. Magic ripples visible to the naked eye were fluctuating around the figure with his back to Bronson. The magic ripples turned into a tangible force that covered the pitch-black blades, swords, spears, and halberds. The surface of these weapons was covered with a layer of dim light. Telekinesis. The intruder used telekinesis. He controlled the pitch-black weapons and used them to take down all the guards here, destroying them one by one. The performance was not too bad. It was definitely not a good automaton either. An intruder. Bronson had only seen him once. But he was very familiar with this intruder. Staring at the figure who was standing in the middle of the guards and automaton who were lying on the ground with black weapons floating around him, Bronson muttered with a gloomy expression. Scarlet Eyes, the intruder. Of course it was Wu Yan. Yo, President Bronson. Wu Yan turned around and looked up, revealing a pair of wine-red eyes to Bronson. His face was calm as he spoke indifferently. We meet again. Indeed we meet again. Bronson glanced at the guards lying in a pool of blood. It was just a glance and he no longer paid attention to them as if they were not his people but strangers. He cast his sharp gaze on Wu Yan. And under such circumstances, such a time, such a scene, this really surprised me. Actually, I don't want to see that face of yours anymore. Wu Yan spoke in an indifferent tone, his wine-red eyes flashing with a cold light. Unfortunately, I said that if you do something you shouldn't do, I will give you a big surprise. Indeed, it is quite a surprise. Bronson sighed as if he was regretting something. I didn't expect you to violate the rules of the Walpurgis Academy by going out in the middle of the night. I'm afraid you will be expelled. This won't be the last time we meet, right? The Academy doesn't have a rule that prohibits students from going out in the middle of the night, only that automatons can't go out. Wu Yan looked at Bronson disapprovingly. So, President Bronson, I'm sorry to disappoint you. At most, I will be punished by the head teacher or the dormitory supervisor. However, this will indeed be the last time we meet. Of course, Bronson said with a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Although there isn't a rule that prohibits students from going out in the middle of the night, I remember there is a rule in the academy. If a student attacks a commoner, they will be sentenced to death. Sir, are you looking for death? I'm sorry to disappoint President Bronson as well. Wu Yan retracted his expression and walked towards Bronson step by step. I'm here to be the messenger of justice. I'm here to dig out all the disgusting experiments you've conducted here, including the modifications you've done to the human body, the dissection and the abandonment of the human body. Bronson's breath caught in his throat. Those artificial pro-camouflage children should all be here, right? Wu Yan glanced at the buildings around him. Also, those failed modifications that were intended to be used to make bandoliers should also be stored here, right? Bronson's expression changed again and again, finally turning into a murderous expression. You sure know a lot. You won't live long if you keep doing that, Sir Scarlet Eyes. What a coincidence. In many people's eyes, I deserve to die, but I'm still alive. Wu Yan raised his hand. So, you'll have to kill me right here or you'll be the one who dies. Wu Yan waved his hand and the black weapons that were locked in place by Wu Yan's telekinesis shuddered. They tilted and aimed at Bronson with their sharp points. They sliced through the air and landed on Bronson without mercy. What a joke. Facing the pitch-black weapons falling down like raindrops, Bronson spat out these creepy words. You didn't even bring your automaton with you and you dare come here? You're digging your own grave. This way Bronson won't have to think of another way to get rid of Wu Yan. He can just kill Wu Yan right here and now. When the time comes, all he needs to do is to use the guards lying on the ground and the broken automaton as evidence to prove that Wu Yan broke in and started a massacre. Even if Bronson kills Wu Yan, no one will pursue the matter. Isn't that just digging his own grave? Let me show you the masterpiece of the Angel series, which is even more sophisticated than the Cherubim. Bronson extended his hand. A powerful magical force flowed out of his hand and turned into a ray of light that shot into one of the buildings around him. Come to me, Lucifer. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the building that was filled with magical force. Immediately afterwards, a golden stream of light shot out and arrived in front of Bronson in an instant. With an unnatural gust of wind, it shot up into the sky like a meteor and collided head-on with the pitch-black weapons that were falling down like raindrops. Clang, 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 clang. The golden streams of light nimbly streaked across the air, striking the pitch-black weapons one after another like a whirlwind, sending them flying in all directions. Not long after, a series of crisp clanging sounds rang out. None of the nearly 100 pitch-black weapons landed on Bronson. They were all knocked away by the golden flowing light, either piercing into the ground or the surrounding buildings, scattering all over the place. Only then did the golden light appear in front of Bronson. It was a sword that was over 2 meters long. It was completely gold in color and had a mechanical face on the hilt. Apart from the color and some details, The sword was exactly the same as the sword that cherubim transformed into. And the unnatural wind that flowed around the sword just now was actually a hot wind that contained an extremely high temperature. Hot gust manipulation. Needless to say, it was definitely the same type of machine as Cherub, the Angel series of automaton. With this excellent automaton, the one standing in front of Wu Yan would be the one who almost took the throne of the Demon King and became the champion of the Night Gathering. Your magical force seems to be a lot stronger than the pro-camouflage children, Bronson said coldly. A monster like you must be able to help me complete a lot of research, right? Chapter 1646. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the golden greatsword shot out like a bolt of lightning. The blade surged with a super-hot wind, like a golden streamer with a fiery edge flashing past. Bang 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 bang. Compared to the sharp whistling sound, it was much more chaotic. Gunshots, like machine guns, shook violently from the opposite side, instantly drowning out the sharp whistling sound. Amidst the chaotic gunshots, it wasn't bullets that shot toward the golden streamer, but a variety of pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all kinds of weapons covered in azure light. The medium that shot out these pitch-black weapons was not a bow, arrow, or cannon. Instead, it was a crimson space that stood in the middle of the space like a door. In the crimson space, ripples constantly reverberated. Every reverberation was accompanied by a pitch-black weapon emerging from it. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, it shot wildly and rushed straight ahead. The atmosphere was shaking and the wind was howling. Like an ever-victorious general charging into an army of thousands of men and horses, the golden streamer erupted with a super-hot wind. The blade, which was powerful enough to melt steel and cut everything in half, plunged into the group of pitch-black weapons that filled the entire field of vision in front of it. Screech. Suddenly, an incomparably ear-piercing screech turned into a sound wave within the group of pitch-black weapons, drilling into the ears of everyone present. That was the sound of the golden greatsword moving at an extremely fast speed. The pitch-black weapons that came close to it were all knocked away. Because there were too many pitch-black weapons, the golden greatsword was almost knocking away dozens of weapons in a second. As it flew forward, it also knocked away the pitch-black weapons that came crashing toward it head-on. Therefore, the overly fast collision sounds mixed together to form such a sharp, ear-piercing buzzing sound. However, that ended quickly. The golden greatsword was indeed very sharp. Under the enhancement of the ultra-high temperature of more than thousands of degrees, it could be said that it could cut through anything. But it couldn't cut through those seemingly ordinary pitch-black weapons. Not a single one. So, no matter how sharp the golden greatsword was, no matter how powerful the sudden attack was, the speed of the sudden attack became slower and slower under the continuous collision of pitch-black weapons. Clang? Finally, the sound of steel colliding with steel sounded. The golden greatsword still couldn't break through the storm-like weapons. When the sudden attack slowed down to a certain extent, instead it was bounced back by the pitch-black weapons. Seeing this scene, Bronson controlled the Angel series automaton, named Lucifer, to return the golden greatsword to his side. Looking ahead, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from it. In front of him, the crimson space was still rippling and pitch-black weapons were poking out one after another, as if they would never run out. Bronson's face was extremely unsightly. What exactly is that crimson space? What exactly was the pitch-black weapon that even Lucifer, who had been enhanced by several thousand degrees Celsius, could not cut through? It was impossible for Bronson to know that even if the wind was enhanced by tens of thousands of degrees, it might not be able to cut through those pitch-black weapons. After all, even if it was only hardness and sharpness, those pitch-black weapons were still noble phantasms. If Wu Yan's level wasn't restricted, his power would be severely limited. Otherwise, Lucifer's Angel series automaton would have been smashed into smithereens by the rain of noble phantoms, let alone knocking away so many noble phantoms. If Wu Yan's skills were not restricted, and he could not even use his superpowers, he could only use his telekinesis to squeeze the noble phantasms into the shape of weapons, which greatly reduced the power of the noble phantasms. Otherwise, Lucifer would have been broken. What's wrong? President Bronson. Standing in front of the crimson space, Wu Yan looked like a god in control of this space. His wine-red eyes matched the crimson space behind him. He looked at Bronson with a mocking smile. He extended his hand and grabbed a black spear. Didn't you want to kill me and dissect me for research? After that, Wu Yen lifted the pitch-black spear from his shoulder to his back and threw it with all his might. Whoosh! With the help of his telekinesis and strength, the pitch-black spear shot out as fast as lightning. Bronson only saw a flash of black light in front of him and the pitch-black spear was less than 5 meters away from him. Go! Bronson's face darkened and he raised 2 fingers. A magical mist rose from his body and entered the golden greatsword beside him. Suddenly the golden greatsword spun and in a strange sound, it disintegrated into a humanoid automaton. It was none other than Lucifer. His appearance was similar to Angel Ji's. He was also over 2 meters tall. He had 2 giant blades on his wrists and 3 pairs of wings of different sizes on his back. His entire body was golden in color. He was a humanoid robot with a strange appearance. He was an angel. Nimbly it took a leap and arrived in front of Bronson. It raised the giant blade on the back of its wrist high above its head and slashed down viciously. Clang! The pitch-black spear that was about to reach Lucifer was knocked away. It spun like a dart and stabbed into the wall of a building not far away, shattering a large number of bricks. It didn't break. Bronson stared at the pitch-black spear that was stuck in the wall. His eyes were filled with doubt. What is it made of? Is it a magic equipment? Magic equipment was a tool that was equipped with magic circuits and could perform magic. Magic equipment did not have Eve's heart. Therefore, it did not have intelligence and life like an automaton. It was just a tool used to perform magic. Although it had magic circuits, it did not have intelligence and life. It could not control the magic circuits and perform magic like an automaton, to reduce the burden on the user. Therefore, the user of the magic equipment had to control the magic circuits in the magic equipment to perform magic. Using musical instruments as an example, an automaton was a musical instrument that could magically play on its own. Meanwhile, magical equipment was just an ordinary musical instrument that required a player to play it. As such, it was rare for magic equipment to appear in a battle. After all, compared to magic equipment, an automaton only needed to be injected with magic to activate its magic circuits. It was undoubtedly more useful. Since Lucifer was still unable to break the ordinary-looking weapons with his magic, it meant that the weapons must have been specially crafted to carry some kind of magic circuit, right? Then, Bronson glanced at the crimson space behind Wu Yen. That crimson space, is it a magic equipment too? It doesn't matter if it's a magic equipment or a magic artifact, as long as it can kill you, it's a good tool. Wu Yen curled his lips into a smile when he heard Bronson's question. Besides, it can also be used like this. Wu Yen reached out his hand and snapped his fingers. Buzz. In an instant, crimson spatial ripples abruptly rose from the space around Bronson and Lucifer, covering them in all directions. Bronson felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, he jumped onto Lucifer's back. Lucifer leapt into the air with Bronson on his back. Almost at the same time, pitch-black weapons abruptly shot out from the crimson spatial ripples around Bronson, piercing through the air, and slicing through the space where Bronson was just a moment ago. If Bronson had not asked Lucifer to bring him away in time, he would have been sliced into pieces by now. However, Bronson did not feel happy. Instead, his eyes widened. Above Lucifer, a huge crimson spatial ripple started to fluctuate. Chapter 1647. It was as if the sky was dyed crimson. A huge crimson spatial ripple reverberated in the air above Lucifer, who was carrying Bronson. In an instant, the ripple expanded to a diameter of 10 meters and covered the entire sky above the orphanage. Your Lucifer transformed into a sword seems to be quite big. Bronson widened his eyes as he stared at the huge crimson spatial ripples in the sky. A voice that sent chills down his spine slowly entered his ears. Why don't you have a little competition with me? The crimson spatial ripple that covered the sky above the orphanage began to fluctuate violently. It was like a boiling pool that could not be stopped. Immediately, a huge pitch-black sword that was more than 20 meters long, like a skyscraper, slowly emerged from the crimson spatial ripple. Bronson's expression changed abruptly as the sword fell from the sky like a mountain. Hum? The pitch-black greatsword covered Bronson's entire field of vision. All he could see was the incomparably sharp pitch-black tip of the sword that was flashing with a deadly cold light. It violently cut through the air, and under the crazy vibrations of the atmosphere, it fell heavily towards Lucifer who was carrying Bronson. Ha! Feeling the huge pressure from above and the shadow of death that was gradually approaching, Bronson roared at the top of his lungs. He frantically urged the mana in his body as if he was trying to squeeze the blood out of his veins. He desperately squeezed out the mana that was strong enough to tear his body apart. There was no doubt about it. This was the first time in his life that Bronson had tried so hard. It was also the first time in his life that Bronson had urged such a huge amount of magic. The majestic magic exploded in the form of a hurricane and turned into steam that flowed into Lucifer's body. Lucifer's body was wrapped in a layer of visible magic film. He let go of Bronson and a ferocious hot wind surged out from his body and swept across the entire area. Ignoring his falling master, Lucifer raised his head and his body suddenly twisted and changed shape. He turned into a huge golden sword. Along with the super hot wind, which made the space creak as if it could not bear the burden, it shot into the sky. The huge black sword that covered the sky and the golden sword that was glowing with a fiery red-hot wind was like a needle against an awn, like a mountain crashing into a meteor, in the sky above the orphanage. They collided violently. Boom! With a deafening sound. A thunderous roar resounded. A burst of violent wind and waves exploded out, bringing with it an impact that made people feel as if they would be crushed into dregs. It enveloped the entire orphanage. Without the slightest suspense, the stone houses made of stone bricks were like glass as they were cleanly blown apart by the shockwave. The stone roofs were also mercilessly blown away, and even the surrounding fields were flattened out in small pieces. By the time the shockwaves dissipated and the violent rumbling disappeared, the scene had completely changed. The buildings became dilapidated as if they were abandoned houses. They were so fragile that even a strong wind could blow them down. The ground cracked inch by inch like a spider web. A layer of the ground in the center of the field was shaved off, revealing a pit filled with smoke and dust. In the pit, Bronson knelt on the ground, his skin covered with scars. His face was filled with pain and he could not stop gasping for breath. Not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bronson's injuries were not caused by the attack, but by the excessive consumption of magic power. His body could not bear the burden, which caused his skin to crack and his internal organs to be damaged. Compared to Bronson, Lucifer's appearance was much more miserable. Standing in front of Bronson, Lucifer's originally golden body was now covered with scorch marks. Smoke was rising from his body, and there were even traces of electric sparks. Obviously, part of his body had been damaged. What was worse was that one of the 3 pairs of wings on Lucifer's back, which had golden feathers as hard as steel, was in tatters. One of the 2 giant blades on the back of his wrist was also broken in half. Obviously, even though Bronson had gone beyond his limit and supplied Lucifer with magic power, Lucifer was still no match for the pitch-black giant sword that was as big as a skyscraper. Of course, in order to achieve this, Wu Yin did not have it easy either. Standing in front of Bronson and Lucifer, his face was slightly pale and he was panting. Although he was in a much better state than Bronson, one could still see the faint tiredness in his eyes. However, it was not surprising that he would end up like this. Without superpowers, he could only use telekinesis to squeeze the iron sand into the shape of a weapon. The burden on him was not ordinary. After all, telekinesis was a highly condensed form of magic power. Using telekinesis would consume a lot of magic power. Yet Wu Yin had challenged his limit and squeezed out such a giant sword. He even used telekinesis to control it and attack. How could he not be tired? In this world, there was no one other than Wu Yin who could use telekinesis to attack like this. You've lived a long life, President Bronson. Suppressing his slightly rapid breathing, Wu Yin coldly looked at Bronson, who was kneeling on the back of Lucifer's tattered body. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was filled with pain. You're still alive? Should I say that you're worthy of being called the puppet user who almost became the Demon King? Bronson did not answer. It was unknown whether he was disdainful, unwilling, or unable to answer. He just raised his head and stared at Wu Yin. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Oh, that's scary. Wu Yin laughed exaggeratedly as if he was frightened by the murderous intent in Bronson's eyes. It's a pity that 20 years have passed since you were eliminated from the Night Assembly. Other than your mana growing stronger with the passage of time, you haven't improved at all. You've even forgotten to train yourself in order to manage that mechanical workshop of yours. How foolish. Stupid? Bronson was so angry that he laughed. Individual progress is nothing but degeneration. The progress of the times is irreversible. Magicians are individuals, groups, and life forms that exist for the sake of progress. If mankind stagnates, it will bring destruction and disaster to the world. The development of science and technology is a means of survival that cannot be ignored. For the sake of progress, for the sake of development, it's worth it no matter how much you sacrifice. Bronson stood up with difficulty and sneered. For the sake of progress, for the sake of science and technology, individual sacrifice is nothing. No matter how strong one is, one cannot survive alone. If you don't want to be destroyed, the only way to survive is to strengthen the group. This is the true path of survival, the true progress. Wu Yan smiled. His smile was full of pity and sympathy. Indeed, the importance of individuals and the importance of groups are on the same level. Everyone knows which side is more important. Everyone knows which side is the wisest choice. Wu Yan's eyes shone with a sharp light. But being wise is one thing, being right is another. For the sake of progress and development, are you going to sacrifice those innocent people who have the right to live and whose freedom and lives were mercilessly taken away by you? No matter if it's Flay or Loki, although their importance can't be compared to all of mankind and naturally can't be compared to the development and progress of the entire world, sacrificing an individual for the sake of the group, no matter how beautiful you make it sound, is still an act of murder. You can't even protect the survival of an individual, you can't even improve yourself. You can't even grasp the things in front of you. Talk about development? Wu Yan didn't try to hide his emotions anymore as he taunted. How laughable and foolish. Bronson looked as though he was insulted. His face was filled with anger and haze. Of course Wu Yan was indeed insulting him. There was no need to doubt it. Progress and development have nothing to do with me. I've only come here to fulfill my promise. At the same time, I've come to give you a big surprise. At the same time, I've also come to avenge Flay. I've also come to avenge her. Wu Yan extended his hand. From the crimson space behind him, a ray of light flew out and landed in his hand. It was a card. Didn't you say that no matter how strong an individual is, he is still an individual? Wu Yan raised the card in front of his heart and looked at Bronson. Then I'll let you see with your own eyes what kind of individual strength will destroy everything that you've spent 20 years building for the sake of the group. Chapter 1648. A card? Seeing his opponent, whom Bronson no longer dared to underestimate, take out an ordinary card and put away the crimson spatial ripples that had made Bronson's scalp tingle and made him worry about what kind of weapon would be shot out, Bronson's heart began to beat faster. Bronson silently endured the injuries on his body caused by the excessive amount of mana that he had just exerted. Then he channeled a trace of mana to his eyes and covered them. Bronson's eyes glowed under the cover of the mana. He could see the card that Wu Yan held in front of his heart. It was a rectangular card that was less than 20 centimeters long and less than 10 centimeters wide. The color of the card was brown. A picture of a crazy warrior holding a great sword was engraved on the front of the card. Right below the design, there was a line of words written in golden font. Bronson frowned as he looked at the line of golden letters. Berserker? What is that? Although he thought so, Bronson did not dare to be careless. Even that space could shoot out any kind of weapon. The crimson space, which was as large as a skyscraper, had almost taken Bronson's life. At that moment, his adversary had put away that great weapon of mass destruction, and had taken out an ordinary card. What did this mean? It meant that either Wu Yan was crazy and wanted to make fun of Bronson so that he would not die so quickly. Or it was something more terrifying than the crimson spatial ripples. Was Wu Yan really crazy? The answer was obvious. Impossible. So, it could only be something more terrifying than the crimson spatial ripples. Bronson realized this. Bronson could not wait any longer. No matter what you are going to do. Bronson clenched his teeth. Ignoring his body that was still wailing, he channeled his mana and let it seep through his blood. His body was covered with wounds. Blood gushed out of his body. It was sucked into Lucien's body. What do you think? Do you think I'll just sit here and watch? After replenishing his mana, Lucifer once again activated the magic circuit of hot wind manipulation. His charred and smoking body seemed to have turned into the eye of a typhoon. A fiery red tornado formed by superhot hot wind swirled around his body. Crack. Then Lucifer lowered his body. One of the steel-like feathers on his back was destroyed. The remaining 2 pairs of wings slowly spread out and the steel feathers shot out like bullets. They shot towards Wu Yan with sonic booms. Looking at the steel feathers coming at him like bullets, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Class card, Berserker. Limited expansion. His incantation reverberated in the air. Mana flowed like water from a broken dam. It flowed through Wu Yan's hand and into the Berserker rank card. In the next moment, the magic power that surged into the Berserker class card turned into the most dazzling light that enveloped the entire rectangular card. Buzz! The mana roared through the space, setting off a gust of wind and dust. Together with the dazzling light, it covered Wu Yan's body. Whoosh 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 whoosh. On the other side, the steel feathers cut through the air like roaring bullets that swept towards the enemy. They crossed the space and shot into the magic light that brought up a gust of wind and dust. Clang! However, when the steel feathers shot into the magic light, a sharp sound of metal clashing resounded in the air above the dilapidated orphanage. Bronson could clearly see that as the sharp sounds of metal clashing resounded, the steel feathers that were supposed to pierce through the enemy with irresistible force were knocked away like garbage and fell to the ground one by one. Bronson endured the pain in his body due to the forced activation of his mana and stood up with difficulty. He cast his gaze towards the flash of mana and was immediately stunned. Bronson thought that Wu Yan was going to use some means to summon his automaton. But when he saw the situation in the magic light that dimmed, Bronson knew that he was wrong. In the dimming light, Wu Yan's figure once again entered Bronson's sight. He was still wearing the student uniform of the Walpurgis Wangli School of Mechanics and the pitch-black coat that resembled a knight's robe. His wine-red eyes glowed as he stared at Bronson, reminiscent of a lone wolf that had set its eyes on its prey. After such a huge commotion, Wu Yan didn't change at all. If there was a change, it would be that in Wu Yan's hand, there was something that no one could ignore. Wu Yan flipped his hand and held it horizontally above his head. It looked like an earth-colored rock block. One of the sides of the blade looked like a ferocious beast's fangs. It's so blunt that it's hard to believe. The handle of the blade was wrapped in bandages. It's a large axe sword. Looking at the axe, which seemed to be made of rock and looked more like a blunt weapon without a handle than a sword, Bronson felt goosebumps all over his body. Not for any other reason but because Bronson could smell the scent of death from the shape of the axe. If the sword that Lucifer transformed into was like a divine sword used by gods to slay demons, then the axe in front of him was like a monster used by demons to slaughter and destroy lives. Smelling the scent of death from the sword, Bronson's mind, which had been stretched taut due to the unfavorable battle situation, snapped with a snap. Lucifer. Using the last of his strength, Bronson squeezed out all the remaining magic power in his body and violently channeled it into Lucifer's body. Kill him for me. Lucifer's eyes lit up like an angel's. He nimbly lowered his body and like a cannonball, he channeled all the heat into his remaining greatsword. Raising it above his head, he slashed at Wu Yan with the greatsword as he flew forward. This time Wu Yan did not use Gate of Babylon to suppress Lucifer. Instead, he smirked, stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Lucifer. This is the power of the person you look down on. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Lucifer, who was rushing towards him. Witness the legend of heroes born from miracles. Raising the ferocious-looking axe above his head, Wu Yan leaped into the air and rushed into Lucifer's arms. Roar! Kill 100 of them. The overlapping runes of the liberation spell rubbed against the air and shook the air. At that moment, it was as if the world had turned dark. The only thing left in the world was Lucifer, who was about to slash his enemy with his giant sword. However, Lucifer's sword was destined not to be able to slash down. Because, in front of him, the enemy had disappeared. No. It should be said that the ferocious axe in the enemy's hand disappeared in front of Lucifer's eyes. It turned into a torrent like a whirlpool. It was like a beam of light, completely disappearing from sight. Yes. The axe that looked heavier than rocks and fake mountains moved at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It turned into a beam of light and was slashed by Wu Yan at Lucifer before it could even make a sound. Wong? By the time Lucifer noticed it, 8 beams of light had already slashed at him from the front, top, bottom, left, right, top left, top right, and bottom right. A total of 8 directions, surpassing time in the truest sense, overlapped with each other and formed a vortex. Then the 8 beams of light that formed a whirlpool shape seemed to burst out at the same time, mercilessly landing on Lucifer's body. Poochie. It was hard to imagine that although Lucifer was made of steel, there was a tearing sound coming from his body. Bang! Then there was an explosion. 8 slashes viciously cut through Lucifer's body. His limbs, shoulders, and abdomen were all chopped into pieces. Chapter 1649. Bang! Amidst the muffled explosion, Lucifer, with smoke and electricity all over its body, was charred black except for its head and upper body. Its limbs, shoulders and lower abdomen were all slashed into pieces by the 8 vortex-shaped slashes that turned into beams of light. Not far away, Bronson's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He stepped back involuntarily, his eyes full of shock. The extremely fast slash turned into a beam of light. Furthermore, it was even faster than the speed of sound. In an almost negligible amount of time, it was as if the 8 consecutive slashes had burst out at the same time. Was that an attack that a human could make? No. After living for so long, Bronson was very sure that even the highest level of automaton, with the highest performance and the most excellent, powerful and outstanding magic circuit couldn't do such a thing, let alone human beings. At least, Bronson had never seen an automaton that could do it. With such a godly skill, there was no way he could defeat this opponent. Realizing this, Bronson finally couldn't hold back the panic in his heart and stepped back again and again. But soon he calmed down. Although the godly skill of 8 consecutive slashes was indeed incredible, Wu Yin had made a fatal mistake. An automaton wasn't a human. As long as Eve's heart wasn't damaged, even if its head was chopped off, the automaton could still repair it, let alone its limbs, shoulders and lower abdomen. Lucifer was seriously damaged, but its Eve's heart wasn't damaged. Its magic circuit could still be activated and it could still fight. He hadn't lost yet. Unfortunately, Bronson was wrong again. The real Kill 100 was a bow and arrow type noble phantasm. According to legend, the bow and arrow used by the greatest Greek hero Hercules to kill the immortal Hydra was Hercules' most trusted noble phantasm. And after killing the Hydra, Yi Zichen was stunned. Even if other weapons were used as means, Hercules could also use moves that imitated the noble phantasm's ability. This was because the real Kill 100 beast skill was able to release 9 tracking lasers. Therefore, when other weapons were used as means to imitate the noble phantasm's ability, what was released was a 9-hit combo that was released at a high speed by combining all the attacks. Therefore, the Kill 100 that Wu Yin released with the large axe in his hand was a move that was as powerful as a noble phantasm's ability. It had a 9-hit combo. And just now Wu Yin released an 8-hit combo. Bang! Bronson took a heavy step forward. Only Lucifer's broken body remained in his sight. Sparks, gears and electric wires were coming out from its limbs and lower body. Wu Yin raised the axe in his hand once again and swung. Swoosh! The crisp whistling sound swept the wind and blew in all directions. Bronson could only see a laser-like beam of light blooming in front of Lucifer. Then the beam turned Lucifer's and pierced into Lucifer's chest. Slash! This time Bronson heard the tearing sound clearly. The beam of light tore Lucifer's chest apart, penetrated his heart and came out from his back. It returned to its original form of an axe. The axe was huge, and when it pierced through Lucifer's body, it almost pierced through the rest of Lucifer's body. When Bronson came to his senses, Lucifer's body was still pierced through, hanging on the axe in Wu Yan's hand. The calm expression on Bronson's face froze. Bang! Lucifer's body, which was hanging on the axe, emitted electric sparks. Then, with a loud explosion, it exploded into pieces. The machine-like head was thrown into the air and then fell heavily on the ground. It rolled a few times and came to Bronson's side. It was only then that Bronson realized what had happened. He really lost. He lost to a kid who was still studying in the academy, who didn't even go through the baptism of the night party, who didn't carry an automaton, who threatened him and whom he planned to kill not long ago. Phew! Wu Yin waved the axe in his hand, which didn't match his body size. He turned around and looked at Bronson with a sneer on his face. He lifted his feet and walked towards Bronson. This is the strength of an individual that you look down on the most. Are you satisfied? Bronson looked at Wu Yin walking towards him. He couldn't help but take a step back. There was a trace of panic on his face. His eyes wandered left and right as if he was trying to find an escape route. However, it didn't take long for Bronson to give up with a bitter smile. His opponent was an existence that could unleash 9 consecutive strikes at the same time as if they had turned into beams of light. No matter how fast Bronson was, could he be faster than the speed of sound? Could he be fast enough to turn into one of the 9 consecutive beams of light? There was no point in running away. This time I have indeed lost. Bronson admitted his defeat. He pretended to be calm as he looked at Wu Yin. But, do you really intend to kill me? Wu Yin didn't speak. He continued to approach Bronson with the axe in his hand. Even if you expose my secret actions and present the evidence of me breaking the taboo to the Magician Association, it won't do you any good, right? Bronson stared at the approaching Wu Yan. A drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. Sir, you just want to take back those GARM series automatons so I won't detain them. If you want to avenge Flay, you've done a great job this time, so there's no need for you to continue, right? Wu Yan didn't say anything. His footsteps were so loud that they could pound Bronson's heart. He stared at Bronson as if he's his prey. Step by step he approached Bronson. I did tamper with Flay's heart. Therefore, I am the only one who can restore Flay's heart to its original state. Sir. Bronson clenched his fist. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wu Yan. If you wish, I can also restore Loki's heart to its original state. However, no matter how much Bronson said, Wu Yan's expression remained impassive. Only the sound of his footsteps and the gaze of a predator staring at its prey made Bronson's heartbeat accelerate to the limit. His blood started pumping faster and faster. Sir. As if he was forced to a dead end, Bronson spoke in a deep voice. Is there a need to be so ruthless? A mocking smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. It told Bronson whether he was going to be ruthless or not. This time Bronson understood. This person won't let me go. If I don't think of a way, I will die. I will die. Bronson's heart skipped a beat. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pistol. He aimed at Wu Yan and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Clang. A gunshot and a clashing sound echoed in the surroundings at the same time. The trajectory of the bullet shot out from the muzzle of Bronson's pistol seemed to have been seen through. A hatchet was swung downwards, deflecting the bullet that shot out explosively. Bronson's mouth opened slightly. This was the last movement he could make. Bang! The axe and sword swept over from the side, fiercely slapping Bronson's body. Poochie! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Bronson's mouth. Then, like a kite with a broken string, Bronson's body flew high into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Then Wu Yan appeared in front of Bronson. He looked down at the bleeding Bronson and raised his hatchet. Enough! At this moment, a figure appeared beside Wu Yan and grabbed his hand that was holding the axe and sword. No matter how sinful he is, you can't escape punishment if you kill him like this. Kimberly looked at Wu Yan with her blue eyes. So leave it to me. Seeing Kimberly appear, Wu Yan knew he couldn't kill Bronson. He could only put down his hand and pout. Then I'll leave it to you, Miss Kimberly of the Magician Association. Kimberly smiled bitterly. She was speechless. Chapter 1650. Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Engineering Academy. Medical Department. When Flay woke up from her sleep, she opened her eyes and took in the light outside. When she regained her vision, what appeared before her eyes was a ceiling that was extremely unfamiliar to her. Flay absent-mindedly looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. She used nearly a minute to think again. She tried to sort out her thoughts and judge her current situation. However, after nearly a minute of thinking, Flay could only mutter those words in a daze. Kidnapped? If you want to be muddle-headed, wait until you're discharged from the hospital. Right after Flay's voice left her mouth, an impolite reprimanding voice sounded from beside Flay. Flay was shocked and she quickly stood up. Soon after, a person wearing a white coat and a professor's uniform appeared in Flay's field of vision. She wore a pair of glasses and had a cold and elegant expression. Flay was stunned on the spot and she cried out in surprise. Teacher Kimberly? Are you awake? Kimberly did not show any concern for Flay's well-being. She also did not show any concern for Flay's body. At the very least, she did not show any concern on the surface. Are you able to remember what happened before you fainted? Flay tilted her head. Her face was filled with confusion. She furrowed her beautiful brows and began to think with all her might. This time around, Flay's mind was able to smoothly think. She did not go off track. Thus, Flay also remembered. Before she fainted, Wu Yan and Loki were fighting. Then, an abnormality suddenly appeared in her body. It caused her blood to flow in the opposite direction and turn into magic power. This caused Raby to go berserk. After recalling everything that happened before she fainted, Flay immediately panicked. Raby. What happened to Raby? Calm down. Kimberly spoke with a terrifyingly calm voice. She moved aside. Your dog is here. Only then did Flay see the place she was in. She was in a place that was similar to a hospital ward. At this moment, Flay was wearing a hospital gown. Bandages were wrapped around all over her body. She appeared to be in a very serious condition. However, Flay did not feel any pain at all. On a bed beside Frey's, Raby was also wrapped in bandages. He was lying there with his eyes closed. It was as if he had died. Robbie. Flay immediately got off the bed. Kimberly didn't stop him. He allowed her to run to Ruby's side and put her hand on Ruby's body. After approaching Raby, Flay discovered that Raby was extremely weak. However, he was still breathing. His hand on Ruby's body could clearly feel the warmth of Ruby's body, proving that Robbie was still alive. Don't worry about your dog, princess. When Kimberly saw how nervous Fry was about her automaton, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although when you went berserk, your magic power did exceed its burden, causing its magic circuit to almost burst and its heart to rupture. Hearing those words, Flay's heart thumped heavily. Ruptured heart? Did he mean that Eve's heart was damaged? The automaton's heart is damaged? Wasn't that the same as being hopeless? You should rejoice. You have indeed encountered an existence capable of creating miracles. Kimberly did not keep Flay in suspense. Before Flay could respond, she sighed in astonishment. I don't know what kind of magic circuit the automaton of Scarlet Taze has. That girl's magic was able to cure a wound that could be described as hopeless. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to find someone to cure it. Cured it? Flay was startled. Then she became overjoyed. Robbie, your dog is fine, Kimberly declared. Although I don't know what kind of magic Scarlet Taze's automaton performed, the automaton did heal your dog. Even the wounds on your body were healed by her. Hugh. Flay heaved a sigh of relief. She spoke gratefully. Thank you. The person you should be thanking is not me. Even though she was clearly thanked, Kimberly seemed to dislike it. Her tone that had just softened immediately became cold and detached again. Also, it is still too early to thank me. There are many more things that you should thank me for. After saying those words, Kimberly turned her gaze toward the entrance. Flay also looked over. Following that, a scene that caused Flay to involuntarily cover her mouth appeared before her eyes. The door was slowly opened, revealing the scene outside. Loki was standing at the entrance with Cherub. He seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief as he sized up Flay with a cold gaze. Then he walked in. Of course, the scene that caused Flay to involuntarily cover her mouth was not the matter of her younger brother coming to visit her. What caused Flay to be unable to restrain herself from covering her mouth was the fact that apart from bringing Cherub with him, Rocky also brought 4 dogs with him. The 4 breeds were shepherd dogs, German hounds, Great Danes and Dachshunds. Their limbs and shoulders were equipped with armor. They were dogs of different sizes. Seeing the 4 dogs, Flay's eyes became moist. She began to cry out as if she was choking with sobs. Riviera, Ruby, Lavina, Robin, these dogs were the family members that Flay wanted to save even in her dreams. The Hellhound series automaton. Woof woof. Oh. Woof. Roar. The 4 Hellhound series automaton let out different cries of joy. With a jog, they ran to Flay's side and began to rub against her body. When Flay sensed the familiar scent emitting from the 4 Hellhound series automaton, she finally believed what she saw. She immediately hugged one of the automaton. Tears began to well up in her red eyes. She was only able to stop herself from crying with all her might. Due to the fact that the other dogs have not operated for a long time, their activation speed has become somewhat sluggish. Their bodies are also being examined. They should be able to return to your side soon. Rocky said indifferently. After saying those words, he turned around. I've brought your family members. After saying those words, Rocky immediately wanted to leave the ward. Seeing this, Flay immediately spoke out. Thank you, don't thank me. Before Flay could finish her words of gratitude, Loki's words stopped her. The one who saved them was Scarlet Eyes, not me. Also, Rocky turned his head around and glanced at Flay. The Divine Works has been disbanded. Hearing those words, Flay was stunned. That person who used to be our adoptive father, the person who tampered with our hearts, managed to find companions like us in his territory. Furthermore, after the operation failed, he planned to use the remains of our bodies to create puppets. Rocky's tone was slightly heavy and slightly relaxed. He spoke in an extremely contradictory manner. Thus, the Magician Association has already arrested him for violating a taboo. I believe that he will soon be sent to the execution ground and sentenced to death. Everything that restricted our freedom has already been destroyed. Rocky's red eyes looked directly at Flay, who was still stunned. His words contained an unprecedented trace of gentleness. Similarly, there is no longer any reason for you to fight. It's best that you don't participate in the night gathering. It's not worth it if you get injured, Rocky. When Flay heard Rocky's words of concern that he no longer concealed, she finally understood why Rocky would not hesitate to destroy Raby and force her to withdraw from the night gathering. It was not because Rocky looked down on the weak. Instead, it was because Rocky did not wish for Flay to be harmed. Her little brother did not truly hate her. On the contrary, he was very concerned about her. Flay's eyes became moist again. However, she did not allow her tears to fall. With a voice that even mosquitoes could not compare to, she softly spoke. Thank you. I already said that the person you should be thanking is not me. Rocky replied with his usual cold and indifferent tone. If your injuries are healed, then quickly leave the hospital. Those dogs of yours are still waiting for you to return to adopt and take care of them. After saying that, Rocky brought Cherub with him and left without looking back. Your automaton will be kept as your personal belongings. Kimberly smiled, which was rare for her. That's why you should thank that guy. Flay wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded heavily. Chapter 1651. Walpurgis King Mecha Academy Tortoise House. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were occupying the corners, sofas and beds in the room that was more luxurious than any other dorm room in the world. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were either standing, sitting or lying on their stomach, reading the latest novel. Although this room was indeed decorated very luxuriously, the only thing that couldn't be changed was the size of the room. It was already very difficult to accommodate 5 people, not to mention that it occupied such a large space and there were many people. It was impossible to let the room fall into a state of silence. But now the room was strangely quiet. Even Nagisa, who was usually the most talkative, kept her mouth shut, not saying a word. The group of 5 girls quietly occupied the corners of the room, the sofa and the bed. Their gazes were all focused in front of them, which was the other bed in the room. Wu Yen crossed his legs and sat on the bed with his eyes closed. Mana swirled around his body and it reverberated around the room. Wu Yen is in the middle of cultivating his magic power. In the fight against Bronson, Wu Yen didn't rely on the power of the automaton, or the power of the girls. Even though Wu Yen had the upper hand, he did expend a lot of energy. Ignoring the fact that Wu Yen used telekinesis which consumes a lot of his mana during that fight, Wu Yen didn't do anything. He used telekinesis to control his noble phantasm to shoot. He also used telekinesis to squeeze the iron sand into the shape of a weapon. This kind of mana consumption was already very stressful for a normal vampire. Of course, Wu Yen is no ordinary vampire. He is the pinnacle of all vampires, a true ancestor with the noblest bloodline. In addition, his demonic power was at the peak of the true ancestor level. This kind of mana consumption wasn't a big deal. Therefore, the real mana consumption came later. The place where he used telekinesis to form the Great Sword and the limited expansion card. Originally, just by using it, telekinesis consumes a lot more MP than normal magic. Wu Yen also used telekinesis to form a sword that is at least 20 m long and as big as a skyscraper. The amount of mana consumed was enough to crush a pure-blooded vampire. As for the limited expansion class card, its magic consumption was even higher than the formation of the giant sword. One had to know that if one wanted to limit the expansion of a class-level card, the user had to use the magic attire as a medium. Only then could they use the magic attire as a basis to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. However, Wu Yen didn't use his magic attire. Instead, he converted his mana into materialized mana and relied on his mana to support the limited release of the card. When Wu Yen used this method to create the limited expansion card, Rin Enbin and Luvia thought he was crazy. After all, materializing mana required a certain amount of mana. Using mana to support the materialization of the noble phantasm would consume more mana than the human body could possibly have. If it wasn't Wu Yen who used this method to create the limited expansion card, even if it was an ordinary true ancestor, they would feel more or less tired. First, he used a lot of telekinesis. Then he challenged the limit and used telekinesis to form the Great Sword. Finally, Wu Yen also used the limited expansion card of the Berserker. All 3 of these actions consumed a lot of magic power. With Wu Yan's extraordinary mana, he naturally wouldn't use up all of his mana. However, he still used up a lot of mana. Generally speaking, after using up a lot of mana, the effect of mana cultivation would be better than normal cultivation. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yin was willing to spend some time to cultivate mana. No one would ever complain about having too much mana, right? Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, Kanon, and the other girls are waiting for him. Wu Yin immersed himself in his cultivation. Judging by the increasing mana fluctuations coming from him, he must have gained a lot from his training. However, Nagisa and Astria couldn't help but feel bored when they saw the most important person in their heart immersed in cultivation. Oni-chan, when are you going to finish your cultivation? Nagisa rested her chin on her hand as she laid on her bed. She kicked her legs in annoyance as she complained. Nagisa has been in her room since last night. She didn't eat anything this morning. If only the dorm had a kitchen, Nagisa could make her own curry. I really want to eat curry, gulp. Perhaps Nagisa's nagging stimulated Astria's appetite. Even though Astria didn't say anything, her stomach obediently expressed its thoughts on her behalf. Astria whimpered. I'm so hungry, Kanon picked up the tea set and asked with uncertainty. Why don't you have a cup of tea first? Drinking tea will only make you hungrier. Also, don't use black tea to fill your stomach. Natsuki disagreed nonchalantly. She turned to Ikaros, who was standing closest to Wu Yen. Her eyes never left Wu Yen. Ikaros, you've been watching Yen since last night. Even if Angelus isn't tired, you should take a break. Why don't you come and have a cup of tea? Thank you. Ikaros shook her head, but she didn't agree. In less than a second she went back to watching Wu Yen. He is indeed loyal, but isn't this loyalty a little too much? Natsuki bitterly smiled when she saw Ikaros' reaction. She turned to Wu Yen, who was in the middle of his cultivation. I really don't know how many lifetimes of blessings you've accumulated to have someone like this sacrifice for you. Natsuki didn't expect Wu Yen to hear her since he's in a state of cultivation. Wu Yen isn't sure if he heard Natsuki or not. The mana around him suddenly slowed down. Then the mana returned to his body bit by bit. This is the sign of the end of his cultivation. Natsuki and Kanon, who were sitting on the sofa, straightened their backs. Nagisa and Astria, who were lying on the bed, sat up. Ikaros took a step forward with anticipation in her indigo eyes. Not long after, the mana fluctuations that have been lingering in the room since last night receded. All of the mana around Wu Yen retreated back into his body. When everything calmed down, Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes under the watchful eyes of all the girls. His wine-red eyes flashed with a profound light. And then, as if he just woke up, Wu Yen stretched his back. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from within his body. Coupled with that satisfied expression of his, needless to say, the results of this training session are pretty good. Master. Ikaros, who refused to touch the red tea, held a teacup in her hand. Tea, thank you, Ikaros. Ikaros. Wu Yen happily accepted the teacup and took a sip before passing it back to Ikaros. Thank you for your hard work. Oni-chan, master. Nagisa and Astria also jumped in front of Wu Yen with smiles on their faces. Is the cultivation over? Yes, it's over. Wu Yen rubbed Nagisa and Astria's heads. Sorry for making you wait. By the looks of it, you must have had a good harvest. Natsuki looked at Wu Yen for a bit before she stopped looking at him. She then casually said, Also, we aren't the only ones who waited. You aren't the only ones? Wu Yen tilted his head, a question mark floated in front of his head. Oni-chan. Kanon walked to the window and waved at Wu Yen. She pointed outside. Someone has been waiting outside for a long time, but when you asked her to come in, she didn't want to. She's been waiting outside. Since she's here, why don't she come in? Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he got up from his bed. He walked over to the window and he looked at the courtyard. In the courtyard, in a corner of the flower bed, a young girl with a pearl-white ponytail on the right side of her head and 5 dogs of different sizes was hiding there. She was sneakily looking at the dormitory as if she was peeping. Looking at the sneaky girl, Wu Yen helplessly chuckled. Chapter 1652. Flay stuck her head out from a flower bed that was large enough to hide a person. She was secretly looking at one of the windows of the male dormitory. She seemed to be waiting for something and did not want to be discovered. Of course, not wanting to be discovered was not a bad thing. Flay did not come to the male dormitory to do bad things. However, with Flay's hiding method, the probability of being discovered was almost 100%. Although the flower bed was large enough to hide a person, that was only possible if someone crouched down inside. However, Flay was lying on her stomach. Thus, her body was indeed hidden inside the flower bed. However, her feet and buttocks were exposed outside. Thus, who would not be able to tell that someone was hiding in the flower bed? Furthermore, Flay was also hiding in the flower bed by herself. However, the 5 dogs that Flay had brought with her were lazily playing in the surroundings. As if they were frolicking, they began to play in the surroundings. Thus, even if Flay had truly hidden her entire body in the flower bed, the people who saw this scene would definitely notice her. They would definitely feel speechless at this scene. At the very least, he thought that Flay would discover him when he walked out from the entrance. However, Flay had been looking at a certain window of the male dormitory the entire time. She did not even pay attention to the entrance. Thus, until now, he had not been discovered. Wu Yan, who approached Flay, felt speechless. If I were to ridicule her, I feel that I will lose if I do this. Xiao Qin rubbed his twitching eyes. Wu Yan walked to the flower bed where Flay was hiding. Flay did not notice Wu Yan's arrival even when she arrived before the flower bed. However, those Garm series automatons noticed Wu Yan's arrival. One by one they stood up. Flay was slightly startled. She finally noticed that something was amiss. She turned her head around and looked to the side. She noticed Wu Yan. Seeing Flay looking at him in a daze, Wu Yan wanted to laugh. However, he was unable to laugh. He could only laugh dryly. Are you playing hide and seek? Flay first shook her head in a conditional manner. Immediately after, she realized what was going on. She panicked and her hand that was supporting herself on the ground slipped. It made the heavy body in front of him let out a bang sound. He landed heavily on the ground. Ugh, so painful, he cried out in pain. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and rubbed the pair of plump breasts that had the widest contact and suffered the most blows. Flay cried out with tears in her eyes. However, she did not know that the scene of her chest being rubbed was extremely stimulating to men. Gulp. Seeing Flay kneeling before him with tears in her eyes and rubbing her plump breasts, Wu Yan involuntarily gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Immediately after, he turned his head away. Senior Flay, you're here to look for me, right? Wu. Flay blinked her eyes with a perplexed expression. She only reacted a few seconds later and hurriedly stood up. Leading the 5 dogs that had gathered around her, she faced Wu Yan with a gentle smile that had never appeared before on her face. Thank you for saving these children, my family and me and Loki. As expected, you're here to thank me? Wu Yan spread his hands and smiled. I've said it before. The reason why I helped you is because Ikaros wanted me to help you. Thus, if you want to thank me, you can say it to Ikaros. Perhaps she will be very happy that way, then? Flay stood on her tiptoes and extended her head to look at the window of Wu Yan's room. Seeing her tottering appearance, Wu Yan was worried that she might fall down again. Where's Ikaros? She's in her room? Wu Yan smiled knowingly. What's wrong? Do you want to see Ikaros? Ugh. Flay hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Help me say thank you to her. No problem. Wu Yan straightforwardly agreed. Although Ikaros wasn't very familiar with Flay, the reason why she wanted to help Flay was because Flay's attitude toward her automaton touched Ikaros' heart. However, the two of them seemed to be getting along quite well. Ikaros wasn't good at interacting with others. It could even be said that she didn't interact with others at all. Flay was also clumsy and had a timid personality. It could be said that there wasn't a single person who interacted with Flay. On top of that, the two of them were naturally slow-witted. Having Ikaros become friends with Flay should be a pretty good choice, right? If possible, Wu Yan hoped that Ikaros would be able to make some friends. Flay wasn't a bad person either. From a certain perspective, matchmaking the two of them should be a pretty good thing. After making up his mind, Wu Yan was about to say something when Flay took out a bamboo basket. It was a bamboo basket filled with delicately made sandwiches that looked delicious. Thank you, gift. With an expectant expression, Flay placed the bamboo basket in front of Wu Yan. Do you want to eat? Thank you, gift. Wu Yan didn't suspect anything. He directly picked up a sandwich and swallowed it without caring about the taste. He planned to discuss Ikaros with Flay. However, reality proved that being so anxious would only bring harm to himself. After swallowing the entire sandwich, before Wu Yan could even open his mouth to discuss Ikaros with Flay, an extremely pungent taste rushed from his stomach to his brain. Wu Yan's mind went blank. Soon after, Wu Yan's facial expression changed at a speed that others would find difficult to match. Starting from the color of his skin, his face first turned green. Then it turned black. Then it turned red. Then it transitioned to green. In the end, his entire face turned deathly pale. Resisting the pain and dizziness brought about by the pungent taste in his stomach and brain, Wu Yan staggered back 2 steps. He looked at Flay with disbelief. You put poison in the sandwich? Wu. With a panicked expression, Flay began to whimper. That's not poison. It's so disgusting it's not poison? With a trembling finger, Wu Yan pointed at Flay. I was unable to tell what ingredient, cooking method or seasoning this taste came from. If it's not poison then what is it? That. Flay hugged Raby's neck and spoke in an incomparably wronged manner. That's the medicine I obtained from the medical department when I was discharged from the hospital this morning? Drugged? How is that not poisoning? Wu Yan was nearly driven mad. However, he discovered that something seemed to be wrong with his body. Starting from his stomach, a burst of heat began to run through his body. Like a stream of water, the heat flowed through his blood and flowed to all parts of his body. This caused Wu Yan's body to gradually heat up. Originally, Wu Yan was only treating this so-called medicine as a joke. After all, regardless of what sort of medicine it was impossible for it to poison a true ancestor to death. However, now Wu Yan was unable to ignore this so-called medicine. Evidently, this medicine was taking effect. Furthermore, it was a medicine that not even a true ancestor was immune to. Sensing that his body was becoming hotter and hotter, and his head was becoming more and more fuzzy, Wu Yan forced himself to maintain his final consciousness and glared at Flay. Exactly what sort of medicine did you put in there? Is it taking effect? Even though Flay was clearly being glared at, the timid Flay did not feel afraid for the first time. Instead, she stared at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. In the next instant, Flay gave an answer that completely stunned Wu Yan. I also do not know what sort of medicine it is. Flay tilted her head. However, the professor from the medical department said that it could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses. Increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses? Wu Yan cried out involuntarily. If a medicine that could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses was eaten by a human, wouldn't it be equivalent to a powerful aphrodisiac? It was no wonder that not even a true ancestor was immune to this so-called medicine. That medicine was simply not something that could endanger one's life. No matter how strong a true ancestor's vitality was, they would not be able to do anything about this medicine. However, the medicine's effect was continuously increasing in Wu Yan's body. This was also a fact. If this were to continue, Wu Yan might really lose his reason and turn into a pervert. In fact, since earlier, Flay's body fragrance seemed to have been amplified by many times and entered Wu Yan's nose repeatedly. This caused Wu Yan's heart to burn with lust. Oh, my great ancestor! In a situation where he almost lost his rationality, Wu Yan cried out loudly to Flay. You've killed me. After he finished saying those words, Wu Yan hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the courtyard as if he was running away to prevent himself from pushing down this senior sister of his that he had only known for 2 or 3 days. During the entire process, Flay merely stared blankly at him. After a long time, she hung her head dispiritedly. Oh, I failed. Chapter 1653. Ha. Wu Yan dashed out of the male dormitory's courtyard with the fastest speed he could muster with his ability restricted and his body comparable to that of a normal person. He ran madly all the way into the main street. In his hazy consciousness, Wu Yan only wanted to get away from Flay as much as possible. He did not even think about where he should run to. Therefore, when Wu Yan realized that he had run out of the dormitory and arrived at the main street, he immediately cursed in his heart. The reason was very simple. Although the number of people on the main street was not as many as the number of people during lunch break and after school, it was still quite a lot. Among these people who were strolling in 2s and 3s on the main street, chatting and laughing with each other as they walked in all directions, there were quite a number of young and tender female students. At this moment, in Wu Yan's eyes, none of these female students could be compared to the girls beside him, nor could they be compared to Charlot and Flay. However, their every action, every smile and every frown were filled with seduction, causing Wu Yan's mouth to feel dry and his tongue to tremble. If he were to transform into a wolf on this main street that ran through all directions of the Walpurgis Wangli Tech Academy and find a random girl to pounce on and forcefully *CK her on the street, what would the consequences be? When he thought of this, Wu Yan's head that was so hot that it was almost burning cooled down a little. This allowed him to have some spare energy to think about other things. He would put aside the question of why Flay had drugged him for now. It was a fact that he had been drugged. He could not change it even if he wanted to. Moreover, judging from the fact that his entire body was burning up, his mind was in a mess, and he could not help but want to pounce on the girls that passed by. The effect of this drug was surprisingly good. However, that was not strange either. That was a drug that could increase the reproductive ability of cows and horses. How could it not be effective if it was eaten by a person? The most important thing he should do now was to stay away from the crowd and wait. Would the drug's effect weaken with time? If it really did not work. At that time, he could only disregard everything and rush back to the dormitory first. At least in his own room. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon were all pushovers. It was much better than finding a random person on the street to push. After making up his mind, Wu Yin took a deep breath. Just as he was about to dash out of the main street and run to the open space in the woods where he used to practice his magic tricks, a voice called out to him from behind. "What are you standing there for?" The moment he heard this voice, Wu Yin froze on the spot. This voice was quite familiar to him. However, because this voice was very familiar to Wu Yin didn't want to encounter it at this time. "Hey, he's asking you a question." Seeing Wu Yin frozen on the spot, the owner of the voice was very displeased. She walked past Wu Yin from behind and stopped in front of Wu Yin. Her long blonde hair shone brightly under the sunlight, her sapphire blue eyes were filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. She wore a beret on her head with a small dragon lying on top of it. She stood in front of Wu Yin with her hands on her hips and her pretty face scrunched up. She's very angry that she told others about it. When the passers-by saw this person, their eyes widened slightly. Then they fled in all directions in a panic. It was as if they saw a ferocious beast. It was an exaggeration. Thanks to this, Wu Yin didn't have to worry about being pushed down by a random person on the street. However, from another perspective, the appearance of this girl with a small dragon was the worst thing that could happen. Xia. Xia. Feeling the fragrance coming from the girl in front of him that made his hot body itch for action. He sweated profusely and jumped a good distance away as if he was bounced off. "Charlotte. Hey. What's with your reaction?" Charlotte seemed to have suffered a huge blow when she saw Wu Yin jump away as if he had seen a ghost. Tears even appeared at the corners of her eyes. Isn't this too much? As the most notorious tyrant Rex, in the Valpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, Charlotte was revered by everyone. It was also because of this that Charlotte didn't have a single friend in the academy. Now she finally found a friend who could be considered on good terms with her. In the end, this person acted like everyone else and distanced himself from her. How could she not be affected? Thus, when he saw Charlotte's almost impossible tearful expression, Wu Yin endured the heat in his body while sweating profusely. He bitterly laughed out loud. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. You should know that I'm not the kind of person who would distance himself from you for no reason." Charlotte coldly snorted and wiped the corners of her eyes. She accepted Wu Yan's explanation. Then she finally noticed Wu Yan's abnormal state. "What's wrong?" Charlotte frowned when she saw Wu Yan's face covered in sweat. His face was red and he looked like he was in a lot of pain. She walked over with concern. "You're sweating so much and your face is so red. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look normal." No. I'm fine." Wu Yan quickly retreated, but before he could, Charlotte was already in front of him and grabbed his hand. Wu Yan couldn't help but freeze up at the touch of her skin. He couldn't retreat any further. On the other hand, Charlotte was shocked when she grabbed Wu Yan's hand. "It's so hot." The moment she grabbed Wu Yan's hand, Charlotte's hand started to burn. That's the temperature of Wu Yan's body. "Don't tell me you're sick?" Charlotte frowned. She reached out and touched Wu Yan's forehead without hesitation. "What? It's too hot. You're definitely having a fever." Wu Yan didn't answer. It should be said that this time he really didn't have the energy to answer. Touching Wu Yan's forehead and arms, the softness of Charlotte's hands entered his nostrils. Charlotte's body fragrance and the way she tiptoed to touch Wu Yan's forehead made her move closer to him. The pretty face in front of him. It was challenging Wu Yan's limits. Wu Yan looked at the beautiful face in front of him in a trance. The blood in his body started to flow faster and his body temperature started to rise. Finally, he couldn't help it. He reached out and hugged Charlotte. When Charlotte reacted, her waist was already covered by a pair of strong hands. She was hugged tightly by a pair of strong arms as she snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. Charlotte's eyes widened when she felt a wave of heat coming from the body that she was in close contact with. Hugh. Wu Yan's breathing became heavier. The soft and supple body of the girl in his arms entered his senses, causing his eyes to burn with passion. Before the girl could react to the sudden turn of events, he lifted her chin. Wait. Charlotte's eyes met with Wu Yan's when her chin was lifted. She could clearly see the heat in his eyes. At that moment, Charlotte's pretty face turned completely red. Her eyes widened and she had a bad premonition in her heart. What do you want to do? Wu Yan didn't answer Charlotte's question. That was because he was already slowly inching closer to that pretty face. Don't tell me. You want to? Charlotte finally panicked when she saw Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer. Wait. However, Wu Yan didn't plan on waiting. His face was getting closer and closer. Seeing that the two of them are going to kiss soon, Charlotte could only helplessly hit Wu Yan's chest. In the end, she closed her eyes in a panic. Just as Wu Yan and Charlotte were about to kiss, a black shadow the size of a cat suddenly rushed in and knocked into Wu Yan's body, knocking him back. Wu Yan staggered back a few steps. His mind shook and he regained his rationality. Charlot, on the other hand, sat on the ground weakly, gasping for air as if she was out of breath. Her face was as red as a rose and her eyes were blurred. Calm down, Wu Yan. Sigmund, who knocked Wu Yan away in a way, saved Charlotte's chastity crisis. He flapped his wings and flew in front of Charlotte while looking at Wu Yan. Something's wrong with you. It was because of this that Sigmund decided to intervene. Sigmund hoped that someone would be able to have a relationship with Charlotte that was beyond friendship. He wanted to let Charlotte, who was like his daughter, have a taste of love. Wu Yan calmed down when he heard Sigmund's calm voice. When he thought about how he almost pushed Charlotte down, he couldn't help but sweat again. I'm not feeling well. Wu Yan squeezed out an answer with difficulty. I'll go back first. Leaving behind the panting Charlotte and the confused Sigmund, Wu Yan ran back to his room without thinking. Bam! Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon, who were chatting in their room, jumped in fright when they heard the sound of the door being pushed open. They looked at the door and saw Wu Yan leaning against it, panting heavily. Master! Ikaros and Astria stood up and called out to him. Oni-chan. Nagisa and Kanon greeted Wu Yan with a smile. You're back? Huh? Natsuki noticed that something was amiss and frowned. She asked in confusion. What's wrong? Wu Yan didn't say anything. He raised his head and exposed his sweaty face to the girls. What was also exposed was a pair of eyes that were emitting evil flames. In one of the rooms in the tortoise dormitory, screams, and all sorts of noises could be heard clearly in the corridor. However, it didn't take long for these sounds to turn into cries of pain, gasps for breath, and moans that made people think of, today is destined to be a good day. Chapter 1654. The next morning. His back is aching and he's exhausted. Wu Yan slowly regained consciousness. Before opening his eyes, Wu Yan noticed that this awakening is a bit different from the previous ones. Of course, waking up in a state of backache and exhaustion was a different feeling from waking up in the past. Other than that, Wu Yan also felt something heavy on his body, just like his consciousness. It's as if he's being pressed down by something soft. Is this a ghost pressing down on me? But if it was a ghost pressing down on the bed, how could it be so comfortable? This feeling, this weight, it feels so familiar. Wu Yan woke up from his dream and opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Nagisa curled up like a kitten. She had tears at the corner of her eyes and she laid on top of him naked. Seeing this, Wu Yan's brain short-circuited and he's a bit confused. Nagisa is lying on top of me? But didn't Nagisa sleep with Natsuki? Why is she naked? It took some time for Wu Yan to react to the situation. His body moved unnaturally. But with this movement, Wu Yan's arms and thighs are starting to feel heavy as well. Beside Wu Yan, there was a voluptuous angel girl with a pair of pink wings and a pair of pure white wings. Similarly, the two angelic girls were also in a state of naked and smooth state. Ikaros and Astria are hugging Wu Yan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. She looked like she was sleeping soundly. And a little below the bed, Natsuki and Kanon were sleeping on Wu Yan's thighs. Their hair was messy and they didn't have any clothes on. Their skin was white and flawless. An unnatural redness covered their skin, including their cheeks. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon surrounded Wu Yan's body. They were sleeping soundly. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Wu Yin couldn't react in time. However, the room is filled with an extremely foul stench. Wu Yin, who is familiar with this stench, turned his head and scanned the room. He saw that the room had become extremely messy. On the floor, on the sofa, on the counter, and on the potted plant, pieces of clothes were strewn all over the room. A strong odor permeated the air. It was a smell that could easily arouse one's urges. Wu Yin finally recalled what happened when he got hit by this strange smell. He remembered that Fu Lei had drugged him yesterday, and he had nearly turned into a self-propelled human cannon. His reputation had been completely destroyed. Also, if Wu Yin remembered correctly, he almost pushed down Charlotte, who was just passing by to buy soy sauce. Wu Yin felt a lingering fear when he thought about this. He was relieved. Fortunately, he made it back to the dorm. Otherwise, Wu Yin didn't dare to imagine what kind of tragedy would have befallen him. However, Fleisch's drugging incident did help Wu Yin. Otherwise, how could Wu Yin have the guts to push down Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon at the same time without the help of any Chinese medicine? Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Yin reminisced about the feeling of making love with the 5 girls yesterday. He pulled his hands away from Ikaros and Astria. He hugged Nagisa and sat up. He started patting the girls' faces. "It's time to wake up, my dear wives." Under Wu Yan's teasing, the 5 girls started to let out soft moans that could make one's bones go numb. Their delicate bodies wriggled a few times and their brows furrowed slightly. They slowly woke up and opened their eyes. Ah. Nagisa yawned and stretched her body sleepily. However, when she moved, a sharp pain pierced her lower body. Nagisa cried out in pain. "It hurts." Ugh. Kanon seemed to be in the same pain. She had a dazed expression on her face. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up from her sleep. Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astria were the only ones who managed to snap out of it. This isn't the first time Ikaros and Astria did it. They didn't need to sleep yet. Even though they fell asleep due to Wu Yan's teasing, they will regain their consciousness as soon as they wake up. The moment the 2 angelic girls woke up, they remembered the crazy thing they did yesterday. Their faces turned red and even their ears turned red. As for Natsuki, she had simply gotten used to her ability to react quickly when something was wrong, allowing her to immediately wake up from her dizzy state. Natsuki naturally felt the same pain as Nagisa and Kanon. She recalled how a certain wolf had gone berserk yesterday and pushed everyone here to the ground. Her doll-like face darkened. "Yua." Only then did Nagisa and Kanon recall what had happened yesterday. They cried out in shock and anger, grabbing the sheets on the bed and wrapping them around themselves. The next moment, Natsuki's sharp and cold gaze landed on Wu Yin, causing him to shiver. "Is there anything you want to explain?" Natsuki's voice was as childish and calm as ever. It gave off a contradictory feeling of calmness and innocence. However, there was no calmness or innocence in her voice. There was only bone-chilling coldness. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry Natsuki was at Wu Yan's actions yesterday. Pervert. Idiot. Big idiot. Not only Natsuki, even Nagisa had tears in her eyes as she complained. "He didn't even give me time to prepare myself and treated Nagisa like that. Nagisa is really angry." That. Kanon, on the other hand, seemed to be trying to mediate the fight. With a red face, she pulled the blanket to cover her body as she squeezed out those words in a fluster. "Neji-chan, Minamiya-sensei, calm down." Whether or not Natsuki and Nagisa calmed down is another matter. However, the 2 of them stopped talking. They glared at Wu Yin as if they want to see through him. If it wasn't for the restriction bracelet, Natsuki would have attacked Nagisa for sure. Nagisa aside, Natsuki would definitely have attacked. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 girls, Wu Yin grinned sheepishly. After carefully choosing his words, he meekly said this. "If I told you that a woman drugged me with an aphrodisiac, would you believe me?" There was no need to answer that question. Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, Astria, and even Ikaros looked at Wu Yin suspiciously. That was only natural. A woman drugged a man? Could it be that this woman wanted this man to push her down? Although it wasn't impossible, this possibility was definitely much smaller than a man suddenly going berserk and forcing himself on a group of girls. They couldn't help but be suspicious. "It's true. Someone really drugged me yesterday. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least understand me." Wu Yin didn't know what was the most sincere expression. He didn't know what was fake either. He tried his best to defend himself. Do I look like the kind of scum who would go berserk and force himself on all of you? Other than Ikaros and Kanon, Natsuki, Nagisa, and Astria checked Wu Yen out before they spoke in unison. What else? Wu Yen almost coughed up blood. At least believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Humph. After a while, Natsuki got impatient. She snorted and shifted her gaze away from Wu Yen. It looks like you're not lying. I'm not interested in the details, so I won't ask. But you have to know that there won't be a next time. Don't worry about it. Wu Yen patted his chest in glee. Next time, it will definitely be under the condition that you are willing to do it. Natsuki flinched and shouted angrily. Who would be willing to be with you? Chapter 1655. Walpurgis Wangli Academy, Student Cafeteria. With Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon in tow, Wu Yen entered the student cafeteria under the gazes of the surrounding students and the astonished gazes of the other girls. He didn't know if it was fate or ill-fated, but the moment he entered the cafeteria, Wu Yen saw a seductress with a small dragon perched on her shoulder. Yo! Without thinking, Wu Yen raised his hand and greeted him with a nonchalant expression. Here to eat? Charlotte's shoulders trembled exaggeratedly when she heard the voice. She turned her head abruptly and looked towards the entrance of the student cafeteria. When she saw Wu Yen standing there, a panicked expression appeared on her pretty face. Then Charlotte didn't even say a word. She turned around and ran in another direction as if she was escaping. Ikaros. Wu Yen waved at Ikaros with a, I knew you would do this look. Catch her. Ikaros's eyes quickly turned pink with an illusory square frame. She stretched out her hand towards Charlotte. Bzzz. In the next instant, a spherical protective barrier made of crystals appeared around the fleeing Charlotte, trapping her within and suspending her in midair. Let me out. Let me out. Charlotte was stunned at first. Then she knocked hard on the aegis that trapped her inside the absolute defense circle. She screamed as she knocked on the cafeteria. Save me. Someone save me. I'm going to be violated by a pervert. Who's a pervert? Wu Yen ridiculed as he led the girls to the aegis that trapped Charlotte. Besides, if it's just a pervert, he wouldn't dare attack you, right? You pervert. Let me out. Charlotte glared at Wu Yen. Her eyes were watery. Could it be? Are you planning to take me home and enjoy me? If it's really possible, I don't mind. Wu Yen moved a chair to the nearest table and sat down with the girls. He looked at Charlotte, who was knocking on the barrier in the aegis, absolute defense circle, in a mocking manner. But I'm hungry right now. I'll come back and enjoy you after dinner. You. Charlotte secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said with a timid expression. You're not for real, are you? That depends on what you mean by that. Wu Yen rolled his eyes and he said in an annoyed tone. You're running away early in the morning and you're calling me a pervert? You're a pervert. Charlotte snorted. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you did to me yesterday? You're worse than a beast. As soon as Charlotte finished her words, the sound of a group of people falling to the ground and the sound of plates and cutlery shattering echoed in the student cafeteria. The students who are eating in the student cafeteria heard Charlotte's words clearly. An indescribable silence filled the cafeteria as they looked at Wu Yen and Charlotte in astonishment. After a moment of silence, many of them gave Wu Yen a thumbs up. To be able to subdue that Rex of Monarch's reign. Furthermore, he had done something that was worse than a beast. This was enough to establish a legend in the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. The students couldn't help but be speechless with admiration. Under those admiring gazes, Wu Yen couldn't keep his carefree expression any longer. He couldn't help but retort. Can you not say things that will cause misunderstandings? What did I do to you yesterday? I'm worse than a beast. You forgot? You forgot. How dare you forget? Charlotte shouted angrily. Didn't you try to take away the most important thing of a young girl from me yesterday? This time the students in the cafeteria started coughing violently. Some of them even spat out the food in their mouths. Big brother. Even Nagisa seemed to believe Charlotte's words and revealed a sinister expression. Surely you didn't? Did you do the same thing to Miss Charlotte? What? Charlotte exclaimed in shock. Did he also almost steal your first kiss? First kiss? Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria were shocked. They said something that silenced the cafeteria. It was just a kiss? He looked like a duck that was being strangled. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent. It was just a kiss? What does that mean? Crimson Eyes didn't just take advantage of Rex, he took advantage of Crimson Eyes and took advantage of Rex's robot. He even took advantage of her automaton, and this advantage wasn't as simple as just a kiss, right? This time, the gazes of the students in the cafeteria towards Wu Yan changed from admiration and reverence to disdain and contempt. Pervert. Pervert. You're an incorrigible pervert. The #1 pervert in the world. Charlotte shouted angrily. You even took advantage of your own automaton. Why don't a pervert like you just die? I really want to die now. Wu Yan forced a smile. He rubbed his forehead like he was having a headache. I beg of you. I don't care about the rumors, but please don't tarnish my reputation, okay? Natsuki, Nagisa, Astria, and Charlotte were angered by his words. Tarnish your reputation? That was something you actually did. How can this be tarnishing your reputation? It seems like even the bystanders were dissatisfied. They let out an inaudible sound. Stinky pervert, perverted bastard. I already said no. Wu Yan, who was about to retort, was startled. He turned around and looked to the side. In the next instant, his face twisted. Senior Flay. The one who is standing next to him and speaking is the one who caused Wu Yan to turn into a wolf and push down the 5 girls who came with him yesterday, Flay. Today, Flay only had Raby with her. The other automatons were nowhere to be seen. Flay was holding a bamboo basket that made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. She walked over shyly and placed it in front of Wu Yan. Looking at the extravagant sandwiches in front of him, as if they could only be made in a high-class restaurant, Wu Yan's face twitched. What's going on? You? Flay sneaked a glance at Wu Yan. Her gaze kept drifting away. Thank you. You already used this joke yesterday. Wu Yan took a glance at the bamboo basket and turned his head away. That's why I don't need it. Please take it back. Being rejected by Wu Yan in such a cold manner, the pearl-colored girl with a ponytail was petrified. Her legs went soft and she knelt on the ground. She tightly hugged Raby beside her and started crying. I'm the one who wants to cry, okay? Wu Yan felt a headache coming on. I was screwed over by you yesterday. You must have put something in the sandwiches again today, right? You? Flay buried her head in Raby's fur. It was unknown if she was really crying or if she was faking it. Her shoulders were trembling. You don't believe me. You just screwed me over yesterday. How am I supposed to believe you? If this continued, there would be no end to it. At that moment, Wu Yan decided to change the topic. Oh, that's right. Why did you only bring Raby with you today? This method of changing the topic worked. Flay raised her head and answered softly. I had everyone take turns to rest so that we can prepare for tonight's battle. Tonight's battle? Wu Yan and the group of girls were startled. Charlot, who was still trapped in the Aegis, spoke in a helpless manner. Don't tell me you've forgotten that tonight is the opening ceremony of the night gathering? Charlot's reminder caused Wu Yan and the others to remember. In that case, Wu Yan spoke in an uncertain manner. The night gathering is going to start today? Furthermore, there will be a battle between the 99th ranked and the 100th ranked. Charlot cast a glance at Flay. In other words, Flay will be fighting against that Japanese tonight. In an instant, the group of people turned their gazes to Flay. Facing the crowd's gazes, Flay displayed a firm smile. Everyone could not help but feel relieved. Chapter 1656. Down. The clock tower of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy rang its rhythm, bringing up a light and solemn chime that turned into echoes, echoing in the sky above the academy. Behind the central lecture hall of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, there was a stage on the lawn sandwiched between the medical department and the law department. Light trucks were arranged in all directions of the lawn. Wires were plugged into them and they were ready to work at any time. At the front of the lawn was a temporary stage, and behind it was a passageway. On the left was a central lecture hall, and on the right was an ancient Roman-style auditorium. The auditorium surrounded the entire lawn. On the lawn, students in black robes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and looking nervously at the direction of the stage, more or less making noises. The lawn was where the night assembly was held, and it was also the battleground for the contestants of the night assembly. Of course, The students who were able to gather in the battleground in black robes were naturally the gauntlet holders who had the qualification to participate in the night gathering. The students who couldn't participate in the night assembly went up to the auditorium, chatting with each other with noises that were noisier than the gauntlet holders in the battleground. There was still time until the night assembly. There were still around 15 minutes left. The gauntlet holders' official match would start at 6 p.m., when the bell rang. Right now it was 5:15 in the afternoon. At 5:30 p.m., the opening ceremony would start, and until 6 p.m., it would be used for the opening speech. During this waiting time, putting aside the gauntlet holders in the field, the audience in the auditorium was using this time to enjoy the delicacies bought from the food salesmen or stalls nearby. They were in a noisy state as though they had entered a circus to watch a show. It wasn't anything strange. For the gauntlet bearers, the night assembly would naturally be able to compete for the throne of the Devil King. It was an important competition to win everything, but for the students who didn't have the qualification to participate in the night assembly was just a form of entertainment. Therefore the audience could see it clearly. In the audience, lunchboxes, snacks, drinks, and even alcohol sales staff were working in an orderly manner at the stalls. All of them were extremely busy running around the spectator stands. Wu Yin and Charlotte walked together with the group of girls. When they arrived at the audience seat, the black robe that they were wearing and the gloves on their hands exposed their identities as the gauntlet, causing many pairs of eyes to gather on them. Charlotte kicked the ground in annoyance and complained, "Why don't you just enter the arena? Wouldn't that be very eye-catching?" "It's just as eye-catching when you enter the arena." Wu Yin gestured at the rowdy crowd with his lips. "And look, these people are simply here to watch a monkey show. Are you willing to go on stage and be a monkey?" Charlotte was at a loss for words. She quickly opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but a voice nearby covered her. "Pancakes, freshly baked pancakes, anyone want some?" The moment she heard the voice, Astria's pair of adornments on her ears moved. Her eyes glowed as she waved at the source of the voice. "Me. I want some. Give it to me." "Yes." A salesperson holding a box full of pancakes ran over with a smile. She was a lively and cute girl who looked slightly older than Charlotte. "Astria-chan, didn't you just have lunch?" Cannon tugged on Astria's shirt and said softly, "You're right. It's not good for your health to overeat like this." Sigh. Astria let out a disappointed sigh. "But I really want to eat." "You can't. Astria-chan." Nagisa reprimanded Astria like an older sister with her hands on her hips. "Girls can't show off too much in public. Otherwise it will damage their image." Seeing that the situation had developed into a situation where she did not know if she would buy it or not, a troubled expression appeared on the face of the pancake seller as she stood frozen on the spot. Wu Yin sighed and took out his wallet. "She came all the way here just to say no, it's going to be awkward." "I'm sorry, please give me a pancake." "Thank you." A smile reappeared on the girl's face. She wanted to thank him for his patronage, but when she saw Wu Yin, she paused for a bit before her eyes lit up. "Your scarlet eyes, Wu Yin-sama, right?" "Ah." Wu Yin nodded with a confused expression. "Do you know me?" "It's my honor to meet you." The girl didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed the hand of the stunned Wu Yin who was holding the wallet and said in a joyful tone, "All right. This pancake is for you. Treat it as a congratulatory gift for your victory in the night gathering." "No. I'm sorry, please don't hold back." The girl stuffed a pancake into Wu Yan's hand. She looked at Wu Yan shyly and stuck her head out. She kissed Wu Yan on the cheek. "Ah, you kissed me," the girl screamed and ran away like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind a stunned Wu Yan who was still holding the pancake in his hand, stunned on the spot. In the next moment, waves of bone-piercing cold air began to rise from the side. "He really is a pervert," Charlotte said coldly. "He's reminiscing." Nagisa puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "Master. Idiot. Bad." Even Astria started scolding him. Her face was filled with indignation. Ikaros and Cannon didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with anxiety. It was as if they were afraid their sweetheart would be snatched away by someone else. Natsuki didn't say anything. She just stared at Wu Yen with her emotionless eyes. She gave Wu Yen an indescribable sense of pressure. "I didn't do anything, okay?" Wu Yen cried out in grievance. "How would I know what's up with that girl? Why did she suddenly kiss me?" Charlotte turned her head away. "She's probably a fan of yours." "Fan?" You're one of the members of the 13, you should have your own fans. Charlotte glanced at Wu Yan. What's so strange about that? Fine. Wu Yan sighed and raised the pancake in his hand. So, are you eating or not? Of course I'm eating. Astria's indignation disappeared and was replaced by joy. She took the pancake from Wu Yan. You should have said no. Nagisa couldn't help but say. Astria-chan, you'll let Oniai-san off the hook if you do that. But the pancake is innocent, Astria said with a straight face. She took a big bite of the pancake and chewed happily. It's delicious. Everyone laughed bitterly when they saw the blissful expression on Nagisa's face. They couldn't bring themselves to complain. At this moment, on the lawn, the band around the stage began to blow their horns. The flock of birds was also deliberately released. They soared and danced in the air. The surrounding students clapped their hands and cheered. It was the prelude to the opening ceremony of the night party. This time, I have to go even if I don't want to. Charlotte calmly tightened her gown. Alright, let's go. Wu Yan shrugged. He led Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon to the stage. Just as Wu Yan stepped on the grass field representing the night assembly, a person in formal attire broke away from the line of gauntlets and passed by Wu Yan as if he's skipping the opening ceremony. For a split second, when the person brushed past Wu Yan, he paused for a bit. Wu Yan's expression stiffened and he stopped as well. The guy left the scene in a hurry as if he just completed a mission. Wu Yan didn't even look back as he stood there with his hand raised. There was a piece of paper in his hand. Chapter 1657. In the first battle of the night gathering, the participants were the 99th and 100th ranked participants. In other words, Flay would be fighting against Lei Zhen, who she had been scheming to assassinate all this while, on the first night of the night gathering. Originally, Flay wanted to assassinate Lei Zhen because Lei Zhen's strength was not something she could handle. In order to save the Hellhound automaton, Flay had no choice but to assassinate Lei Zhen. In other words, with Flay's strength, it was impossible for her to defeat Lei Zhen. If she were to fight, Flay would undoubtedly be defeated. However, that was in the past. Currently, Rabi's Hellhound automaton was no longer the only one by Flay's side. Instead, there were more than 10 Hellhound automatons by her side. The automaton of the Garm series was originally developed to allow newbie puppeteers to control it as they wished. Therefore, it was not difficult for Flay to control the Garm series automaton multiple times. On top of that, the sound pressure control was an extremely outstanding magic circuit to begin with. Now, Flay's strength could be said to have increased by several folds. Of course, with Flay's current level of skill in magic, even if the Hellhound automaton was easier to control, she was still unable to control more than 10 of them. With Flay's current proficiency in magic, under the condition that she did not affect the control of the other automatons, she could at most control 5 automatons of the Garm series. However, this still allowed Flay's strength to increase by several times. Under such circumstances, the situation in the first battle between Flay and Lei Zhen could be said to have completely reversed. Watching Lei Zhen and Yaya being surrounded by more than 5 Hellhound automatons and dodging the sound pressure cannons with great difficulty, the two of them looked like they were in a difficult situation. They seemed to have fallen into a bitter battle. Charlotte could not help but forget to avert her gaze. This is too ridiculous. That's right, it's too outrageous. With Lei Zhen's strength, even if he couldn't enter the ranks of the 13, he would definitely be an excellent puppet user who would follow closely behind. Now, because Flay had obtained the help of the other automaton from the Garm series, she was able to obtain the help of the Garm series. His strength had improved greatly. The level of these two people had already surpassed the level of those ranked in the top 20 or 30. It was close to the top of the 13 meet NDS. Yet, in the first battle of the night gathering, this first battle had evolved to a level that the previous night gatherings' first battles could never reach. Wasn't it ridiculous for the first match to be at this level? It could be heard from the frequent cheers and cheers from the audience. How exciting would tonight's first battle be? I'm afraid that the puppet users who are at the bottom of the night meeting are under a lot of pressure right now, right? This battle has already surpassed the standards of the previous night meetings. Charlot stared at the battlefield below without blinking. I wonder if there will be a victor between the two of them? It's hard to say. Sitting at the side, Natsuki shifted her gaze to Lei Zhen, who had a vexed expression on his face. However, a thoughtful glint could be seen in his eyes. Judging from that brat's appearance, he should be trying to think of a way to break this stalemate. If he can think of a way within an hour, that brat will be the victor. An hour? Charlot was slightly startled. Then he understood. So that's how it is. The lower-ranked contestants had to stay on the battlefield for a full hour before they could request to leave. In other words, Lei Jin had to either come up with a way to break through the encirclement of the GARM series automaton within an hour and defeat them one by one, or he had to hold on for an hour and go back to slowly think of a way. Lei Jin was a person of action. However, his brain was not weak either. If he was given an entire day, Lei Jin should be able to think of a way. At that time, Flay would have no choice but to announce her defeat. Of course, on the second night of the night gathering, the 98th ranked contestants would also enter the battlefield and cause chaos. No one could predict how the situation would turn out. That's why the best course of action is to decide the victor tonight. If Flay wants to defeat Lei Jin, she has to defeat Lei Jin while she still has the strategic advantage. She has to defeat Lei Jin before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Therefore, this was a battle of speed. Lei Jin has to think of a way to break through the stalemate. Flay has to defeat Lei Jin before he can think of a way to break through the stalemate. Whoever manages to break through the stalemate first will be the victor. Suddenly, Charlotte realized that someone's voice was missing from her side. She scanned her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Natsuki and Nagisa and Kanon, who were chatting excitedly while watching the battle. Then she finally noticed something. Wu Yin, Ikaros, and Astria are missing. Where are they? Charlot asked in a daze. Where did they go? Who knows? Who knows? Natsuki glanced at Charlot and replied casually. Maybe he's caught up in something troublesome again. At the same time, Wu Yin led Ikaros and Astria to the front of the central lecture hall as they sneaked past the venue of the night gathering. Wu Yin looked at the large building in front of him. He raised his hand and looked at the piece of paper in his hand. This piece of paper was stuffed into Wu Yan's hand by the guy who suddenly left during the opening ceremony. He passed by Wu Yan. There's only one sentence written on it. The Night Gathering Executive Department awaits your arrival. Without a doubt, this was an invitation letter. Even though it's just a piece of paper, the words Night Gathering Executive Department appeared on it. This simple invitation letter isn't as simple as it seems. The Night Gathering Executive Department is an organization set up specifically to deal with the night gathering. The Night Gathering Executive Department is in charge of everything related to the night gathering. The meeting hall of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the central lecture hall. In other words, the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is located on the third floor of the central lecture hall. Wu Yan didn't know who invited him here. But if he guessed correctly, it should be a student. There are 3 people in the Night Gathering Executive Department who have the right to speak. They are the dean, the representative of the professors, and the representative of the students. Since the decisions of the Night Gathering Executive Department tend to favor the opinions of the adults, the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department is a student. The person who invited Wu Yan to the headquarters of the Night Gathering Executive Department is most likely the head of the Night Gathering Executive Department. Coincidentally, Wu Yan knows of this person's existence. Banquet at Hongmen? Wu Yan crushed the piece of paper in his hand. He looked at the central lecture hall in front of him and smirked. Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. Wu Yan led the 2 angelic girls who looked like his bodyguards. He opened the door of the central lecture hall and he walked in. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria saw a spacious hall when they opened the door to one of the rooms on the 3rd floor of the central lecture hall. The floor of the hall was covered with a crimson carpet. The wine-red curtains were drawn to the wall. A large Victorian-style round table was placed in the center of the hall. There were 3 seats around it. On one of the 3 seats, there was a young man who wasn't tall, had a slender figure and looked like a young girl. His entire body exuded the aura of nobility. His legs were crossed elegantly, and he was holding a cup of black tea in his hand. He was sipping it in small sips as he sat there. Beside the young man stood a tall man wearing a deacon's suit and tinted glasses. Looking at the 2 at the round table, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Chapter 1658. In the vast executive hall of the night party, a young man with green hair and silver hair sat at the head of the round table, one standing and one sitting at the head of the table, releasing a presence that couldn't be ignored. The sound of the door being pushed open reverberated clearly in the vast space, but the young man acted as if he didn't hear anything. He continued to hold the teacup and drink sip by sip. Only the man who looked like a deacon turned his head and shot a sharp gaze in the direction of the door. Anyone who met the sharp gaze of the man who looked like a deacon would be able to tell that the other party wasn't simple. That's because there's a faint smell of blood coming from the man's body. Those with keen senses would be able to detect it. This was an existence that had truly killed people. Moreover, other than the smell of blood, there was also an extremely strong sense of oppression coming from the other party's body. This told others that this person not only knew how to kill people, but his methods of killing people were also definitely of the valiant kind. However, those with keen senses would be able to detect it. On this person's body, there was a hidden smell of blood and a sense of oppression that made people feel extremely out of place. That feeling of incompatibility was as if the other party was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Compared to the deacon who gave off a sense of incompatibility, the young man sitting at the head of the table who was elegantly enjoying his tea looked like a normal person. Of course, that's just how it looks. My Disty, my honored guest. As if he was satisfied, the noble and elegant young man put down the teacup in his hand and slowly stood up and turned around. He faced the door with a sly smile on his face. Willie? Palace, welcome to my palace. Palace Hall? Did this person treat the meeting hall of the executive department as his own palace? I don't know if he's arrogant or confident. Pursing his lips, Wu Yen led Ikaros and Astria into the meeting room of the executive department. Their footsteps were muffled on the luxurious carpet. The young man watched as Wu Yen and the two angelic girls got closer. The sly smile on his face got thicker and thicker to the point where it looked like he's up to no good. Looking at that smile, Wu Yen felt a bit nauseous, so he didn't go any closer. Instead, he stopped 5 meters away from the boy and met the eyes of the boy, who is full of smiles. I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush. His first sentence was a tit for tat. This caused the eyes of the man standing behind the young man, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, to quickly condense killing intent. He moved a few steps to the side so that there's no obstacle between him and Wu Yen. Clearly, this man had the intention of charging forward. Really, you can't be rude to my esteemed guest. The young man was clearly being treated with disrespect in the beginning, but he still sounded happy. He spread his hands and said as if he was putting on a show. However, I don't mind beating around the bush. At the very least, please give me the esteemed Scarlet Eyes. Do you have the time to introduce yourself? The head of the night meeting hall's executive department, number 10 of the 13, Cedric Granville. Cedric Granville. Wu Yen looked at the boy with a gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything before he opened his mouth with a smile that is not a smile. For now, I'll treat you as this person. Treat me as this person? The young man raised an eyebrow. The sly smile on his face turned into an enigmatic one. That's an interesting way to put it. It seems like you're not as simple as I thought. Well? The young man showed an exaggerated smile. He looked at Ikaros and Astria behind Wu Yen. His eyes were filled with curiosity and amusement. You can carry 5 high-performance automatons with you, and you've even suppressed Marshall before. You defeated Felix and even sent Bronson, who almost took the throne of Demon King, to prison. Everyone knows that you're not simple. Everyone only knows about the first half of the fight. No one knows about the fact that I defeated Bronson, the head of the nightclub executive department. Wu Yen shrugged. Since you know this, doesn't that mean you're the same as me? Using your logic, let's assume that's the case for now. The young man smiled nonchalantly. His gaze never left Ikaros and Astria as he spoke in a praising tone. You have a very beautiful automaton. And? Wu Yen glanced at the young man. You didn't ask me to come here just to see my automaton, did you? No, it's just a little. The young man waved his hand. His expression was as pure as an angel's, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. After all, one of my few interests is to destroy beautiful things. That's a good interest. Wu Yen smiled knowingly. I'll see if I can kill you later. Ping. As soon as he finished speaking, the man standing next to the young man who looked like a deacon suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward. Mana fluctuations flashed on the man's body. The man had clearly used some kind of magic to make his figure disappear in a flash. No, he didn't really disappear. The man's speed increased to a point where the naked eye couldn't catch him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Wu Yen and grabbed Wu Yen's neck. During the whole process, Wu Yen didn't move a single muscle. His neck was easily grabbed by the attendant's hand. The man who looked like a deacon tightened his grip on the neck that looked like it would break with a single pinch. His eyes, which were hidden under his tinted glasses, were filled with murderous intent. "Although you're the young master's VIP, can you please watch your mouth a little?" Zhen said without a trace of a smile. "The Granville family's deacons are excellent but not perfect. If you want to point out a flaw, it would be that you can't stand to hear your master being badmouthed." Wu Yan laughed when he heard that. He laughed as if he was watching a clown perform. His laughter was full of sarcasm and he wasn't worried that his neck would be crushed. This caused Shinobi's murderous gaze to turn cold. Just as Zhen was about to teach Kirin a lesson, the young man's unhurried voice entered his ears. "Stop it, Zhen. As a deacon, it's my duty to stand up for my master." Zhen replied without turning his head as he tightened his grip on Wu Yan's neck. "So, even if it's the young master's order, please let me delay it for a while." "Well, I don't mind." The young man's reproachful words carried an imperceptible dissatisfaction as it reverberated in the air. "But, rather than standing up for me, I hope you care more about my safety." Zhen paused for a moment before his expression changed. He turned around and looked at the young man. The young man was still standing at his original spot. However, at this moment, he raised his hands up high and made a gesture of surrendering. He had a smile on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Behind the young man, a girl with a pair of pure white wings stood there. She held a laser sword in her hand and held it against the young man's neck. It was none other than Astria. Zhen was shocked. He turned around and looked behind Wu Yan. He saw that where the two angel-like girls were supposed to be standing, the one with long golden hair and pure white wings had disappeared at some point in time. All that was left was the girl with pink wings and pink hair, who was staring at the real girl with a pair of illusory square frames and a pair of cold, heart-piercing crimson eyes. Zhen's scalp tingled as he looked at the pair of cold crimson eyes. He had a feeling. If he really dared to crush the neck in his hand, then this beautiful girl who was as beautiful as an angel in front of him would definitely blast him into pieces before he could do so. Chapter 1659. One of them was choked by a hand while the other was held by a sword. Both of their necks were in a position where a fatal wound could be inflicted on them within a second. Tension filled the air. "Oh, what a shocking speed." The young man with the laser sword on his neck said with a smile on his face. "This is the first time I've seen an automaton that can move faster than a real one. Is there a magic circuit inside it that increases its speed? Or is it a magic circuit related to space?" "You think that speed is magic?" Wu Yan smiled calmly. "If that's the case, then I'm sorry, but can you not compare my Astria to your automaton?" "You can tell that it's really my automaton?" the young man asked in surprise. "There are plenty of people who can tell that it's an automaton, but I've never seen anyone who could tell that it's an automaton so quickly. After all, it's too similar to a real person, isn't it?" "It doesn't change the fact that it performed magic in an instant," Wu Yan explained with a lack of interest. "The only thing that can perform magic in an instant is an automaton. This is common knowledge, the head of the night meeting." "Beautiful." The young man clapped happily from the bottom of his heart. "In other words, you didn't see that it was really an automaton, but that his speed was performed through magic, right? Isn't this even more difficult than seeing if it's really an automaton?" "Too bad, unfortunately." Wu Yan glanced at Shinichi, who had a sour expression, and he shook his head in disdain. "This isn't the first time I've seen the magic your deacon used." "Not the first time?" Shinichi was stunned. The young man narrowed his eyes as if he was trying to see through Wu Yan. "That's interesting. From what I know, the only automaton that can perform this magic is the one that can do it. At the current stage. Other than my people, no one else can do it." "That's true." Wu Yan nodded in agreement. "Only you people would treat a low-quality product like this as a treasure." Zhen's eyes suddenly released a murderous aura that was 10 times stronger than before. His heart was filled with anger. The smile on the young man's face finally disappeared. He stared at Wu Yan intently. "Low-quality product? Your automaton magic trick. It should be the control of vectors, right?" Wu Yan sighed. "Controlling the vectors related to your body to increase your attack, defense, and speed, isn't it?" "You've seen through it to this extent?" The young man was still smiling. However, the smile disappeared from his eyes. "We call this magic trick complete control of vibration. It is a magic trick that interferes with the direction of movement of the body at the molecular level, thereby strengthening the attack, defense, and speed. This is the most advanced magic trick. I didn't expect that it would only be an inferior product in your eyes. It can only interfere with the movement of the body. What is it if it's not a low-quality product? Wu Yan didn't hide his words and mocked him without holding back. I've seen a magic that can even interfere with the movement of the earth and slow down the earth's rotation for 5 minutes. The effect is the same, but the level is completely different. Interfere with the movement of the earth? For a moment, the young man's eyes seemed to widen in shock. Impossible. Masato, who was choking Wu Yan's neck, exclaimed. If there really is such a level of complete control vibration, the person who developed it would have used it to rule the world. Wu Yan didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the boy with an emotionless expression before looking at Shinobu. Both the master and servant felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be true? Of course it was true. In the world of Magic Catalog, the strongest Esper in Academy City was Vector Control. It was the same type of complete control vibration, but the level of the two was completely different. True, complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its attack power. Accelerator's Vector Control could interfere with the movement of external energy. His every move could cause the earth to shake. He could even slow down the earth's rotation for 5 minutes. True, complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its defense. The vector manipulation that was commonly used could interfere with the direction of movement of external attacks, causing the incoming attacks to be reflected back. True, complete control vibration could interfere with the movement of the body to increase its speed. Accelerator's vector control could also interfere with kinetic energy, wind, and air resistance to increase its speed. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could use his skin to touch the body of others and reverse the flow of blood and bioelectricity, causing the body to self-destruct. With the support of the vector manipulation ability, Accelerator could reflect all physical attacks back. There was no need to increase his defense at all. In theory, even nuclear weapons would not be able to hurt him at all. With the support of vector control, Accelerator could control the flow of air and create a gale with a wind speed of 120 meters per second. He could also create 4 tornadoes behind him. With the power of the tornadoes, he could even match the speed of a fighter jet. Compared to vector manipulation, complete control of vibration was not qualified to be compared at all. Of course, that was referring to the level of vector manipulation. If the level of vector manipulation was only level 4, perhaps it would be on the same level as complete control of vibration. Of course, no matter how strong vector control was, it was still a superpower in the Magic Catalog. It had nothing to do with the nimble girl invulnerability world. It wouldn't appear in this world. Wu Yan didn't bother to explain this point. He glanced at Astria. Astria understood and withdrew the laser sword from the boy's neck. She flapped her wings and flew into the air. She circled around the hall and returned to Wu Yan's side, landing next to Ikaros. The real's hand was still on Wu Yan's neck. If he really wanted to, he could have snapped Wu Yan's neck right now. Faced with such a situation, Wu Yan not only called Astria back, he also ignored the pressure on his neck as if he didn't care about his own life and death. Seeing this, the Truth, who was in control of this person's life and death, gnashed his teeth in hatred. Really? The young man revealed a helpless expression for the first time. He already retreated. If you don't stop, wouldn't that make me look weak? The real's expression changed a few times. He unwillingly withdrew his hand and returned to the boy's side. In truth, the youth really wanted to ask if the complete control vibration that could shake the entire earth really existed, and if it did, who possessed it. However, perhaps it was because he subconsciously did not want to, or perhaps he did not dare to think that there was such a level of complete control vibration. The young man suppressed the doubts in his heart and forced a smile. Don't tell me you don't want to ask me why I asked you to come here? I told you from the start I don't like to beat around the bush. Wu Yan chuckled at the boy. But you like to beat around the bush, that's why I accompanied you for so long? In other words, Wu Yan had already asked from the very beginning, it's just that the youngster kept spouting nonsense. It's not that Wu Yan didn't ask, it's because the boy liked to play and Wu Yan played with him. The boy choked. He was a little annoyed. In the past, other than facing his own parents, he had always been the one to take the lead in everything. But now he's a level lower than Wu Yan. How could the boy not be annoyed? However, as if he had thought of something, the young man laughed happily again. I want to introduce you to someone. After saying that, the young man gently snapped his fingers. At the same time, the door to the hall opened. Chapter 1660. At the same time, everyone's eyes converged in the direction of the entrance of the hall. Thus, everyone present was able to clearly see it. Outside the door, a young girl pushed open the door and walked in slowly with her head lowered. It was a young girl wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. The girl had long flaxen hair that reached her waist. She wore a beret on her head. Her figure was slender but not tall. She was well-proportioned but not voluptuous. If you only look at her figure, she was the type that wasn't hard to find. There was nothing special about her. Wu Yen, Ikaros, and Astria flinched at the same time when they saw the girl in front of them. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. It was because the girl in front of them, whether it was her figure, appearance, or dress, they were all too similar to someone. Charlotte. That's right. The girl in front of them looked like she was carved from the same mold as Charlotte. If there was a difference, Charlotte's hair was a dazzling golden color while the girl in front of them had a rustic flaxen color. Charlotte's face was as beautiful as a fairy's. The girl in front of them wasn't weak either, but the weakness in her eyes and the depression on her face made her weaker than Charlotte. But without a doubt, the girl in front of them was very similar to Charlotte. If the girl in front of them was Charlotte's twin sister by the same mother, then no one would doubt it. No. It should be said that the girl in front of them is Charlotte's twin sister. Biological sister. Let me give you a proper introduction. As if someone was about to make a grand entrance, the young man introduced with a formal smile. Angelique? Birao. I heard that she's the younger sister of Tyrant Rex. Wu Yen had his suspicions, but when he heard the boy's straightforward introduction, he reacted. He looked at the girl named Aliette Kagura. He looked at Birao. So you're Charlotte's sister? Angelique stopped in her tracks. Not only that, she took 2 steps back and stood there timidly. Her timid gaze carefully shifted to Wu Yen. From this point alone, Angelique didn't resemble Charlotte at all. After all, no matter what, Charlotte was always full of confidence. Sometimes she would even show her strong and violent side. It was impossible for her to show such a weak side. But no matter how weak she appeared, it was undeniable that this girl had the same aura. Wu Yen felt the same aura as Charlotte. It was the same aura as Charlotte, who came from a prestigious family and went through many hardships. At this point, Wu Yen can be considered to have confirmed the other party's identity. Because of this, his face darkened. No matter what, he was aware of the existence of the original storyline in this world. Looking at Charlotte's younger sister appearing here at the academy, and instead of meeting her own sister, she came here to meet him under the arrangement of the head of the night party. How could Wu Yen not guess what's going on? Wu Yen used a slightly cold and smiley emoji and turned around to look at the smiling young man. What do you mean by this? Due to certain reasons, Angelique is now mine. The young man chuckled and spread his hands. Originally, I wanted her to meet her sister. But after thinking about it, I think it's better for you to meet Angelique first. Wu Yen lowered his head. When he raised his head again, all the emotions on his face had disappeared. In other words, you plan to use Angelique as a hostage to get Charlotte to do things for you. But you changed your mind at the last minute and replaced me with the one who did things for you, right? Angelique raised her head in surprise. She didn't seem to know about this. Smart. The young man clapped his hands. I do have a very important matter that I need a capable person to help me with. I originally wanted Tyrant Rex to do it, but compared to Tyrant Rex, you are more capable, aren't you? I don't know. The smile on the young man's face slowly turned vicious. Scarlet Eyes, can you help me a little? The air around them froze. Wu Yen stood there. Nothing happened to him. His expression didn't change either. He just stared at the young man. The atmosphere around him turned tense. Under such circumstances, Ikaros and Astria tensed up. They were ready to fight the moment they hear Wu Yan's order. Makoto also moved his body slightly. A cold expression appeared on his face. Angelique's body trembled. Her face was filled with fear. Only the young man didn't back down. He stared at Wu Yen with the same smile on his face. I have to say, you have guts. Wu Yen said expressionlessly. Are you that confident that I will be threatened by you? I believe that there's no one in the entire academy who doesn't know about how good the relationship between Scarlet Eyes and Tyrant Rex is. The young man did not correct the word, threat, as he chuckled and said. It said that Tyrant Rex only has one friend, Scarlet Eyes. It said that Scarlet Eyes only has dealings with Tyrant Rex in the academy. It is said that Scarlet Eyes and Tyrant Rex are good friends who are so close that they share 3 meals together. It said that for the sake of Scarlet Eyes, Tyrant Rex went to the students who hated her one by one to get the information he needed. The young man got happier as he spoke. He looked forward. I don't know if these are enough reasons for me to threaten you with confidence. As the young man spoke, the atmosphere became more and more tense. This time Angelique wasn't afraid. She stared at Wu Yan intently. Her gaze wavered. No one knew what she was thinking. Ikaros and Astria took a step forward and clenched their fists. It seems like you're confident in suppressing me? Wu Yan said calmly. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here and take Angelique away? I'm not the only one in the Granville family. The young man replied calmly. You can kill me, but can you protect Angelique for the rest of her life? Can you protect her from anyone who wants to take her life? That's what you're counting on. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Let's hear what you want me to do. It's simple. The young man grinned. Kill the dean. Wah. Angelique sucked in a cold breath. She didn't know about the young man's plan. Wu Yan shot a sharp glance at the boy. There's an awe-inspiring aura in his eyes. The entire place fell silent. Phew. After a while, Wu Yan exhaled deeply and turned around. If that's the case, I'll play this game with you. With that, Wu Yan walked out the door without any hesitation. Ikaros and Astria quickly followed. Angelique looked at the young man with fear. After a moment of melancholy, she followed as well. Only the young man and the young man were left. They looked at the door until the commotion disappeared. Young master. The young man couldn't help but speak. Is this really okay? Why do you say that? The young man replied without turning his head around. Compared to Tyrant Rex, he's more suitable, isn't he? Young master, but young master, he's too dangerous. The young man gritted his teeth. He's not someone that young master can control at all. Don't you get it, Jin? The young man looked like he was on drugs. His eyes were filled with crazed desire. This is what makes it interesting. Chapter 1661. Clang, 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 clang. When Wu Yan brought Ikaros and Astria out of the central lecture hall, the bell from the clock tower started ringing. When the bell rang, it means the first battle of the night gathering has been going on for an hour. In other words, if the outcome of the first battle of the night gathering was still not decided by the time the bell rang, that is, if the battle between Flay and Lei Jin was still not decided, then Lei Jin, who was ranked 100th, would have completed his duty of waiting and could apply to leave the stage. With Lei Jin's cautious personality, if he can't defeat Flay within an hour, he will probably leave the stage and come up with a plan to deal with Flay tomorrow night. However, tomorrow night, the 98th ranked person would also enter the arena, causing the battlefield to become chaotic, leading to the unpredictable development of the battle situation. Thus, it was very possible for Lei Jin to continue fighting. He might even be able to kill Flay tonight. No matter what, the first battle of the night gathering had reached this stage, and it was about time for things to calm down a little. At least for those who were looking forward to the night party, the passion of the audience that was so lively on the first night should have faded by quite a bit. For the next period of time, Kirin, it won't be as rowdy as tonight. After all, the night gathering would last for 100 nights, which was more than 3 months. After such a long time, even if the gauntlet's heartstrings were tensed, it was impossible for the audience to maintain their enthusiasm for such a long time. It was only natural that they would calm down a little. But what Wu Yan should be focusing on right now isn't the night meeting. Master. While walking towards the male dormitory, he said, Master? Astria said softly. Are you really going to assassinate that headmaster? Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. I'll play with that guy whose head is so rotten that it makes people want to vomit. Play? Astria tilted her head to the side. A question mark appeared in front of her head. What do you mean by that? Well? Wu Yan rubbed Astria's head and smiled. There's no need to worry about these boring things. Anyway, for us, it's nothing. After all, this is just a small interlude. Astria nodded as if she didn't fully understand what was going on. She didn't continue asking. No matter what. Just follow Wu Yan's instructions. That was Astria's course of action. Master. On the other side, Ikaro suddenly said and turned around. She glanced behind her. There. Following Ikaros's gaze, Wu Yan turned around and looked behind him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Not far behind the three of them, a head wearing a beret peeked out from a corner. When he noticed Wu Yan and the others looking at him, he jumped in fright and ran away without hesitation. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and he waved his hand. Ikaros and Astria spread their wings and took to the sky to chase after the fleeing figure. Ah! Following a scream, Ikaros and Astria grabbed the man's collar and flew back. They landed in front of Wu Yan. Bang! He didn't know if it was because his legs gave out or because Ikaros and Astria suddenly let go of him. The man fell to the ground with a dull thud. He was in so much pain that tears almost fell from his eyes. I didn't think you'd follow me. Looking down at the person sitting on the ground rubbing her butt, Wu Yan crossed his arms. Angelette, didn't that annoying guy put you under house arrest? Aya? Man. Angelette exclaimed. She looked up and saw Wu Yan standing in front of her. Then, as if she saw a ghost, she shuffled her butt and retreated far away. Seeing how Mariette is trying to avoid him like the plague, Wu Yan had a rough idea of what's going on, but he still felt hurt. I'm here to save you, don't you think it's unreasonable for you to act like this? Angeliette's shoulders trembled as she pulled down her beret to cover her face. I'm sorry. Forget it. Wu Yan sighed helplessly as he looked at Mariette, who seemed to be bullied. I just want to ask, since you've followed me, why are you still running away? Ugh. Angelique grabbed her hat as she retreated backwards. She timidly glanced at Wu Yan and immediately cried out as though she had given up on herself. Simply unreasonable. Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria froze on the spot. It took them a while to recover from their shock. I have nothing to do with you. Angeliette cried out with tears in her eyes. Why did you save her? Wu Yan, Ikaros, and Astria looked at each other. Wu Yan scratched his face as he looked at Angeliette with uncertainty. You purposely followed me, and after you were discovered, you ran away like a rabbit. In the end, it was just to ask me this? What's with that expression? Angeliette shouted angrily at Wu Yan's speechless expression. Am I wrong? I'm not saying you're wrong. Wu Yan glanced at Angeliette. I'm just a little dumbfounded. Huh? It was Angeliette's turn to be stunned. What do you mean? Looks like you still don't understand. Wu Yan looked straight at Angeliette. His soft yet powerful voice echoed in the air. You only need a reason to kill someone. What reason do you need to save someone? She couldn't help but look at Wu Yan. Looking at his nonchalant and perfunctory expression, she couldn't help but feel indignant again. That's a nice way to put it. You saved me for Oni-sama. Charlotte, huh? Wu Yan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Maybe that's part of the reason. So it's for Oni-sama? Angeliette's grip on her hat tightened. Her expression turned gloomy. As expected of Oni-sama. She shines wherever she goes. Even with House Birao's decline, there are still people willing to do that kind of thing for Oni-sama. Angeliette's words were filled with admiration, jealousy, and inferiority. Wu Yan took a deep look at her. Do you hate Charlotte that much? Of course not. Angeliette said without hesitation. She lowered her head immediately. From the looks of it, Angeliette didn't hate her sister. Instead, she seemed to have some negative emotions towards her sister. For example, jealousy. For example, inferiority. For example, envy. If you think about it, it's understandable. Angeliette's talent was extraordinary. But compared to Charlotte, she was still lacking. Angeliette's personality was weak. Charlotte, on the other hand, was very competitive. She was destined to attract attention wherever she went. And judging from the fact that there wasn't a single ripple of mana coming from her body, she was either not a puppet user or a magician. Either that or she was so weak that others wouldn't be able to sense her unless she used her mana. However, at such a young age, not only was she able to become one of the 13 people, when she was only in her second year, she even obtained an automaton like Sigmund, who was so outstanding that no one could help but be envious of her. Come to think of it, Angeliette must have felt both proud and inferior towards her sister, right? In short. Wu Yan slowed down his tone. Since everything is fine now, let's go see Charlotte. She should be happy. I I don't want to. And Juliet clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Please don't mind me. Just treat it as if nothing happened. After that, Juliet turned around again and ran away as if she was running away. Wu Yin rubbed his aching forehead. He waved his hand again. Ikaros and Astria leaped into the air and chased after Juliet. In the next moment, Mariette's shriek resounded through the air. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.